I now call the special meeting of the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools Board of Education to order. Thank you, board members, for your flexibility and your commitment to come early tonight. Tonight's agenda is centered around the two options we have in filling our superintendent's position. MSBA's Director of Leadership Development and Executive Search is joining us to walk us through the process and to answer questions this evening. And it looks like we are waiting on Barb to dial in. Barb has been with MSBA for like 7 years. She has fielded many superintendent searches, so I'm grateful for her to be able to join us and walk us through the process and answer board member questions. I know, we could sing. I'm gonna text her. Barb had emailed me last week stating, just as the agenda says, we have two options: conducting a full superintendent search or seeking an interim. With how late it is in the process, typically a full superintendent search is 3 to 4 months. So with that, given the time constraint, she was.
But she's in a waiting room. I'll let her in.
Okay, thank you, Martha. It's kind of like when we're doing agenda planning and you can't get in. But yeah, so she was saying that just with the time of the year that we're at, and she'll walk us through all of that.
Can we, while we're waiting, maybe just get a point of clarification on how long we have? So when is Dr. Thomas's end date? I believe he had a 90-day period. Is that correct? So
That was part of the contract language, but not in full. So his contract resignation will come up next Monday's meeting.
okay.
And
from a
the
timing
ending of the contract states it can be mutual agreement between the board and him, or 90 days is one of the stipulations. So the 90 days wasn't the full contract language. Hi, Barb. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate that. I did a little bit of an introduction for you, but if you'd like to introduce yourself and go through the sample agenda, some of our options, we'll have you go through that and then open it up for board member questions.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much for letting me Zoom in to meet everybody, or Google Meet everyone tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Barb Dorn. I'm the Director of Leadership Development and Executive Search at MSBA. I spend all my time in superintendent search and superintendent evaluation, and I also help school boards toward the end of search season find interims if that is something that they're looking for as a next step. So one of the first things I always share with the board in your position is that you do have two options. You could conduct a full superintendent search. Time is running very short to do that, but it's always an option. It just means a very short timeline and less community engagement. You also could find an interim, and that interim could be either an internal or an external candidate. So I think what I'd like to do is just review briefly the agenda that I typically use to discuss with boards what their options are. My entire goal today is share information with you so that you have what you need to make informed decisions about the next steps for Prior Lake Savage Area Schools. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in with that, and please do jot down questions as I'm speaking, because I'd love to be able to answer any and all those questions, and I know you have another meeting coming up tonight as well. So I'm going to go a little quickly, but we will have time for those questions here at the end. So first and foremost, if you are considering an interim search, there really are two types of candidates who will be interested in that opportunity. One type of candidate will be someone who is interested in stepping in for 1 year and 1 year only. We always just call it a 1-year gig. They're there to keep the wheels on the bus, hold things steady, move the district forward, but not any new initiatives or any big leadership initiatives that are new to the district as well. So that person is a placeholder to make sure that everything stays steady. The second kind of candidate is someone who is looking for the opportunity to almost audition for the role of superintendent. And they are interested in sharing with you their skills as a superintendent, even with an interim title, so that you as a board might then choose to appoint them as the superintendent, forego a search entirely, or still conduct a superintendent search next winter and allow them to apply for the position if they are interested. That can also be someone from either the inside of the district or outside of the district. A couple things to keep in mind in terms of the hiring process for the interim superintendent. It's affected by which sort of candidates are interested. So for example, if it is someone who is perhaps a retired superintendent looking to step in and help you for 1 year, those kinds of candidates, generally speaking, are not willing or interested in going through a competitive public interview process. And the reason for that is those folks are usually very seasoned veterans of the superintendency. They're not interested in competing with their peers or their colleagues for a 1-year contract, but they are happy to step in and help the district if that's what the school board would like them to do. So in that case, if it's a 1-year gig, someone who is perhaps retired or a former superintendent, the board would typically narrow that down and interview potentially one person, because names will go public as soon as the board decides to interview them for this position. So those candidates appreciate the opportunity to be the only person you interview. Typically, there's been enough vetting done where you're certain that they would be the right fit for a 1-year appointment. So they would come in and interview, but typically not against someone else. Okay, they don't want to jump through a whole lot of hoops. They've served public education well for many years, and so those folks will come in and potentially you'll have one person the board interviews and then offers an interim contract to. If it is someone who is interested in auditioning for the job of superintendent while they're in the seat, an external candidate is going to be taking a bit of a risk, because an interim contract is typically 1 year or even less sometimes. So they may be leaving a great job where they're at with a lot of history and taking a risk on a 1-year contract with you in expectation that you'll really like the work they do and potentially appoint them as the superintendent after they've been there for 6 to 7 months. But that is a risk for folks from the outside. Internal candidates that are interested in helping the district as the interim superintendent, they very often are also looking for the opportunity to prove themselves to you as the superintendent and would welcome potentially either being appointed the superintendent or the opportunity to apply for the job. If you conduct a superintendent search, then they would be interested in applying for it as well. Now, a few things with internal candidates. One, they will have continuing contract rights. Any internal candidate that you might welcome in as your interim superintendent can go back, no matter what, to their job that they had before. So continuing contracts are important for internal candidates. If they are an internal candidate and are serving as your interim, and if you, the board, choose to do a full superintendent search next winter, if that person is interested in being your superintendent and applies for that job, they may tell quite a few people that they're interested in staying on as a superintendent. What that will do is it will significantly decrease the size of your pool, because other candidates will not risk their name going public interviewing with the board for this position if the internal candidate is perceived as having a leg up on the job. So an internal candidate who applies for the job will typically depress the size of the pool that you get if you do a full search. An interim superintendent also could be appointed to the position as superintendent if things go well, and or they could go back to their other job with continuing contract rights. So those are the big considerations as far as what kind of interim superintendent might you be seeking there. As far as formality of the search, I'll tell you that the timeline for an interim search is much shorter, and it is relatively informal compared to a 3 to 4 month search for a superintendent. You're getting short on runway here because you will need someone July 1st. So I would anticipate an interim search might take maybe about 4 weeks. You could probably do it in 2 or 3 weeks, depending upon what candidates you might know that are already interested. It could take a little longer than 4, but no matter what, you do need to have a licensed superintendent on board by July 1. So the timeline will be shorter. With an interim search, because it is shorter, you will also have very little time for any public input, whether it's a survey, focus groups, etc. You just don't have time to do a thorough deep dive with your staff, your parents, your community members, etc. So an interim search, there usually is not any stakeholder input in the process just because of the time constraints that you are going to be under. As far as the hiring criteria, the leadership profile is not generally fleshed out in detail as much as you would have for a superintendent search. It might be a little bit more abbreviated. The role of an interim does tend to be a little different than the role of a superintendent. And the way that I usually like to explain it is that if you're looking at the big picture of a superintendent versus an interim superintendent, a superintendent oversees tasks like managing the staff, maintaining the budgets, monitoring student success, and here's the big differentiator. The superintendent will also further the vision for the district. And so an interim superintendent, on the other hand, is intended to bring stability during transition. Transition does bring up anxiety for a lot of people. The unknown causes us to be anxious, so they'll bring stability to the role, and they will also continue the priorities of your strategic plan. But as I mentioned earlier, they're not going to come up with a whole bunch of new ideas because the contract is just for 1 year. So it does tend to be a little bit easier to think of in terms of the superintendent is a leadership role, and interim superintendent sometimes is more of a management role because it is definitely more short term. The posting itself or the vacancy brochure will be a really short window. You may want to keep your posting open for this position perhaps only a week. See who applies. You can post it for free on MSBA's website. You could post it internally on your own website, of course. You may have contracts with MASA or EdPost. You could put it there as well. Word will get out. I do believe that the community of administrators in the state of Minnesota is pretty tight. People do know who's moving where. People are aware that the superintendent will be moving on from Prior Lake area or Prior Lake Savage area schools. So I'm sure there are people who may be interested that are watching for the opportunity potentially to apply, pending whatever decision the board makes to take next steps here. On to statute, and I know I'm going kind of quickly here, but I want to make sure I leave time for questions. The open meeting law will apply to the steps of your interim superintendent search just as they will to your superintendent search if you do one next year. Keep in mind that you're not required by statute to conduct a superintendent search. It is not like going out for bid on an HVAC system or a roofing project. You are not required to ask firms to submit proposals, and you're not required to take the low bid like you are for those types of projects. You're not required to do a search at all. If you have a candidate in mind, you do have the option of appointing them. We believe it's also best practice if you appoint someone to the position that you may talk to your HR team and talk about posting it for a week. You're an equal employment opportunity employer, so your HR team might say it's a best practice to simply post the opening. Even if you get one applicant, that might be a best practice for you to consider. But the open meeting law will apply because you have adopted policy 213. That's the school board series, and policy 213 specifically speaks to school board committees. And in your case, you adopted 213, the last time, the revised version, April of 2025. So exactly a year ago, you adopted 213. That says that your committees will be treated according to the open meeting law. So if a committee is involved in any way with your superintendent search or with your interim search, a committee meeting would be posted according to the open meeting law. So you're not able to do any of this process in private. It is a public meeting, and you'll do these meetings in public. Data Practices Act, we just want to make sure you're aware that Government Data Practices Act, that's the data privacy laws here in Minnesota, those will apply as well. So if people are interested in your position, or if they actually apply for your position, those names are private data. Now, if you as a school board are reviewing applications, you have to be very careful not to share the names of the people that have applied for the job of interim superintendent or superintendent because of privacy laws here in Minnesota. Their names will only go public if the school board chooses to interview them for the position. So that's how statute defines a finalist. Someone who is selected to be interviewed by the school board for a position is a finalist, even if it's a semifinalist if you're doing 2 rounds. But if you're going to interview them as the board, their name goes public. Prior to then, anybody who's applied for this job, you have to protect those names. Those are private data. All right, licensure. They must have a current and valid Minnesota superintendent license. That's just a non-starter. You have to have someone in place July 1 with a superintendent license here in the state of Minnesota. That's an easy one to cover. But we can certainly answer questions about BOSA and PELSB and things like that if you need help having someone get a current license. Maybe they just haven't renewed it for a while if they're a former superintendent. That process is usually not that difficult, but they do need to have one by July 1. And then contract options, I just put interim superintendent versus superintendent. The contracts are very similar. It's the length of time that are really the difference. So you, as you know, can have superintendent contracts that are up to 3 years in length. An interim superintendent can be for a shorter period of time. Most interim contracts are for 1 year, but sometimes it's month to month if they're thinking that a superintendent will be hired mid-year, but you can certainly work that out. And then the only other piece to think about in terms of contract is if your interim superintendent is a former superintendent, retired or something like that, they may not be interested in all of the extra benefits, the benefits package. You know, they may not want or need health insurance. They may not want or need any retirement contributions. And those kinds of things should be considered if you're working with someone who is coming back out of retirement to help you for a year. And they'll need to be careful of the tax implications on their end as well. But the contracts really are typically the same. It's the benefits and the length of the contract that are the biggest differentiators in the contract. I just covered an awful lot in just over 15 minutes, but I think that was about my goal, to make sure that if you do have questions, I am here to answer them for you at this point. So I hope that was helpful. I apologize, it's a lot of information to throw at you very quickly, but I will now turn it back over to the board, and if there's anything else that you need to know, I am happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Barb, for such a complete overview. I think we'll just open it up for board member questions, and you can go, we can start at one end if we'd like. Director Atkinson, if you have any questions that you want to share, you want to start us out?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I've watched many of your searches, and I think you guys do a great job, so thank you. I also know you're not the only option for a search firm. So I looked back at what we did previously in our district, and I don't know why the board chose to use BWP, but they had a 60-day timeline. And then I just looked at Anoka Hennepin, and they use another search firm, and they have a 60-day timeline as well. So I'm less concerned about the timeline versus finding, really hiring the right person is what my thoughts are. The other question is, have you shared your fees with the board as far as what your search firm fees are or what your contracts looks like?
I have not, I should clarify, and thank you for asking that. I am not here as a search firm at all tonight. I am here just as MSBA, as a resource to the board. If you'd like a full proposal, I can certainly put one of those together. So I have not done any of that. I didn't anticipate the need for a search firm tonight. I just wanted to make sure you had information.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
That's probably the only questions I have, so.
Yeah, if you think of anything else. Director Johnson?
Yeah, I'm, Anoka Hennepin, I mean, they're the largest, school district in the state. They're only 7 days. They've only been going for 7 days, and they're only going till late May. So I think we can definitely go on for a full term, for a full search. If they can do it, I think we can absolutely knock this out. If not, then, we look at doing an interim after that. I think that's the best idea for us.
Dr. Mason?
I was going to ask a question around that too. So what does, you talked a lot about the interim process. What does it look like to do a full search? And is it possible to start a full search and let's say we get candidates, maybe we're all not coming to an agreement on, and then pivot back to an interim? So, and just again, to clarify timeline, I'm not sure that July 1st is correct given the 90-day notice period. So assuming we had 90 days, what does that full search look like? And could we, at some point in the middle of it, say, you know what, maybe the candidate pool isn't as strong as we would like, let's pivot back and now look at interim, and we can do that quickly after a month in or so. What would that look like? Is that possible?
Absolutely. And that one I'm going to be careful answering because I think it depends on which search firm you work with.
Sure,
You want to look at the contract really carefully to make sure that you would be able to pivot at any point along the process. So you certainly can do that. If you have access to applications, that's another thing that you want to confirm that you have access to all of the applications so you can see how strong the pool is.
Okay.
Some bring just the recommended slate to the board. Other firms will give you access to all of the applications. So those differentiators, when you choose a firm, will be something important that I think you'll want to talk about. But absolutely, there's been firms that, there's been searches where once the position's been posted, the pool comes in and it's either not the depth or the breadth that you are hoping for. Maybe there's a few people in there that are really good. However, it's not that you need 7 or 8 or 10 strong candidates. You might only need a few candidates. And so you might have the right people in there, but instead of interviewing 6, maybe you interview 2 or 3. Out-of-state candidates will be at a bit of a disadvantage because out-of-state candidates do assume that Minnesota has reciprocity with superintendent licensure. We do not. We're one of the very few states in the country that if you have a superintendent license anywhere, even in a next door state, you cannot come into Minnesota and assume you're going to get a license. There is a process you need to go through to get a provisional license, and that can take a month or so, if not more. So you want to be careful that you as a board wouldn't fall in love with an out-of-state candidate that says, yes, if hired, I'll get a Minnesota license, because there's a very good chance they will not have time to get a provisional license by July 1. It could still work, though, if that person came on as, I don't even think you'd call them a superintendent. You'd still want to contract with somebody, maybe a sitting superintendent in another district, just for a month or 2 to sign your important documents as a superintendent while your selected superintendent, if they're from out of state, has time to pull together all of their materials. So yes, you absolutely could pivot, but I'd want you to check your contract careful to make sure that you can do that and then go the interim route if needed at that point.
Okay, and just maybe a quick run through. Sorry, go ahead. Just maybe a quick run through of like the steps for a full SI search. Like how does that process look? And like
you don't have to issue an RFP. That does slow it down a little bit. But if you know the firms you want to talk to about selecting the firm to do the search, you can make phone calls. You don't have to put a whole RFP together.
Okay.
But phone calls to each of the firms that you think you're interested in. Ask for proposals. Let them know the timeline if you'd like someone on board by July 1, or if for some reason you're thinking you could push it out to August 1. There will be some Minnesota candidates that are already in our contract for July 1 that I don't think they would come and start with you August 1, because contractually they are bound to their own district. They wouldn't leave a month in. But you could get proposals from firms. Usually people need a couple of days to pull those together and send them to you for your review. You could hire a firm strictly off of the proposal if you'd like. or you could bring 2 firms or 3 firms in to interview with the school board, and then you pick the firm that you want to work with. Those are always options. One thing I was trying to say is that the biggest challenge for a search starting at this point, you have very limited time for engagement with your community or engagement with your staff. You just wouldn't have time to engage potentially. I mean, you're a big district. I'm assuming you have, 1,500 people or more want to take that survey. And the turnaround time is simply not going to allow that if you want someone to start July 1. So if your community, staff, whomever is understanding at the speed with which this board wants to move, I think that's okay. There might be some that are disappointed in the lack of, a month of community engagement focus groups. You just don't have time for that. Did that answer your question? That was a whole lot of stuff that I just said.
Mostly, I think so, yes.
Mostly. If I missed something, make sure you let me know.
Yeah, nope,
Okay?
that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
Director Mason, that you, okay.
Not right now.
How about you, Director Olsted?
Thank you for coming, Ms. Dorn. Appreciate your expertise in this area, and thanks for hopping on in quick order. The number 2 option, the under interim like an audition is how you called it. So this is somebody who would be, potentially interested in more than a year, wanting the full, role. Is that kind of person, is that a year long too typically, or is that kind of whatever is decided between that person and the board?
Great question. So it is typically a year.
Okay.
Again, it's a much higher risk for someone from the outside to come in and take a 1-year contract. It's less of a risk from someone on the inside to take it because, again, of those continuing contract rights. We do have sometimes an interim superintendent. I know one interim superintendent that stayed in the district for 8 years. And for the first 3 years, it was 1-year contract after another year contract. They stayed an interim superintendent for 2 or 3 years, 1 year at a time. And finally, the board just said, can we call you a superintendent? Because then they were comfortable signing a 3-year contract at that point. So I think there's always flexibility built into the expectations around the candidate. Being very clear with the candidate about the opportunity to apply for the job or stay on for the job would be a professional courtesy. So they know, the candidate knows, for example, if they're not going to be allowed to apply for the job, if you hire them as an interim right now, and then you're going to do a search next year, a full search over 4 months. There was one person one time that said they applied for the interim job, they got the interim job, only to find out that the board had already decided that there was no opportunity for them to apply for the position. The board wanted a robust pool, and they felt the interim applied, they wouldn't get a robust pool. So they were very disappointed because they wanted that job. So that clarity of expectations would be super important with either the firm you're working with so they can handle the questions from applicants around that whole topic, or with the candidate themselves. So yes, option 2, the kind of candidate you're bringing on if they want to audition for the job. Very often you can find someone who's great. It's a great fit. They know they have a year to prove themselves. It's actually more like 6 or 7 months because if it's not going well, you're going to want to start your search probably in January, February at the latest, even while they're still your interim. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yes, thank you. When you had said that we actually, in our situation, our kind of district, we are not required to do a search. So in that vein, again, just spitballing. So if we didn't do an official search and we just, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, did it on our own, and our own HR team, kind of went out, posted in all the right places and things like that, is there any kind of, I don't know, conflict of interest in that if you don't have a third party help you search?
I don't think so, myself.
Okay.
If you have a great HR department that has room on their plate for a superintendent search, that probably is the bigger defining factor for staff and for the school board to consider, because there's quite a bit of heavy lifting that needs to be done for a soup search.
Yeah.
And if your staff is already stretched really thin, despite their capabilities, you'll either need to find a way to move work off their plate so they can take on the work of the superintendent search, the posting, the handling of questions, bringing in applications, reviewing them, working with the board to pick the finalists, things like that. then it certainly can be done. It's just not something that you could easily give to someone and say, okay, now this is other duties as assigned, run our search internally. It's a lot of work. So you don't want to burn out your staff, but you absolutely could do that. Some districts talk to firms about doing the front end, which is the marketing, recruiting, posting the position, collecting applications, reviewing, vetting candidates, recommending the top, 4 to 6 people, and then backing off and turning it over to the district to run with the second half of the search, which would be working with the candidates that have been named finalists, coming up with your interview questions, scheduling the interviews, conducting the interviews, deliberating over who the best candidate might be to move forward to a second round. All of that could be done by the district in the first half, which is the more complex half usually, because it involves all of the HR protocols and collecting of applications and vetting licensure and things like that. It could be like a half a search, and then the rest of the search is handed over to the district for someone to run with. That's usually done in pretty small districts, but it certainly could be done in a larger district if you have the capacity on staff to do that.
Okay. 2 more questions, if that's okay. Licensure, even if it's on an interim basis, so we're very, very clear, even on an interim basis, you must have a superintendent license, correct?
Correct, either the
Okay.
superintendent license or the provisional superintendent license. And BOSA, the Board of School Administrators, are the ones that would help a candidate jump through the hoops. They need to enroll at an accredited university if they're out of state, to take the classes that are, they're required to jump through a couple of hoops to get their license, but they have 2 years to get a full Minnesota license, but they would have to have at least a provisional license on July 1, and that involves working with BOSA to get through all of their requirements so that BOSA can say, yes, you will have a provisional license by July 1. Because if they don't, you're in violation of statute if you don't have a licensed
Right.
superintendent working for your district as of July 1.
Okay. Last question, thank you. When it comes to third-party search firms, I know nothing is in front of you, I realize, and if this is completely inappropriate, please tell me so. I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, but for a district our size, I'm sure it depends on different kinds of districts, what are ballpark kind of costs associated with search terms for, again, not meaning to put you on the spot, and I know there are a million factors, but what are we potentially looking at?
What's the student body enrollment there approximately?
Approximately 8,300, right?
More than that,
About-
more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, something around,
Okay. so
Approximately
85
85.
or 95, something like that,
85,
so
yeah.
around 9,000 students.
80, yeah, about that, yeah.
Okay.
give or take.
For a district that size, it would probably be between 22 or 23 and up to maybe 33, 34, somewhere in there. But you're right, there are a lot of factors.
Sure.
But in general, a search firm with a district your size and being in Metro should provide you with complete background checks on all of the semifinalists. National advertising would be included in something like that. All of that would be part of that fee. And if you're trying to save money, you could always try to negotiate and say, what if we don't advertise nationally? What if we only do background checks on the final 2 or 3 people? So there's areas that you could potentially cut some costs. If you don't do a survey of your community, if you don't want to do a stakeholder survey, all of those things, I think you could shave off some of that. But generally, probably 22 to 32, somewhere in that ballpark.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay, great.
Director France, you've been through the search process. Do you have any questions for her or?
No, I've been through this 3 times, and one of the contracts was split up the way you said, where we were smaller at that time. Now, I wasn't on the board at that time, but I was part of a smaller committee. So I was very familiar with it, and the last 2, and I believe we could probably drum up those contracts. But I appreciate you saying the amount of background work that is done. I know the last one that we did, because the question in the interview process has to be also performed in a way that has integrity and is consistent between all the candidates, particularly with any superfluous questions, et cetera. One of the things that I very much enjoyed about our last search firm is they guided us in that and gave the board a training to make sure that that process was consistent and above board. So that helped a lot. So I know that I think we've used 3 different search firms in the past, 3 distinct ones over the years, but that also helped a lot. I do have a question with regards to, first of all, I appreciate your comment about the interim. That was brought up the last time we did a search to make sure that if we chose that, if we didn't find a candidate pool, et cetera. But my question more or less has to do with if we were to go it alone, the ability to actually not only have the resources do it, but to post and get a pool for that appeared to me last time to be a lot harder because the ability to reach out, a lot of the superintendents are actually called by the search firms who have expressed an interest in change and moving, et cetera. So posting that on our own and being able to get the message out seemed a lot more difficult in the last couple of years. I'm not sure if there are mechanisms that are employed now by those who can't afford the full search process, et cetera. Like we could go out and look for it on our own and then have the search company vet for licensure, do the background checks, et cetera, that are a little bit above and beyond and the vetting of the candidates. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, how to go it alone?
That's a great question. And thanks for your service going through 3 superintendent searches. That can be a lot. So I'm sure you've learned a lot along the way as well.
Yes.
You certainly could do that. I think, what is it, end of April? So
End of April.
hopefully,
We're May. We're May,
End of
essentially, yeah. Well, we're the end of April. We've only got a few days left in April, so.
Okay. So you'd have May and June. There will be sitting superintendents that would apply if they had a longer runway, because they may hesitate to leave their district with a month's notice or 2 weeks' notice in the middle of June. So even if those folks are approached and asked or invited to apply, they might say, you know what, it's just so late in my contract that I just can't do that to my board, kind of thing. And once you're into June, especially difficult to find folks willing to do that. Now, you might have a lot of really great emerging leaders that are not necessarily, the tip of the iceberg and working with their school board and things like that. So associate superintendents, cabinet members, principals, directors, there might be some people that are definitely looking for an opportunity like this, and they don't have the constraints necessarily of a contract and the turmoil it would cause if they leave in June. So those folks, I think, would be interested in May and June, things like that. There is something to be said for advertising, recruiting. I'll tell you, though, the most powerful tool at your disposal is word of mouth. And that is the #1 driver of pools, is word of mouth about school districts. There is, 331 school districts across the state of Minnesota. And sometimes there's a pool of 25 people, 25, 30 maybe. Sometimes there's a pool of 3. And that's driven typically by 3 things. It's driven by location in the state. I mean, if you're on the Canadian border as a school district, it's a little harder to get folks that want to live in that part of the state. So location is a big driver. The salary range you're offering, and you are required to publish a salary range, base salary range now. It's been in place for just over a year. So you have to come up with the floor and the ceiling of the salary range you're willing to offer, so that can drive interest. And then reputation of the district itself, and in particular the board team, superintendent and school board relationships. Those 3 things will dictate, and the time of the year, because we are a little bit late, how big your pool is going to be. But again, you just need 1 superintendent. You don't need a pool of 20 people if you get 2 or 3 or 4 excellent candidates. And so you just don't know until you know. But that's a great point. And then the things that fall into place will be for if you want your staff to manage it internally after that. I don't know that they have time to do any recruiting, but trust me, people know that this position is open. They're aware that Dr. Thomas got an offer from Hopkins and will be leaving if contract negotiations are successful. So people know about this. So I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of recruiting per se that's required at this time of year to get people who are interested in your pool.
The same goes for retired superintendents or people willing to take interim roles, not interested in a full-time to allow us a full search. How does how are those people found? Is that again word of mouth, or is that some?
I have a list. I have a list of folks that say, hey, if an interim ever comes open, I'd be happy to step in and help. Sometimes there's folks that have geographic limitations. They only want to serve as an interim in Lakes Country, central Minnesota, or southeast Minnesota, or the metro. So I keep a running list of people that are willing to do that. It's not a super long list, but there are also people that are retiring this year, effective June 30th, that maybe they're willing to step in right away July 1st in another district. So I keep a list. I'm happy to pass those names and contact information along to the board if you'd like to talk with those folks. Keeping in mind that, again, usually someone like that is not looking for a competitive interview process. You certainly could do that, and there'll be a couple of people that say, I'd love to help, but I don't want to go up against my good friends that I know are also looking for interims. The only other thing I'll say about that is we're entering interim search season right now as well, so those folks might be committing to other districts that find themselves in need of a superintendent, in a month or two. So that list will get a little smaller as the year moves on, but generally speaking, in the state of Minnesota, I'd say every year there's probably 12 to 15 districts that end up with an interim superintendent, and then they plan to do a search next year, launching it in December or January. So those folks are out there. I'd find them for you. I'd pass those along. There's no charge for that, but all I do is pass along name and number, and then it's up to you as a board to figure out how you're going to vet that list down. If you need us to do a little more than that, we certainly could do a little bit more, but I'd need to charge if it's beyond just giving you names and phone numbers. I could charge a little bit to do a little bit, but otherwise I can get you names for free.
Okay, thank you.
Director Smith?
Yes, again, thank you for being here. So there was again, we've kind of talked about if we're interested in the interim route where it's more of an audition, well, and I guess before that, so you've kind of talked a little bit about surveys, focus groups, leadership profiles. Again, is that kind of like an a la carte where if we want to save some money there, we can do that ourselves, or is that something that you provide, or how does that look?
I'd say what you want to do is, if you're going to work with a search firm, once you've hired a search firm, you want to meet for the planning meeting to obviously lay out the timeline, create the leadership profile, all of that. And at that point, ask them, how can we save some money? Because most firms, especially this late in the season, there's a big difference between doing a survey that 2,000 people respond to and doing 20 focus groups versus it's only open for a week and you have 300 people respond and you don't do focus groups. So I would think most firms would say, we know we're not going to do a month worth of engagement right here because there's no time. So we'll do a little bit for a little bit of money, or we just won't do it at all, and you can remove X dollars from the fee if you don't do any of that community engagement. So I would think most firms would be willing to work with you to negotiate that down. If there's things you don't need or you don't think it would be worth doing it in such a short time frame versus having a lot of time and luxury of doing it.
Okay.
So long answer, yes, I think that anyone you're working with should be willing to talk to you about your limitations on finance and what's logical and not logical to try and do in the next 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And then I'm assuming it would look very similar for if we were going to do a full search. So we go the interim route, but then we start a full-scale search in December or January. Kind of that same thing. Just kind of discussing what our options are and what's available to us from the search firm. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There's pros and cons to doing all the different things that search firms do. Maybe you don't need some of those things. And
Okay.
I would hope that they work with you to not charge you for that stuff.
Yeah. So that brings me to the question of if it is that audition route, but we still want to engage our community, engage staff, and look at it, how does that work? Is that a possibility to just kind of, again, we've already kind of figured out okay, this is on addition, we really think that this is somebody that we just might appoint to this role, but we still want to engage the community, is that something that we would still do ourselves, or again, could we leverage a relationship with you a little for a little, as you've kind of put it?
Yeah, I would think so. Well, in fact, I'll just tell you a real short story. So this is exactly what happened this last year in Edina. So they got an interim. They ended up interviewing and hiring one candidate. They only interviewed Dr. Dan Bittman when they were looking for an interim. And I think I'd sent them 6 or 7 names of folks that they talked to. Their governance committee narrowed it down from 8 or 10 applicants to 1. They hired him. He was only interested in the 1-year job. But as time moved on, it was clear that he really enjoyed the role, the board really enjoyed him, the staff really enjoyed him. So Edina launched a full search in the fall. They came out early, and I want to say their search started in October, which is pretty early, but they had 2 months of community engagement in October and November. And so there were lots of focus groups and a very robust survey. And then in December, we presented the results of that report to the school board. And there was a lot in that report that aligned with the interim leader that they already had, Dr. Bittman. It sounded like a lot of the traits the staff and the community were looking for were already here. And so the board said, would you consider staying for a contract of, up to 3 years? He said, well, yeah, maybe, but I want to have you hear what the community says first. And so the community decided it was something that they wanted to explore. So the board paused the search. So the original timeline, they just paused the whole thing. And they waited until after the holidays because people were pretty busy. And then in early January, they interviewed Dr. Bittman for the permanent position, but he was the only person they interviewed.
Okay.
They never posted it. They never had other applications. And after that interview, they said, yeah, we've got the guy here that we want to hire. So the search was suspended, and I think we only charged them like 40% of the search fee because we'd gotten all the way through a very robust engagement process, but they never did post the position. They developed a leadership profile and a vacancy brochure, but they stopped it in January because they did exactly what you just suggested, and it worked. It worked for them.
Okay.
Same thing in Rochester, like 6 years ago, same thing happened in Rochester.
Okay, helpful to know. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
No, you always have options. If there's nothing else you remember from tonight, from everything I've said, you as a board always have options. Don't ever feel like you have to do something a certain way. There's lots of creative ways to find a superintendent. The only things you actually have to do would be statute-driven or policy-driven, based upon the policies you might have adopted. But otherwise, this would be your search. You would have to design it to fit your district.
Barb, thank you so much for all of the very thorough information and answering all the questions. My questions will be more logistically, if you could walk me through or walk the board through, what does it look like for us? We received a lot of information tonight, and I guess my question would be, we have a regular meeting next week. I'm wondering, how does the board typically walk through making, reaching consensus on how we move forward? That if you could give any context or any guidance on that. There was part of me that was thinking that tonight I was maybe considering reaching a consensus on full search or interim. But given all of the information that was given tonight, I feel like the board should have time to, even though we are kind of in a time, time is of the essence. I feel like having some time to take the information, process it, and coming next week with something, I'm just spitballing these ideas. If you could offer any guidance how a board reaches consensus on what they want to do, how they want to move forward, I'd really appreciate that.
I'm going to give you the answer that Terry Morrow very often gives, which is it depends. It really depends on the board. It depends on the dynamics of how well you work together, how quickly you build consensus around other issues. This is your one employee. This is the one and only person that works directly for the board. So it's the only person that you hire. It's the only person you actually oversee. Generally speaking, though, I do think boards can reach consensus pretty quickly about whether they want to do the search themselves or hire a search firm. You know, that's one of those forks in the road. If you're gonna hire a search firm, I think it's best that you gather some information before you decide anything. There are boards that simply call up a search firm and say, hey, we wanna work with you on a search. Just tell us how much it's gonna cost and meet with us next week. There are other districts that call one firm for proposals, or they call 2 or 3 firms for proposals. Some districts interview everybody, some districts don't interview any search firms. So the biggest decision though is, are we gonna do this on our own or with a search firm? And you obviously have to have the budget to pay a search firm to work with you on this. And then the next decision would usually be interim or permanent superintendent. Or the compromise, which is an interim who's auditioning for the permanent superintendent. You could still work with a search firm on that. It might be a lesser fee if it's, you know, no community engagement, internal and external application process. Maybe it's a pretty simple vacancy brochure instead of all the bells and whistles. So those are the 2 things I think you need to talk about as a board. If you could have some discussion about it tonight and then maybe sit on it until your meeting next week, or ask people for proposals by next week, then you could decide next week. But you want to have a planning meeting, I'd say immediately the week after, so you can post it by the 2nd week of May. And then maybe you only leave it open for 2 weeks. Anyone who's interested in this job is going to have their materials ready to go. So they're going to be able to apply pretty quickly. Maybe you only leave it open for a week. I mean, you don't necessarily have to go a full 2 weeks, 10 days. So you'll just want to start that moving pretty quickly. So those are the 2 big decisions. Did that help?
Whether we're doing it on our own or the search firm is the first one, and then whether we're doing full search or interim search.
Right.
Okay,
Interim with audition.
yeah. Yeah. Well, board members, is there anything else that you'd like to ask Barb before she disconnects? Okay, hearing none, I just, thank you so much for all the information and your time, Barb, really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. I wish you all the best. If I can be of any more help at all, please just let me know. And appreciate the chance to join you virtually tonight again. So have a good night, and my email and my contact information, phone number are all on MSBA's website. So if I can do anything more, let me know. Otherwise, take care, and I wish you all well.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Martha. I appreciate the link.
All right, team. Well, we've been given, you know, the 2 choices in which we should reach consensus on. And if we could just entertain maybe going with the first decision, doing this on our own or seeking a search firm. If we go from side to side, just saying who would prefer what, does that sound okay with all of you? All right, so with that being said, can I start with you, Director Atkinson? What would you prefer, on our own or using a search firm?
I think, based on the accolades that I've heard about MSBA and their experience, I would have no problem working with MSBA on the search.
Director Johnson?
I agree. Same. MSBA is fine with me.
Director Mason?
Yes, definitely a search firm. I think we just don't have the resources and time to do it ourselves. I agree. I've heard good things about the MSBA process. I have no problem working with them.
Director Olsted?
I would be okay with working with MSBA too, but before we made a huge decision, I'd still like to see what they would charge. Yeah.
Okay. Final answer?
Final answer.
Okay, very good. Director France?
Yes, I would prefer doing a search firm. I think it will expedite things, and I think we should review the template contracts that we already have on record from the previous one, so we understand the terms and conditions and the options available before we make a decision on, there's not that many search firms that do this. It's not a large pool.
Dustin?
Search firm.
Search firm. And do you want to name, you're open to just using a search firm? Okay, and I would agree, based on my conversations with what we learned tonight, and I had a conversation with Barb on Friday, she did talk about MSBA has no charge to hiring an interim. It's just when they take the reins to doing the search. And she had shared with me, $5,000 to $8,000 as a guesstimate on Friday on my conversation with her. So just to plant a seed of what a limited,
If we went the interim.
if we went interim, okay? So, I think we reached consensus unanimously that we agree that we to seek guidance with a search firm. And then the second thing to reach consensus on would be interim or full search. And I'm gonna do the same process, just going director by director, and just get our initial thoughts on that.
Initial thought. This isn't like a,
I feel like we are, we have a meeting next Monday. And I think it's just important to get it so that we all are getting a feel for where we are lying after this batch of information got downloaded to us. But I think, just getting a feel for where we all lie as far as doing an interim search or a full search, I think it would be helpful for us. So with that being said, can I start on this end this time, Director Smith?
Sure can. I am adamant that this is an interim situation.
All right. And how about you, Director France?
Interim, either internal within our district, who's already familiar with it, or retired superintendent. Interim.
And I'll insert myself. I too am feeling interim just based on the things that I've heard. Director Olstad?
I am leaning interim. I don't know if it's interim or interim with audition. But I am leaning interim. Because of
Director
timeline.
Oh, sorry.
So, no, it's fine.
Director Mason?
I actually would prefer us to start a full search to just get a candidate pool and see what we get. And then if we need to pivot, again, assuming we had 90 days, if we needed to pivot after a month or two and just get an interim candidate, we could do that relatively quickly. I think we have a unique situation where we would like to put a levy on the ballot, I think, this fall. And my biggest fear is without a leader in place, that's a huge risk. So that's where my mind goes. And for me, I would love to see us just start it and see if we get what kind of pool of candidates we get. And if we don't get a big pool or a pool that we're comfortable with, then great, let's find an interim, which we can do much quicker.
Can I ask a question? Where did the 90 days come from? Because we're talking just May and June, because that's 60 days.
But the SI contract has a 90-day notice period, so that's where I was asking for clarification on that.
Our current superintendent contract had a 90-day notice. Okay, that's what you're referring to, so we would
So
have.
if we have if we have a month or two to start a full process and we see what kind of pool of candidates we get in a month, again, if it's not great and we're not comfortable making a decision, then we go interim. I don't know. That's where my mind goes. I would like to try a full if we can. Again, going into fall, I feel like it's a risk without a leader in place.
Director Johnson?
That's where I'm at. Same thing. I'd like to go full, and if we, right, I'd rather start somewhere, right? With
Ability to pivot
yeah,
if needed.
with the ability to pivot if we need to, 100%.
Director Atkinson?
I would actually like to hear the board directors who are interested in an interim, what their perspective of why they would prefer an interim versus a superintendent search, full search. I just want to understand, why are you stating that versus going through the full search?
And with time being at 6 o'clock, I mean, we can do that if we can.
I mean,
Yeah.
Sure. It's great to make a decision, and I'm all about making a decision, but I just want to understand different perspectives.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I know for me, I was leaning interim actually for this. I completely agree. Like, we have a lot going on with the potential levy and things, and that's actually my reasoning for thinking interim versus full, because we're biting off a lot right now. And I want to make sure that we get, I mean, it would have to be a good person, right? Like, I agree, good leadership is really important. Completely agree with that. And I know on an interim basis, you know, she made the comment, it's more managerial than leadership. I kind of disagree on that a little bit, but I think it's a little bit of both. But that's actually my reason, and I just think with everything we've got going on, if we can get a good solid person in here to help steer the ship with everything going on this fall, and decisions that are still yet to be made, I think that would actually inform a full search in my mind. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. You know, for me, I looked back at the timeline of when Dr. Thomas was hired, and it was 60 days. And then I look at Anoka Hennepin, it's 60 days. So I don't have a problem with the timeline. I think our timeline right now is actually perfect.
That's not actually correct, because we got notice a long time before the 60 days. And so
I have it right here, Director. Would you like me to pass it down to you?
The search, well, I was part of that.
I understand, I have it right here.
I don't care what you have there. I was physically part of that. We got very early notice. We had the decisions. We went through a retreat to talk about after all of the reviews of the search terms were done. That actually took 2 to 3 weeks itself. And then to determine whether to do the search, and then we got the candidates, we got the second level candidates, and we made the decision in a timely manner. But it actually took, 3 or 4 months easily.
Well, it didn't. So,
Actually,
I appreciate your perspective.
No, it's not my perspective, it's fact.
I'm not
was
going to argue
there.
with you, but I have a 60-day timeline in front of me, and Anoka Hennepin, the largest school district in the state, is doing theirs in 60 days. And I know why they're not using MSBA. There's a conflict of interest with one of their board members. She serves on the MSBA board. So I guess my concern is the only way I'd support doing an interim is if it was an external candidate, because if it's an internal candidate, it really, like Barb, we heard it from Barb, Mrs. Dorn this evening, an internal candidate creates expectations for a future role. And I think that, my biggest thing is, I don't know why we wouldn't conduct a search, because we're trying to find the best person. And if there's somebody out there who is in a current superintendent role, and like I said, our timeline actually, I think, is perfect, that they would potentially apply, and then they're going to end their contract on July, this is the end of their contract. So I just think we are here as a board to make a decision on hiring. This is one of the most important decisions we make, just like we've done strat plans and all the things. And I don't understand why we wouldn't do the full search, see what pool of candidates we get. And if we don't get a great pool of candidates from the get-go, we'll know right away, then we could move to the interim. Barb said she has a list of interim candidates that she could move this way. So that's my perspective, so.
Very good. Chair Bullion, first of all, the initial question was why the people chose interim, not why somebody else chose not interim. So let me just explain. First of all, it took a lot more than 60 days. Second of all, I don't agree with the 90 days. I think we're in a lot shorter time frame than that, and I'd like to see that validated, and potentially we can get that validated when Dr. Thomas joins us.
Yeah, it's in his contract.
And then,
That's partial verbiage of the contract.
I've read it, yeah. Mhm.
the other thing is that if we're going to go into a levy, I would appreciate somebody hitting the ground running that's been through this before, or is already familiar with their district, has some sort of experience with that in order to enable stability. But it's not just the levy, it's also the building move, the building sale, and everything else. And whether we get an external superintendent that's already done this, or we have an internal candidate who's already familiar with the staff and the environment that we're dealing with, and has already been through some of these decisions. It's that continuity and stability, not only for our overall staff and students, but also for the community to have some sort of almost kind of relief in the fact that they're not having somebody come in that's never done this before. Now, our district has been in the role, and particularly at this late of time, where we have chosen people that were not superintendents before, and there was a huge learning curve. I'm not quite sure we can afford that. And I'm
Now,
not
in
quite
the-
sure we have
in
the
In
time.
the interest of time, because I see Martha wanting to bring in Dr. Casey for our study session, I do want to get from Director Smith why you chose interim, if you can do a quick, just to share with the perspective.
So it is the most important role. It is our one employee. And my thought is it mustn't be too hasty. This is a critical role for our district, obviously, for many reasons. And again, I agree. I think potentially bringing in somebody externally while going through a levy push. I also think that if we're talking about interest from superintendents, there are 4 seats on this board that are up for election, and I don't know if anybody's going to be applying to this without knowing who they're going to be. I'm sorry, is that funny?
No, I just hate bringing politics into our school district.
It's a
Director,
reality.
Director Smith, it's just really,
Okay,
it's
all right.
discouraging.
I'm sorry,
Board
but
board members?
Okay.
Board members, we were just, I will follow, if you have, are you finished
that's
with
fine.
your,
I'm done.
how you picked interim over? Okay.
Yeah.
So I will just wrap that conversation up. For me, it's timing, and also, I think in my conversation with Barb, she shared, and also actually talking with some of the team, with the full search, the community engagement is a really important part of it. And not truncating that or making that too short. And given the amount of things that we have coming up, with the possible levy on the ballot and all of those things, the transitions, it's just a lot. And there was a comment made about the community is already dealing with a lot of those things. So if it were to lessen the pressure of hiring for a 3-year time period and giving some leeway with an interim, that is why I would vie for an interim. So with that being said, I'm gonna adjourn the special meeting, and we can take a quick break, and we'll come back and join for our study session. Thank you. forgetting anything. Like, I feel like. Okay, all right, I'm logged out. Here we go. All right, and we're gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance this. Okay, are we ready? Is Liz gotta give us a? Did you give us?
Just did.
She did thumbs up?
Thumb or a finger?
I don't know, actually. You better wait. Okay.
Oh, yeah, thumbs up.
Good evening, everyone. I now call this study session of the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools Area Board of Education to order. Thank you all for being here, and please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance as able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Up first on our agenda are some special reports. Annual survey results. Dr. Casey, representing Studer Education, is going to be providing a summary. This is informational report only. There's no board action requested. Dr. Casey, good to see you. Can you hear us?
Evening.
Okay, very good.
Lovely to see you again.
All right, so if you would take us into the annual survey results.
Glad to do so for you all. All right, well, lovely to be joining you virtually for our annual review of the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools Experience Survey results. If I have not had the chance to personally meet you, my name is Casey Blahoviak, and I serve as the Vice President of Leader Coaching for Studer Education. And in the time that Studer Education has worked with Prior Lake Savage Area Schools, I've had the privilege of serving as the leader coach, serving your district in the work that we've done together. So tonight, what we have in store for this particular informational report, we're going to provide you with an overview of the experience surveys themselves. We'll then provide a high-level summary of each of the 3 experience surveys that were administered in the 25-26 school year. And then we'll take a deeper look into the quantitative results for each 3 of those surveys on number 3 for the 25-26 results, leave you with a few points of reflection, and certainly create that space to address any questions that board members would have of the report and the results that we share this evening. So the surveys that we're going to be reviewing this evening, each 3 of those surveys, the student, family caregiver, and employee surveys, ran during the same survey window, which, as you can see from the slide, was February 23rd, March 13th of 2026. I'll track down just the student overview now. When we peek at those results, you will see there are 20 items available for students to answer. And those items are on a scale of a 1 to 5 in terms of the responses that students select. They also have the opportunity to respond to what's called a Net Promoter question, and in a moment I'll talk a little bit more about what that particular question looks like. And students are asked only about their school. Now you'll notice a few differences as we move to the right and review the family caregiver and employee experience surveys. Families and caregivers, their survey items, there are 15 of them, and we'll see what those items are as we move through the report tonight. New to your experience survey for this year were some particular items for board-related experience that were only included in the family caregiver and employee experience surveys. So you'll see those results as we go through the review. You'll also notice on the family caregiver as well as the employee, there are 2 net promoter questions that respondents have an opportunity to respond to. One relates to the organization as a whole, so the Prior Lake Savage Area School District, and then their child's particular school and the experience there. You'll then notice on the employee survey, there are 20 items that are a 1 to 5 scale response, 4 board items, and again, that opportunity to provide that net promoter feedback on the organization and then the school or department in which those employees serve. You'll see a few particular terms in the overall survey results that we want to provide a little bit of context for you on. One is a reporting term that is called a top box. Those are the percent of overall responses that are a 5 out of 5. On the responses, a 5 is a strongly agree response. And so when we look at top box percentages, those represent high levels of satisfaction from those that responded to the survey. You'll also see reporting on what's called top 2 boxes. Following that same logic, it is the percent of responses that are a 4 or a 5 out of 5. That 4 is agree, and a 5 again is strongly agree. So when we look at the top 2 box percentages, those are really strong levels of satisfaction from our respondents. Before we take a peek at the results themselves, the last score that we want to spend a little time grounding in is what's called a net promoter score. This is a cross-industry score of high or of levels of satisfaction with an organization. You may find as a consumer or someone that frequents businesses, you sometimes receive a question around your level of satisfaction or your experience with that organization. That's a net promoter question. You'll notice on this particular question, the range for responses is much wider. Respondents have an opportunity to select a 0 all the way up to a 10. You'll also notice as we look at these results, the range for the scores are much wider. Net promoter scores can range from a negative 100 all the way to a positive 100. And the methodology for the net promoter score, and we can look at this in grounded in your particular results, that we take the percent of promoter responses. So responses that are 9s and 10s, and subtract the percent of detractor responses. So 0 to 6, and that becomes your net promoter score. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when you see the actual results in the report. Here's what I'd ask you to hold on to as we begin looking at reports here in a moment. A net promoter score anywhere in the positive is seen as good performance. A negative net promoter score invites our opportunity to ask, what would better look like as we serve those in our organization? So we'll begin tonight by providing you and in working with your senior leader team providing you an opportunity to first see a high-level summary of some findings of the results of your experience surveys in those 3 categories. You're going to see again from your students' experience really strong results as we look at that national benchmarking. Really excited to share with you this evening. You'll see your students' results on that overall mean score in the 85th percentile compared nationally to other partners that provide the same experience survey to their students. So incredibly strong results there. You'll also see that high level of satisfaction from your students represented in the average or the mean score of nearly a 4.0 on a scale of 5. There's been a nice jump in that net promoter score, again, students responding to if they would recommend their school as a good place to learn, perhaps to a friend. Students also reported strong leadership and in fact gave the highest rating of the overall survey to the statement that they believe their principal is a good leader. We'll also see strengths there, students reporting on the survey that their learning is important and that their families are treated with respect. Some opportunities to get curious and seek out the answer to the question of what better would look like are in the areas for students of specials and elective opportunities, as well as their experience of healthy food choices during their lunch periods. We then see on the parent caregiver results maintaining a high overall experience rating of 3.96. You'll see that that is consistent with the results from last school year as well. We do notice a growing level of agreement. Again, that idea of those top 2 boxes. So a small increase there in the overall percent of responses that are a 4 or a 5, so agree or strongly agree. On item 3 on the current slide, you'll also see that one of the highest ratings that parents provided was around the statement, "I am treated with respect at this school," which we saw on the previous slide aligns very similar to what your students are reporting. We also see a high level of confidence in school facilities from students, reporting that the school is clean and well maintained, or that families, are reporting that the school is clean and well maintained. And then finally, some opportunities to get curious for improvement. Parents reporting not always feeling their child or their children might have those necessary classroom supplies and equipment for effective learning. And then our final high-level summary results relates to the feedback from the employee experience survey. While we are going to see some decline as we look at those individual survey items, there are areas where staff are maintaining that positive experience and feedback. One of those areas relates to staff's sense of purpose. We see a strong result on the employee experience item. I believe my work positively impacts those that we serve. So that really strong commitment to impact from staff as they report on that experience. We also see on number 2, staff reporting having a clear understanding of the expectations of the jobs and roles that they have. Number 3 on the slide, representing support from immediate supervisors. We continue to see that there's a strong connection between the individual employee's experience with their direct leader, or supervisor. And we have some opportunities for improvement. This year's results, we saw fewer staff indicating they would recommend the district as a good place to work, and also some opportunities for improvement around perceptions of resources being allocated to maximize the effectiveness within the organization. So high level, those are the findings we see. Now an opportunity on each of the reports to dig in just a little bit deeper. When we look at the overall student results, on each of the slides, you're going to see 3 years of survey results. So this year and the most recent 2 from the past. We've indicated a couple of areas on each of these slides to be able to create some takeaways as you might examine them this evening. You'll notice that the participation of students in spring of 26 when compared of spring of 2025, we did have a small decline there. As we've already indicated, we saw an increase as represented by that green arrow in the overall mean of the student experience responses, which places you at an incredibly strong place as students relate their experiences in that 85th percentile, which is just an incredibly strong place to be in terms of celebration. And then we have our first peek here on the bottom of that slide at that Net Promoter Score. You'll see the question that students were asked right here. How likely are you to recommend your school as a good place to learn? And you'll see that that response, this delta here, represents the change in 26 over the previous year's score. And that is moving in an incredibly good direction. Remember, Net Promoter Scores that are positive is where we want to be, because our percent of promoters outpaces our percent of detractors. We don't calculate the passives when we look to understand the full Net Promoter Score. So lots to celebrate on the overall student findings. Peeking in just one layer deeper, we want to call a few things out as, and I'm sure that is very small for you all if you're looking at the screen, a couple of things to note on this particular survey. We won't review all of the 20 questions that students had an opportunity to respond to, but we want to highlight just a few. The green stars indicate the individual items that saw the largest increase this year over last year. And you'll notice that is item number 6, students reporting, thinking their school is clean. And item number 11, I set learning goals and track my progress. So nice items to celebrate there. The yellow boxes indicate the overall highest score on individual survey items, and we've pulled some of those out for you already in the summary. And the red boxes there provide you that detail and peek over time at the items with the greatest opportunity for improvement. Taking a look now at the parent and caregiver survey. As we indicated previously, when we look at the spring 26 results, we see that our mean as well as our top box percentage remained flat or consistent from last year's administration, and that also results in our mean score maintaining that 20th percentile as we look at national benchmarking. Our adults who had the opportunity to respond, again, they have 2 Net Promoter questions available to them on the survey. The first item is how likely are you to recommend the district as a good place for your child to learn? And you'll notice we did have a dip there in terms of that overall Net Promoter Score for 2026. The second Net Promoter question then asks, how likely are you to recommend your child's school as a good place to learn? We did see a dip there in the overall score, but that result remains positive. And remember, that's where we want our Net Promoter Scores to be. Because this is the first time we're seeing these 2 scores, I'll offer a small bit of context that we see from our partners nationally when we look at Net Promoter Scores. It is very typical for respondents to report a higher level of satisfaction with their child's school as opposed to the organization. They have more interactions with the child's school, it is closer to them, and so that is very typical to what we see is reporting on what's closest to you being more positive and seeing a very typical difference in the results when we look at the organization or the district. Taking a peek then at those parent and caregiver items, there are 15 possible on the parent survey. Again, those green stars indicate the items where we saw the highest level of improvement. Those for the parent caregiver are item number 2, that I believe school rules are enforced consistently at this school. And then item number 13. So I receive positive phone calls, emails, notes about my child from the school. Saw our largest increase there as well. And that one, as you know from the red box, remains one of our opportunities for improvement. And those yellow boxes, as we shared in the summary, provide the celebrations from the parent and caregiver results. You'll notice on the slides for the parent caregiver as well as the employee, there will be 2 different slides and the reporting looks a little different, so I'll share with you the why behind that. The board questions that were provided by Prior Lake Savage Area Schools are unique to you. So we do not have national benchmarking on these, and because this is your first year asking these particular questions, we don't have a historical report, which is what you're seeing on each of the other survey slides that we are providing in the report this evening. So the view that you have here is really directly out of our survey reporting tool. So unlike our other questions, you see the frequency spread on each of these items as it relates to strongly disagree being a 1 up to strongly agree being a 5. I also want to provide a bit of context on the response totals that you see on the parent and caregiver board questions, because there is a bit of variance between the overall responses here and the overall responses on the parent caregiver full survey. 4 original items were included on the parent and caregiver board question set. The additional item that you don't see on the screen there related to believing that the school district is the preferred employer. During the time frame that the survey was open, it was determined that that question was likely not best aligned to parent and caregiver feedback as it related to the board. When that was brought to our attention at Studer Education, rather than turning that one particular item off, the entire board set was hidden for a period of 5 days and then re-illuminated with just the 3 necessary questions for the board and caregiver survey. So because of an error on our side that we took responsibility for with your senior team, there were a number of responses from parents and caregivers when these items were hidden. And we've done a little bit of work to provide some additional context for the board, should that be valuable, but wanted to be incredibly transparent with you about those results during the window. Next up, and the final full report that we'll look at, is the employee experience. You'll notice with the yellow arrows that we had a dip in participation this year over last year, as well as a decline in mean this year over last year. And then also seeing on the slide there where that places that mean in terms of the national benchmarking against other organizations that provide us the same survey to their team. When we look then at the 2 net promoter questions, both of those items did decline. Our recommendation for the district as a good place to work remains an opportunity for improvement. And when we look at the recommendation, again, for that immediate work environment, very typical to what we see, that work environment being a more positive report response than the district. And while we saw a decline, that number still remains positive, which is a place we want to identify and then continue to grow from that strength. When we then look at our employee experience results, we don't have any items here that individually grew from last year to this year, but you do see those items that we reported on the summary for strengths. Those are your items marked in the yellow box, and then the opportunities being our lowest scored items in the red boxes on that slide. Finally, you'll also have the opportunity to review 4 particular items added onto the employee survey as it relates to board perceptions of employees who completed the survey in Prior Lake Savage area schools, and those items remained visible for respondents through the entire duration of the survey. All right. You've made it. I've talked more in this stint than I have for most of my day today. So I'm going to provide some points of reflection and then pause. Dr. Thomas, allow you, of course, to provide any final comments and then opportunities for the board to ask questions. Overall, what we would provide as points of reflection is that staff satisfaction levels, as you've seen, have fluctuated annually. We've seen peaks in 2023 and 2025 and have seen dips in 2024 and 2026. Your students overall continue to report such a positive experience as represented in that survey, and a real celebration in terms of 2026 being an all-time high, and again, just that incredibly high national benchmark. As you saw from the results, staff and families have expressed some concerns related to resource allocation, some connection to class size and the level of support available in classrooms, and then really looking at the surveys in whole, some opportunities for growth around decision-making, resource management, and staff support.
Thank you for your report. Thank you. Thank you so much for your report, Dr. Casey. And Dr. Thomas, do you have anything that you'd like to
Sure. Yeah,
add to that?
yeah, sure. I'll just thank you, Dr. Casey, for the information. And yes, like we do every year after we receive this as a leadership team, both at the district level and throughout our schools, our teams are in taking this information to process what does that actually mean for us at that local level. This is where our staff begin to dive deeper into what is behind some of the conversations that folks scored on the survey. This is where we begin to have some qualitative conversations with our community, with our staff members, to really understand what was some of the thinking and into the context behind their scoring. I think we've noticed some patterns too, ironically, as you know, we've seen in the years past, when we've gone through budget negotiations or significant conversations as a district, we see that reflected in the data, and it kind of goes up and down on almost in sync with that cycle. And so we know that that picks up a lot of the conversation that people are probably having. This year, we've been having conversation about, you know, another year of successive budget reductions, which is a real challenge to work through. So I know we picked up a lot of conversation in there that we've been having with our departments and with our school staff. So this is where we'll be spending the rest of this school year as we set forth our school and department plans, improvement plans for next fall. So I just want to share that context as to what our next steps are that we are doing right now.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Next, we'll open it up. Dr. Casey, are you available for questions, for clarifying questions?
Most certainly.
Very good. Board directors, are there any questions that arose? I will maybe start with you, Director Smith, if you have anything for Dr. Casey.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time. So I'm just curious, so you had mentioned the board questions for the parent caregiver and for the, I'm assuming, maybe you said it, maybe you didn't, but for the employees as well. And you said that you don't have benchmarking data for that and that we're the outlier. Would you, or maybe Dr. Thomas, why are we kind of the outlier here? Are we the only ones that do this, or?
Dr. Thomas, do you mind
Yeah,
if I take
please.
that into
Sure, go ahead.
national benchmarking?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're only able to provide national benchmarking on common survey items
Okay.
that are used across all of our partners. These are particular items added to Prior Lake Savage Area School District's experience survey. And as such, we can't compare them to any other partner that uses this survey.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
I don't think I have any other questions right now.
Dr. France.
I had a similar question about the school board because prior to using Studer, we used to put school board questions into the survey as well. And these are obviously different questions, so we're not going to be comparing apples to apples. But did you by any chance get a chance to review the questions that used to be put into the community surveys prior to Studer coming on board?
I believe back when we started our partnership 4 years ago, we did have an opportunity to work alongside the senior leaders and review the survey. These particular items that were added were advanced to us from your senior leader team.
Okay. And correct me if I misunderstood this, but the only place those particular questions weren't appearing was for a brief period of time, was in the portion that went to parent and caregivers, but they were in everything else.
Yes, ma'am. There was
Okay.
a 5-day window during the 3 weeks that the survey was open, where because we had removed one of those questions inadvertently, rather than removing one question, the whole block was turned off. Our team did some analysis behind the scenes that is available to the board should you wish to review it, where we looked at a number of scenarios of how the distribution of responses were coming in during the open periods, and that's been provided to your team should that be something the board wanted to look at.
Okay. And then my other question had to do with the difference between the student perception and the parent caregiver perception of the schools. I interpret this, and I'm not quite sure if that's how it should be interpreted, that the impact of the teachers in the school environment is essentially not reflecting our current financial situation and the situation that the parents and caregivers may see from our cuts, et cetera, that the students aren't experiencing that. They're still experiencing a consistent and increasing benefit as well as satisfaction within the school itself, mostly probably due to staff and teachers. And they're not necessarily impacted by external events. Is that the way I should be reading it, or is there something else that I'm missing?
So here's what I'll offer. Tutor education, we see the surveys, be they real celebrations like we're seeing from our students or that opportunity for improvement, as a starting point for a conversation. So what I can report to you is overall, when we look at your student experience results, they are incredibly strong nationally. The why underneath their daily experience, that would be your educational leaders and experts really having that opportunity to have some conversations or continued conversations with students about, what is really working well for their experience in the Prior Lake Savage area schools.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Olsted, how about you?
Excuse me. I simply cannot remember. Were there any questions that led to open-ended answers?
There are open-ended questions. Those are on the adult-facing surveys. So your parent caregiver and your employee, those weren't reported on tonight. We kept those results in terms of the quantitative numeric results, but those have been supplied to your senior leaders as part of the survey report.
Great, thank you. And I know sometimes they're divvied out by school perhaps, right, Dr. Thomas? So that, okay. And I guess my whole point is that's great, that's for you all to digest. It could just speak to the why. If people offered open-ended answers, which I don't think they were required to do, obviously. Or, well, I shouldn't say obviously. I don't think they were required to put anything in open-ended, correct?
That is correct. And I'll actually provide one level of clarity. None of the individual items, be they the standard numeric responses or the open-ended, are required. So underneath the data, you might even see some fluctuations in overall responses because there are no required items on the survey.
Thank you. I just no more questions, just a comment. I wish more parents and caregivers would take this survey. Because this is our annual survey and there are opportunities to, put in open-ended, comments. And you know what, it could be, well, mom filled it out, so dad didn't, or vice versa. Or I get that, or grandma filled it out, so grandpa didn't, or, whoever. So I do understand that. But I do wish that more people would take this survey. We had more students, take it than parents or caregivers, and I obviously understand reasons for that too, because there's more than one child sometimes in a household. So I do get that. I'm happy to see that our babies are happy overall. That makes me happy. I wish our employees and our staff would be happier. And so I look forward to, just hearing how we collectively, can do more, for them. And I know it's just a hard time right now and a heartbreaking time and hard and, emotional. And I do understand that. So I wish more people would take it though. Thank you.
Director Mason?
Thank you. Yeah, just one question. What were the ages of the students that took it? Did all of our students? I can't remember what grades take it.
It would be 3rd through 12th. Dr. Thomas, I want to just confirm
Correct.
that was
Correct.
the approach.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you. That's all.
Director Johnson?
Yes, just the clarifying one. So on the part that was taken out for 5 days, so do we have the numbers that you're showing us here? Do we have everything except for those 5 days, so before that and after, or is this only the after that?
So the only thing that would be removed from
Yeah.
this would be the
The one question?
responses of the one question.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Otherwise, everything else pulled through. As we did that analysis, our survey team of experts that live and breathe this, our director on our survey side her doctorate is in statistical analysis. She did a number of different ways to view it in terms of how the distribution would break down. Really, when we looked at all of those options, your areas of strength remained your areas of strength, and your areas of opportunity remain your areas of opportunity. And so again, what we would offer from Studer Education and our work with partners on experience surveys is that numeric score invites where we should be asking questions and getting curious about the experience. The score in and of itself won't tell us what to do. So as Dr. Thomas indicated, your team is actioning on their results, as well as how perhaps you might as a board.
That's really where I was trying to get at, is just make sure that the overall was still the same, even with the missed few days there, was my overall. So I appreciate your explanation, so thank you.
You're most welcome.
Director Atkinson?
Yeah, thank you. When I took the survey, the board questions weren't there, so thank you for the transparency behind that, because I was wondering why that was. So anyway, starting with the parent caregivers, I mean, that one's always concerning to me, because those are the ones who are making the decision whether or not the students enroll in our district or not. And so it's disappointing to see that score go down. I also would like to go to the parent caregiver survey number 6, I believe it is, where it shows a 0.9% change. So if I'm reading this correctly, it's one of the highest levels of change on that graph. And it says, I believe my child has the necessary classroom supplies and equipment for effective learning. And so I'm hoping with the feedback that we get, and Dr. Thomas, will you be sharing the detailed comments like you have in the past with the board? Great. I know it takes some time to go through all those comments. Can you share with us how many comments there were? I mean, I think in the past we've gotten an overwhelming amount of comments.
Yeah, I can't recall off the top of my head this year, Director Atkinson, but yeah, same as last year,
Same
quite,
thing. Okay.
yeah, there's a
'Cause I
lot of
think
qualitative data.
Yeah, reading through those comments, I mean, there's just a lot to unpack there, and I think it really helps our district get to the bottom of some of these, this movement. The staff one is also concerning to me. I mean, I think not having a contract in place during this time period, that was correct, it wasn't solidified at that time. That unknown and uncertainty of a contract creates anxiety within, with our employees. So, and you can see that, the dips over the years. So, anyway, I think anytime an annual stakeholder survey is done, it helps us to understand how we can do better. So looking forward to seeing these scores, hopefully get to the bottom of the why and look for some improvement next year. Thank you for an excellent job that you do going through the survey. I really appreciate it.
Any final things before I just say thank you again, Dr. Casey, for your presentation and your thoroughness in explaining it to us. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, and we are honored to call Prior Lake Savage Area Schools partners in that, and I will also highlight the quality of that report is the quality that it is because of the senior leaders who dug in those results right alongside us. So recognition goes to them as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. All right, team. Next up is we'll now move on to information related to the operating levy and capital projects levy. This also is informational only with no board action requested at this time. Will you be beginning it, Director Ryder? Okay, very good.
We'll make it work.
Okay, thank you. This evening, we do have a guest here from Ellers and Associates. They are our public financial advisors. This is Matthew Hammer, and he's here to speak with us about our referendum discussion. And we've heard some of this information in past sections of my reports to you and such, but I'm not the expert on this type of information, so we wanted you to be able to hear from him as well and ask your questions if you have some. So I'll turn it over to Matthew and
Okay.
let you go.
Yeah, good evening, members of the board, Dr. Thomas, Matthew Hammer, municipal advisor, senior municipal advisor with Ellers. And as Lisa said, we get the opportunity to work with school districts across the state of Minnesota on these types of conversations that you're having, and you're not alone in this situation as we start talking about potentially opportunities to generate some additional resources for school district operations. As we work with school districts, really tonight is an opportunity for us to provide some information, potential scenarios, some information on what's kind of going on across the state of Minnesota, and then answer any questions. So when we start these conversations, we always like to orient school districts to tax base makeup and kind of how that plays into the overall picture of school district finance and your specific school district. And we're the unique entity in Minnesota that gets two tax bases to spread tax levies over. On the far left is what's represented as what Scott County assesses the value of your property or in the types of property, and they classify it into each one of these areas. And then it gets spread depending on what type of tax levy is, either over the referendum market tax base or the net tax capacity tax base, which is represented on the far right. The main takeaway for your school district on this slide, there's a lot of numbers here, is the residential homeowners are paying a majority of the taxes. And depending on the tax base that you're spreading over doesn't make a huge difference on what the taxes are that a residential homeowner or property owner in the school district is paying. This would look different if you were in Brainerd, for example. You had 25% of your property that was made up of seasonal rec that wouldn't pay towards an operating referendum. Or if you were in Marshall and you had a lot of ag property, it's going to look different. So for your taxpayers, regardless of what type of levy, and we're going to talk about a couple different types of operating or levies that generate operating dollars for school districts, the tax impact isn't going to vary much. As you look at this, your overall tax levy is made up about 40% of your levy is spread on the referendum market tax base, and the other balance, which is where most of the categorical levies and your school building debt are spread, is on the far right. As we look at the basic education formula, this is a snapshot over the last 20 years of how that formula has trended to inflation. And for the mass majority of us that have been in the public education sector, you've seen this chart on an annual basis, and there's nothing new here. I think the main takeaway is, right now, we're about 19% lower. If we just would have trended on the consumer price index over this last 20 years, we're about $1,420 per student less that school districts receive in revenue on the basic education formula. You'll see that there's been a pickup in recent years, and I think anybody, as you go to the grocery store to purchase food, you go to the gas pump, costs are up, right? And that's no different for schools. School districts, it's costing more to get supplies to maintain the schools, more to operate your schools from the standpoint of supplies in the classroom, more for health insurance, so on and so forth. And this trend from the standpoint of the revenues that are coming in just aren't keeping up with that inflationary pressure that we're seeing. So what does that mean? School districts are asking for additional resources. And I think when we talk school funding as a whole, most of it's really driven by what the legislature allows school districts to do. And there are very limited ways that school districts can generate additional resources for operations. The formulas are statutorily driven. They're going to be driven for the most part by student enrollment, the amount of revenue those formulas generate, or and then at the same time, those local levies are set at maximum levies, that there's not additional levy authority for school districts just to go generate some additional levy revenue through your local levy without asking voters. When we look at where things have trended, that means that the majority of school districts have additional voter-approved resources that are helping operations as a whole. Those two types are, the types of areas are either through capital or the bonds, right? So school districts generate money for capital facilities through bond issuance or bonds for building. And then there's two ways that school districts can generate revenues for operations. The most common one is an operating referendum authority that is a per pupil amount that is authorized by voters and generates annual revenue. And then the other area is through what we call a capital project levy. And then in the Twin Cities metro area, that's predominantly funding technology. And it's funding technology for districts' technology budgets that free up resources for other operating needs. Your school district has an operating referendum that was authorized back in 2017. So that's on the books, and it's generating revenue through fiscal 28. That provides the district with not quite $5.8 million of annual revenue for what is projected for fiscal 27. And it is a fixed dollar amount. So it isn't subject to inflation. It's something we'll talk about tonight, that a lot of these formulas now across the state of Minnesota, when they're brought to voters, have an inflationary adjustment in it. So as the inflationary index changes, which is a state-driven index, that revenue increases over time based on that inflationary change. With the law change that happened a few years ago, now school districts do have the authority to renew those levies one time at the same term. And if it doesn't have an inflationary adjustment, you can't just put one in, right? Everything has to be directly aligned with what the voters approved, but then it can continue on at the same term like it never expired. That authority is the district's in that window right now, and that window ends June 15th of 27 for board renewing that levy. We'll talk a little bit of how we compare, and really as we look at comparisons, we're benchmarking Prior Lake Savage against the Metro 48, and there's a reason for that. As we look at your school district, you're within the 7-county metro area, and there is formulas that are indexed to the a metro factor, right? So it makes sense for us to look at the Metro 48 when we look at your school district and your predominantly located in Scott County, which is within the 7-county metro area. So there's 48 districts that are represented that MDE considers metro districts. And that's defined by their predominantly within those 7-county metro counties that are represented. So as we look at this, this is a analysis of, and this isn't taxes. I want to make sure that's clear, right? This is a representation of operating revenues on a per pupil basis that these school districts generate above and beyond what they get through the statutory limitations that are set in state law. These are additional voter approved resources that either are being generated what's represented in orange through an operating referendum levy, or what's in blue that's represented in a capital project levy. And we've indexed that capital project levy column to a per student amount. That is not how it's generated. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward in the presentation. That's a tax rate levy, but that on a per student basis is the equivalent of what they're generating in these areas. So as we look at where Prior Lake Savage is compared to Hopkins is the top of the list. And as we go down, Prior Lake Savage is right now 5th from the bottom of that list. You generate $624 of revenue above and beyond the statutory limitations for additional resources that help support district operations. As we look at that, I think of this as how much more does each one of these other school districts get to operate and provide programs and various other things as part of their daily operations than your school district is. Again, not taxes, but revenues. As we look at options for generating additional resources, the ballots allow, we talked a little bit about this in the subsequent or the previous slides, allow for an annual inflationary increase. And I just want to give you some context of how that's derived and kind of what's been happening since 2018. So we've looked back to 2018. There's been, across the 7-county metro area since that time, there's been 57 questions that have been asked to increase revenues. 49 of those questions had called for an inflationary adjustment. And out of the questions that passed, 37 of those questions passed that had inflationary adjustments, 12 failed. 8 did not put that in there. And you can see that was about a 50-50 pass success ratio. This is looking at the 7-county metro area. You can go beyond that 7-county metro look to, and it is predominantly the norm right now where school districts are adding that inflationary sense into the question. And it's more often than not that is part of a ballot question today when districts are presenting operating questions to voters. Really, what does that mean? There is one sentence added to the ballot that says that this question would be subject to an inflationary change each year. And I think the important thing to note there is the school district doesn't decide what that inflationary adjustment is. That inflationary adjustment is decided by MDE every single year, and it is the exact same formula that they use to set the statutory cap on the operating referendum formula. So whatever the operating referendum formula cap increases on a percentage basis each year, that's the same percentage change that if a district has an authority that has an inflationary adjustment is going to be changed by. If we look on context, if we would have went pre-COVID, we would have, in the previous 10 years prior to COVID, that would have been about a less than 2% average change from an inflationary adjustment. It's ranging right now as we look forward based on those estimates between 2 and 3% each year is what MDE is forecasting that adjustment to be for context. When we talk about an operating question, this is a sample that has an inflationary adjustment, but the language is very prescribed in law, and there is very little variation of what this question looks like. Depending on election council, there might be a slight tweak in the wording, but it's going to predominantly say the same thing. You're generating additional general education revenue at a set amount, and whether it's tied to inflation or not. And in this case, we're looking at a revoke and replace. This would revoke the district's existing revenue authority of $623.97 and replace it with that higher authority, in this case of $1385.97 per pupil. What does that look like from a tax perspective? We've worked very closely with Director Ryder and Dr. Thomas to align our tax assumptions based on the enrollment assumptions that the district's using as part of your long-term planning right now. And this illustration represents a $32 per month increase on an average home, which is about $525,000 in the Prior Lake School District right now. The current authority is $623.97. That's about $309 of the overall levy, which includes other levies, right? But it's $309 annually that the school district property owners, if you had an average home that was valued at $525, are paying towards that levy. The increase would go to, you'd be paying $686 a year, and the net change is $377 is what the estimate would be. This tax levy would start with taxes payable 27, and we'll talk a little bit about levy timing, but with school district levies, you're levying for those levies, and the revenue doesn't come for a year and a half later. So this would be revenue that would be available to the school district in fiscal 27, 28, or July 1 to 27, ending June 30th of 28. The estimate is this would generate about $7 million of net additional revenue for the school district to operate. There is, so outside the inflationary adjustment, there's another means that school districts can use to step levies up over a period of time. This is an illustration of what that could look like. There's various districts that have used this methodology when they present questions to voters. Edina, Minnetonka, West Tonka are a few districts that have had successful step-up levies that have been presented to their voters in their school districts. But really what this represents is the same revoke and replace of the district's existing $623.97 per pupil. This would have an increase starting with taxes payable 27 that would bring that authority to the authority we talked about that would generate about $7 million of additional revenue. And then it would have a subsequent step up that would take place in taxes payable 30. And that would reset the authority at that point in time and take it up to $1,800 per student at that point in time. What that represents for property owners, this is just an estimated look at what that could look like. And I will say these are estimates because this is estimating changes in tax base, changes in enrollment, various factors as we look at these estimates. But if we assume the same enrollment estimates that the district is using for their forecast, you're looking at about $7 million of net available revenue that would be new to the district starting in fiscal 28. That levy would stay at that level. The authority would stay at that level for 2 years. You can see that enrollment's fluctuating. We're using the state estimated inflationary adjustments in those 2 years, that formula would be adjusted. The enrollment's projected to decline. The formula allowance would be projected to increase over the next 2 years. And then in taxes payable 30, that on dollar amount would reset then to $1,800, and there'd be a subsequent increase in the tax levy at that time. So this illustration is really representing what are you currently paying on your current levy of $623.97? What would you start paying in total with the authority? what would you be paying in total for each of the years? The step up would happen in 30, and then what would you pay for that total value of that levy starting in 2031? This illustration right here is saying the exact same thing in a different way. So what we're trying to show here is property owners are paying $309. There'd be a $377 increase to your taxes in 27 net change. What would the impact be each year? Would be basically no impact, right? We're estimating about a $2 a year increase in 28, basically nothing in 29. The value of the increase or the net change that would happen in 2030. And then based on forecasts going forward, that's about a negative $4 annual change based on current enrollment estimates. This estimate does assume that the tax base would grow by about 1% each year too, right? So if you think of valuation changes in your district, you've been outpacing that, so I would say that's conservative in nature, but I think also the important thing that we're trying to capture is we're not trying to capture assessed growth changes in existing properties. We're really trying to capture changes in properties that would be new construction, right? That's really what we're trying to capture here. Because if we just try to capture the change in overall valuations, we're just spreading those same levies across the same taxpayers at a different rate. So when does revenue become available? As we look at revenue recognition, right now, the soonest the school district could get new revenue in for operations would be fiscal 27, 28, and that would happen with an election here November 3rd of 26. Operating referendum elections can only be held in November. That's a requirement in law. You can't hold an election outside of November unless you're in statutory operating debt, SOD, or you're holding a mail ballot election, which is not a very cost-effective way for a school district like Prior Lake to hold an election. That levy, if approved, would end up certified by the board at December 6th. Taxes would be collected in 27, and the first year of revenue would be fiscal 27, 28. So right now, that's the soonest, right? So if you wait till after November, then you're looking at fiscal 28, 29 would be the first year of being able to get new revenue into the system. So as we look at the district's overall tax levies, a portion of that is the commitments that property owners have to your existing debt service levies. And what's represented here in the gray bar, there's a tiny little purple bar there as well as your existing commitments for your outstanding obligations on your debt service general obligation bonds, as well as your leases for a COP or certificate payments that are getting paid out of your lease levy. What's represented in the gray is your school building bonds. Those are the bonds that were issued back in 2017 for the that were authorized by voters during that time. And that represents an annual payment that is roughly around $12 million a year. And there's about a $3 million, $3.8 million scheduled drop in those debt service levies that's going to take place starting with taxes payable 28. What does that represent? It represents about a $17 per month on the average household reduction in what property owners are currently paying for those debt service levies. Though in total, that gray bar there represents roughly about $66 on a monthly basis of taxes, and then there's what represents in gray there would be about $49 on average monthly, what's left after we get to 28. So that just gives you some context. Those levies then are scheduled to drop again in a future year, which is between 2032 and 33. So as we look at these opportunities from a tax perspective, really, it's an opportunity if you had no other needs, right? If you had no other operating needs, no other capital needs, it's an opportunity to have taxes go down for a school district, right? Right now, as we look at your overall long-term plan, it does provide the school district a potential opportunity to generate some additional dollars without increasing taxes beyond the levels that property owners are currently paying. So if we go back to the previous slides, that was represented tax increases, right? So it's about a $32 a month increase on what property owners are paying. Right now, as we look at this illustration, when we go forward, this represents what potentially could be filled into that space for additional operating revenues for the district that would start with taxes payable 28. So districts can present questions that don't take place in the next tax year, right? So as you look at the opportunity to present a question here, it doesn't have to start with the subsequent tax year. So what was represented with the first illustration was taxes would start with taxes payable 27. That would be the increase in property taxes. That would be estimated for 27, and property owners would continue paying on the rest of the taxes they're currently paying. What this represents is that a second question could be presented for a capital project levy that could help fund items such as technology, such as curriculum, such as other district needs, and then free up those resources that are being utilized in the district's operating budget for something else. If a question would be asked for approximately about $3.8 million, that would not increase taxes in taxes payable 28 above what property owners are currently paying. So that represents about a $17 per month change, but that 17 per month change is the reduction in the district's debt service levy that's scheduled to happen between taxes payable 27, 28. What does that look like here is that the school district could have two questions. You could have a question that would ask to increase operating revenues for the school district. And I think it's important, right, as we look at the ways to generate additional resources, that operating referendum is very flexible. You can use that revenue for anything that you need in operations. You can also look at asking a second question that wouldn't start right away. It would start with a 1-year delay. And it would start with taxes payable 28, and then property owners wouldn't see an increase above the levels that they're currently paying at that time because you have that debt service levy that's scheduled to expire. That expiration represents about $3.8 million of potential operating revenue for the district that would become available without increasing taxes at that time.
Is that an additional 3.8?
It's an additional 3.8. So think of that, right? That's a scheduled drop in your debt service levy. That 3.8 million you could fill in, right? So that's what's represented in blue. You have a drop in the gray that is going to be a scheduled drop in your levy. Taxes would otherwise go down if that wouldn't be filled in. What does that look like from a ballot construct? And really what we're showing here is most broad. In a capital project levy, school districts have more ability to explain how the funds are going to be used. So unlike an operating referendum, you're saying that you're going to generate a per student authority that's going to generate additional general education revenue for the district's budget. Very broad, right? It's the communication of how that money is going to be spent. In this case, when you start talking about a capital project levy, the ballot itself is going to include items that the district plans to use those dollars on. For the most part, in districts in the metro area, it's going to for surely include technology. And when we talk about technology, that's technology equipment for infrastructure. That's technology equipment for staff to maintain the technology. That can be training for technology that district needs to do for teachers and other staff as they deliver education in the classroom. It also can include curriculum. Curriculum has become something very different in this day and age than it was even 10 years ago, right? It's subscription based oftentimes, right? And you're buying subscriptions that come with a fee, and those curriculum vendors have it figured out, right? That school districts now are paying annual subscriptions to access that curriculum, wherein back in the day you maybe had a textbook that you'd use for multiple years. It also can include items such as technology equipment for safety and security, cameras, safety infrastructure for door hardware, all those types of things. Career and technical education equipment, that's something else that can be a component of a question. You think of shop equipment, you think of medical type tables, those types of things, depending on how your career and technical programs and what kind of needs those have. Playgrounds, maintenance, other types of items that can be also included in that revenue stream. And typically, if you make this question broad, right, over a 10-year period, it's going to allow you some flexibility to how to use those funds in various ways over that period. In your case too, unlike some of the other districts around you, you have limitations on how much annual deferred maintenance revenue you have. You're limited to a prorated formula of $380 per student for long-term facilities maintenance revenue. Your buildings don't get to the cap, so you get a prorated allocation of that. This can also support deferred maintenance needs. And if you think of this over that period of time, instead of borrowing money to meet those needs, you can have an annual revenue stream that's just included as part of this revenue stream that could help support some of those needs as well. So that gives you the broad kind of opportunity with what could be thought about in a capital project levy. I think an important component of it for your school district is going to for surely be technology and potentially some of those other deferred maintenance needs and safety security items that the district will have in your long-term plan. This is different than how the authority is established for an operating referendum. So the operating referendum is established with a per student amount, and that's going to trend based on how your enrollment trends. And you can see in the estimates that we had as part of the calculations, the district's enrollment is scheduled to decline over time right now based on assumptions that are being made now. That could slightly be offset by the inflationary adjustment. This question is going to be established as a tax rate. And the tax rate is applied to the district's net tax capacity on an ongoing basis. And as the district's tax capacity adjusts, it's going to generate additional revenue or less revenue, right? So it's not out of the question that district's tax base declines too. That's happened over a period of time, but it's going to trend based on tax base changes, not on enrollment changes. So election timelines, if the district's looking at an operating referendum, this is the statutory deadline for calling for an operating referendum election. It doesn't mean that the school district doesn't call for that election sooner, but you have to call for an election by law by August 11th of 26 if you want to get it on the ballot in November. There are a few changes that are kind of floating through the legislature in regards to election law. So typically right now, with the legislative session open, we're not recommending a school district formally call for any special election prior to June at this point in time. That allows for if there is any changes that happen at the legislative level that directly impact election law that would start right away. That allows election council to account for any of those changes as part of the resolutions that the school board would adopt. That election would be held then on November 3rd, and then as I said, revenue would be available. Tax levy would start with 27 if it was approved, and revenue that would start in fiscal 27-28. And that is what I had for information for tonight, and I can pause for if Lisa or Dr. Thomas have any other comments, and otherwise I can take some questions.
Can you tell them a little bit more also about
Yeah, I missed on that.
The
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, so there is, if you ask for a penny outside of technology with a capital project levy, for example, if it includes a deferred maintenance component to it, there is a review and comment requirement that has to be submitted to the state of Minnesota. You would want to have that review and comment submitted to the department by no later than the end of June, and there's a reason for that, right? Because the ballot requires that you say, if you submit the review and comment, that it's received a positive review and comment as part of the ballot question. And with absentee voting that starts in the middle of September, you want to have that review and comment back from the department before that happens so that the ballot is factually right? That you have it back and you received that review and comment back. The Department of Education by law has 60 days to return that comment. So submitting it by the end of June allows for the sufficient time to get it back in time to make sure that before that question would be presented, if you did need a review and comment, actually could read in that way and you actually or factually have that review and comment back. It's a process that's not, I mean, it's similar to a building bond, right? It's just a process where you're required to submit information to the department for the projects or funding that you're outlining in the budget that is approved by the Department of Education. Yeah, it is, the capital project levy follows the same statutory requirements as the operating capital statute, which is funding that the district receives on an annual basis. So anything that you can fund out of your operating capital budget could be funded with a capital project levy if it was put into the ballot, right? That's the caveat, is you have to provide that flexibility within the ballot language. And what we represented there was the broadest flexibility, right? Acquisition and betterment that would give you broad authority to do pretty much anything you're spending within your operating capital budget currently.
Well, thank you. That is a lot of information and you're thorough. I had a couple questions. You had said the November ask doesn't need to start in 2027. Given our situation in this district specifically, can you tell me why would we consider that? Because it doesn't seem that we're in a place that.
Yeah, and really what our illustration is as we look at the taxes that are going to be collected from your community right now, how can we best manage that to generate resources in the most cost-effective way within the taxes that are currently being collected and what is forecasted to come off? And what we're representing there is you wouldn't want to not have an increase in 27 for 28 for operating resources. But right now, if you're going to go out to vote, so you don't have to come back a year from now, does it make sense to include a second question that would have a delayed implementation that would not have additional tax increase at that point in time that could generate an additional amount of revenue starting in taxes payable 28 for fiscal 29? So think of it as we're showing $7 million of new revenue that could start, right, in fiscal 28, pay 27, and another 3.8 in that illustration, or another, you'd be a little over $11 million of new revenue, right? But just 1 year delay on that second 3.8 million.
And if I may, and just to clarify, that additional or that secondary question is for capital versus general operating, although any general operating that's currently cross-subsidizing capital could be offset, so you could free up some of that general fund indirectly that way. On that note, I just wanted to ask a clarification question. You were kind of alluding to this, and I just wanted to bring it to the space. So as we consider the breadth of what you could do with capital around some big areas, that could also be put into restricted fund balance for said areas so that you have it for future use. If you know that right now our cameras probably have, I'm just arbitrarily saying, has a 3-year shelf life remaining. So we would put we could put capital revenue into that restricted fund balance so that when we have to go through that 3 years from now, it's sitting there, it's reserved. That is an option as well, to start kind of holding dollars accordingly for specific purposes aligned to capital.
Yes, that's correct. And it's actually a requirement of the statute that you have to restrict the fund balances that are collected through a capital project levy into a specific restricted fund balance code. So those dollars then carry over from year to year if you don't use them. But that is one of the main purposes of the capital project levy is you don't necessarily have a defined need for specific revenues in technology or cameras for security that is going to happen every year, right? You might want to set $500,000 of those annual revenues aside so that you can do $1 million upgrade to some of those systems at a specific point in the future.
Chair Boleen, just one more, just to bring it to the larger conversation space. So again, thinking about the potential cross subsidy that's occurring from general operating levy into capital projects currently, if that were freed up through that 3.8, for example, then with that additional 3.8 that's realized from the in the general operating levy, that too could then be put into the general fund balance to start bringing our fund balance back up in addition to any kind of operating costs that we want. But that also allows us to build that back up to a healthier kind of reserve, if you will, for contingencies, emergency contingencies in the future.
Yep, that's correct. And I think one of the main flexibility that capital project allows you to do. There's a lot of things, especially when you don't have a significant amount of operating revenue in your budget, that filters into an annual operating position, whether it's facilities related, that you have to take care of certain needs that become a general fund cost that could be taken care of now because you have a capital project levy that frees up those resources to allow you to get back to fund balance positions as part of your strategic objectives as a school board, right? So it just provides an additional revenue stream that can act as part of a long-term plan and getting financial stability for your school district as you move forward. And really what the objective of laying this out is let's try to do it in a way for taxes payable 27 that's going to get some revenue into your system that you really need, but then look at a future opportunity that the district's going to have with some commitments that are going to be scheduled to come off, and can we generate some additional resources that can help you get to where you're looking to be with a long-term financial plan and long-term financial stability as you move forward.
I had one other question regarding the second question ask, a step up, I think you referred to it as. I'm wondering if you have historical perspective on have we in this district ever done a step? No, I didn't think so. Okay, can you share what pros and cons are to having, and maybe even some success rate or to having that second question or that second ask? Is there?
I mean, I think the main pro of it is that you're not out to your voters on multiple times and coming back, right, year over year to ask the question. I think the con is it adds complexity, undoubtedly, right, and something more for the district to be able to explain as part of the question over the period of time, right? Because as I said, there's a lot of estimates that go into play when you're starting to look over a 10-year window, and then you have a stepped up increase in the middle of that. There's been districts that have done it successfully, undoubtedly. West Tonka, Minnetonka, Edina come to mind off the top of my head. There's also districts that haven't done it successfully, right? And there isn't a huge sample size. It's kind of a unique construct. But really the purpose of it is it's recognizing the fact that your operational costs are gonna change over a period of time, right? And if you think about this from the standpoint of where you're sitting today, is you're trying to generate some additional resources in the short term, recognizing that there's gonna be a future need, but we're not gonna ask for the full meal deal, right, from the property owners day one. We're going to ask for a portion of that revenue, and then we know in our long-term plan that we have a future need that is gonna be projected, and that authority then would come in at that future date, which would allow us to generate some additional resources at that time without having to come right back and ask within a pretty short window voters to increase another increase.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up for other board member questions. Director Atkinson, can I start with you?
Sure. I have a question. So in the 2017 levy, it was actually $923 because there was a $300 that moved. We can't put that on the ballot?
You cannot put that on the ballot, and that was a law change that happened, it actually happened with fiscal '21, and for districts like Prior Lake, there was no net new revenue. It was purely a change on where the revenue came as part of the formula. So they shifted a portion of that revenue into a different funding mechanism that's still the same, right? Your revenue is exactly the same as it would have been without that change. It was a revenue neutral change, but it decreased your authority. They also decreased the state cap at the same time, right? So there was a state cap change that happened at the same time in fiscal '21. So you can't go get it.
Okay,
So
but just to clarify, our taxpayers are still paying the $923.
you're still paying the 923. It's just part of a different funding formula.
Right, okay.
So-
That I think is a real big challenge for us as a district. The other thing, how about timing on levies, 5-year versus 7-year versus 10-year? Do you have any feedback on?
Yeah, for the
that?
most part, districts, it's very uncommon to ask for a shorter term than 10. 10 is the statutory max. There's been various terms that are asked, right? But that 10-year period comes up quick, right? And I think in your guys' case, you've got kind of a buildup in revenue need, right? That's happening over time. And reducing that term to a shorter term really doesn't make sense for planning purposes, right? Because if you, let's say we ask a 5-year term, right? You're gonna be 3 years into your budget cycle and can't plan on that necessarily that revenue, right, at that period of time.
Last question. Based on your professional experience, and you've seen the levies that we've put to the ballot in the past, ones that have passed and ones that have failed, what would be your professional expertise on, or guidance on, I don't know if you can give like a dollar amount, or would we go out and ask for something higher, or would we typically ask for something lower?
I think that has to align with the feedback you get from your community, right? And you've gathered feedback in various ways, but getting out of line from the standpoint of what the community feedback and support has been for a question becomes more challenging, right? Then you're really having to sell that additional need, and the survey data is important, right? So I think that's probably one of the main things that you have to be cognizant of a district. There's obviously the operating pressure of what you feel your budget needs, but if the community is not willing to make that effort from a local ask, you have just as much challenge in not getting that new revenue into the system on a timely basis, where you have to delay into another year, right, and another fiscal year from the pressure that's going to put on your operation.
Right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Johnson?
Nothing as of right now.
Very good. Director Mason?
I was going to ask a similar question around the duration and specifically for the capital levy. So just, again, looking at the bond debt that we have and when it's falling off, would there be a reason to consider a 5-year just on the capital, given the fact that, in 5 years we have more falling off and we can reassess, right? Especially in the situation we're in where we're declining enrollment and we have relatively new buildings and spaces. So would that ever be a consideration or recommendation to do 5 years just to, again, we might have more room than in 5 years in 2033 when the other piece
Yeah,
of it
well, there's
falls off.
nothing that says that you couldn't ask a future question at that period of time and revoke and replace that levy and ask for an increase, right? So I think the important thing when you start thinking about these authorizations is budget stability over a long period of time. So when district administration's building long-term financial plans, right, they can plan around revenues that are part of that annual budget. And it kind of gets back to that conversation, if you're planning for a 5-year period and then the levy falls off, right, it's hard to make long-term plans when you can't count on that revenue stream as you move forward for operating your budgets, whether it's for facilities or operations. So in that case, right, like there's nothing that stops the district from coming back at that future time when there's another decrease to ask a question at that point in time to revoke and replace the capital levy, ask for an increase in operating, some other thing. But I think that's some built-in flexibility for future boards to have that flexibility at that point in time, which is important as you look forward to.
Sure. That makes sense obviously from a budgeting standpoint. I'm just kind of going with, is our community more likely to support it given the uncertainty of our long-term enrollment? Also, I feel like just, the $38 million number is a big number, right? So that was just what came to my mind is if we made it shorter in duration, would our community be more willing to support that? And I don't think any of this capital piece was really included in our survey, right, specifically. So, yeah, okay, thank you. I think that was it.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that was a decision, based upon feedback from the board to keep the initial survey focus purely on operational. So we did not ask the community about that because the feedback was we don't want to confuse the respondents and just keep it on what we actually, desperately need around the operational aspect versus the capital. And then just a point of clarification, I think it was just a misspeak. It was 3.8 million, not 38 million.
The total for 10 years, sorry.
Okay, I thought you meant per year. Okay, thank you. I just want to make
It
sure.
states the full total.
Yep.
Just perception. Right?
Yep.
Director Olstad.
Thank you. Just one quick clarification. The levies are for learning, bonds are for building. I repeat that to myself all the time. The capital project levy authorization, I'm looking at the ballot language, and I realize this is a sample. But I'm looking at, I just want to make sure, say, we moved forward with this option, just for example. Can we use that for, our biggest piece is people. So can we use that, this is general, I guess I'm just trying to understand to make sure this goes into general. But you had said, right when I walked in, you said we could potentially, if needed, put some in fund balance if we needed to. I'm looking at the examples of what we can use the money for, and the only personnel is like technology related. So I just want to make sure that we can use it for salaries.
Just in technology, though.
Yeah.
You cannot go outside to pay teacher salaries.
Okay, so we can't add paras, we can't, but we could for the other. I know it's an example.
So what I was, actually what I was alluding to, you're kind of scratching that surface here on this. So, for example, with the capital levy, we could legally pay for some of our IT staff and code our IT staff who are currently being coded through general fund operating funds.
Sure.
So now, let's just say there was $1 million in IT staffing, hypothetically. We now have $1 million in our operating funds that we can use for paras, that we can use for class size, that we could use for a variety of things. And as you walked in, one of the things that was just bringing into the conversation space was around that long-term financial sustainability of how do we build up our fund balance. And so there could be ways that we could offset some of our operating expenditures through that capital levy that are currently being paid for through our Fund 1, or our general fund, I'm sorry. And then we could take, let's say, that 3.8 million a year, use a portion of that to make critical investments, for example, in classrooms, academic supports, class sizes, et cetera, and use another portion of that to put into our general fund reserves. We can build up our reserves. And so when we get to a certain percentage threshold that is more comfortable for the board and our community, let's say from 8% to, for example, 10%, then we could, do that over a period of 2 to 3 years, and then for the remaining 7 years, let's say, of that operating or that capital levy, now we have more dollars that we can put into classroom supports or enriching experiences for our students. So it's a both and. It's just a matter of how we put together the long-term plan.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Yeah, thank you.
Director France?
Obviously, we have a history of not passing tech levies either here, with the same descriptions, et cetera, and also adding a graduated ops levy onto it. What happened with our community is they voted for the cheaper one, and the fact that one time we got a bond and nothing to support it. So we couldn't, so we got the money to open a school, but we couldn't, we got the money to build the school, but we couldn't run it. So we actually had to mothball an elementary school for a full year until we could get something passed. So I guess what I'm wondering is, the best overall combined, scenario, that you have seen work in districts like ours that are incredibly tax averse regardless of the consequences. Is there any feedback you have? And I want to take into account that you had said, I think it was 59 total districts that you counted, and of that, 37 passed the one with inflationary, and the other ones, 4 passed, so that was basically,
50.
yeah, so 41, and we were in the negative of that. We're in the very small percentage. Whoa, sorry. I thought I turned that off. So have you noticed any combination of these that have helped to kind of turn the tide on that? Is there any thing that language or situations that worked? Because our situation is that we are still going to be basically cutting the budget every year, even with the highest number we went out in the survey to our constituents or members of the district. So just wondering what combination worked that you have seen that kind of helped districts that had been continuously not passing a levy to actually pass a levy.
Yeah, I think every school district's unique, right, depending on what the makeup of your existing levies are, right, what the opportunities are there to generate new revenue and what the tax impacts are. I think one thing that your district has done, right, is you've made reductions for numerous years, right, now. And that for districts that have had success or had issues with success becomes part of the whole overall story, right? When you're trying to create financial operation stability as you move forward, because there has been numerous changes that are impacting class sizes and other things in your school district. In regards to that specific combination question, in this case, this could be a contingent question, right? Like you wouldn't have to. You could require question 1 to pass before question 2 would be authorized to pass. I personally don't think that you guys are gonna take that revenue because it's gonna help you financially in either way, right? If, question 2 for some reason passed and question 1 didn't, right, in this case, because there is some operational benefit to funding some of those needs that would be identified in the second question as well. But that is an option, right, that you could, require the second question to be contingent on the passage of question 1. Which would in essence mean if question 1 failed, even if question 2 passed, you wouldn't get the funding. I personally, right, don't think that you're gonna take that revenue, right? So there's not probably a good reason to make that second question contingent. But it could be, if you're felt strongly enough from the marketing perspective or a communication perspective that that was important, that could be an option. When it comes to, the balance of creating scenarios that create a balanced approach. I think this is kind of a classic example of that when you look at your long-term plan, because you have direct operational needs in your school district that you don't have enough resources that you could generate through a technology or capital project levy to support, right? There's not enough things that you could offset. Undoubtedly, there is things that you're paying within your operating budget right now that the capital project levy could be used to offset a portion of those operations that indirectly, as Dr. Thomas said, are gonna free up resources for your operating budget as you move forward. So in this case, as we look at this from the analysis, knowing and working very closely with Director Ryder on her long-term plan, we were trying to do it with the feedback that was provided through the survey to try to provide an option that generated some additional revenue in the front end, right? To try to keep the taxes in line with what those estimates and feedback was. And also looking at what things that you guys have in your district that comes forward to what I refer to as kind of a balanced approach, right? It's generating additional resources through increased tax revenues in the short term, and then managing within the existing commitments to generate some additional resources as we look forward in a cost-effective way for the property owners that are going to support the levy and support the taxes as you move forward. The combination is going to be unique, right, depending on the district, and it's going to be unique on the words that you're going to put in the ballot. And you might want to think about the feedback that you have and what would be successful in that capital project levy ballot from what's important to your community specifically. This was purely an illustration of what's possible, right? And as you guys think of what that second question, if there is a second question, would have, that language can be modified.
Is it within, I know it's an open question, but can we put in there that if only the second question passes, we're still cutting? That's my concern.
Well,
Because 3.8 million doesn't solve our problem.
sure, if I may, Chair. So I want to be clear too on the scenarios that we mentioned, and every one of them that we mentioned is that we're cutting. This is due to the projected enrollment loss. So we have to account for that. So I just want to be clear with our board and the community. It's a direct correlation of if our enrollment is down, our overall costs will be somewhat reflected. So we've built that into, and I think Director Ryder has shared that too. So I just want to note that's where this is coming from.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But the amount we have to cut every year in
Yeah.
general, with general increases in expenses and the continuing, and the potential loss of programs, we're looking at 4 to 5 million each year. And that's, so if only, let's say using the example, and I understand it's just an example of 3.8 million, that's not going to solve even the issue with
Understand, so,
decreased
because you have the
enrollment.
0.8 that's
Right.
remaining, so figuratively, so yeah, essentially with the total package conversation in those graphs above, you can take 3 million off of that, and that's what the net would be. So, and that's what we tried to explain to our community around that as well. So in isolation, yes, that 3.8 doesn't do much. In combination with other factors, it begins to have a different impact.
Director Smith, do you have any clarifying questions for?
I do. Thank you. How you doing? Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. So speaking of complexity, so you answered my question about whether or not they have to be contingent. I guess, so the other question that I had was, so this has the language in there, the projects to be funded have received a positive review and comment from the Commissioner of Education. Is that so what language in here is triggering that? Like, if we just said, technology, like, would that, you wouldn't have to add the
Yeah,
comment
that
period?
language is required if you ask outside of technology.
Right.
So if you spend a penny outside of technology in a question that's generating revenue at that level,
Mm-hmm.
you have to go through the review and comment
Mm-hmm.
process. And that's a required, statement that's required in law, included in the ballot language.
Okay. And then it was talked about that can be, spent similar to, the capital expense budget or in the general fund. So if it was put into the general fund as unassigned, it would still be restricted dollars, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be required to be restricted dollars, right, if it's authorized, because under law,
Yeah.
there's a restricted fund balance code where those revenues go into that, require it to be spent in the authorized ways.
Okay. And then, this is specifically, so if we're doing the two questions here, we got the operating levy as the first question, and this, question as a capital project levy. Does it have to be a capital project levy? It does not, okay.
No, it would not have to be a capital project levy.
Okay, so this is just an example.
Yep.
Okay. And then we are, I wanted to see if I'm following along here. So this is saying for, payable and taxables, or taxable payable, 2028. If we weren't to add this question, that would be a tax decrease, right? So that, because the other money is falling off in 28, so this is kind of being used to replace that back up to that amount, right? Is that right?
Yeah, there's a scheduled decrease in the
Yep.
debt service levy. Unfilled in would result in a reduction in taxes.
Yep.
And that number is about $3.8 million that the levy is scheduled to reduce right now.
Okay, perfect. And then, with this question then, so if we're just filling that gap, I guess my question is, because it still says, by voting yes on this ballot question, you are voting for a property tax increase, but it's technically correct? Because
Yeah,
it's still going up.
It's
from where
required
it
by
was.
law too,
Okay.
right? So that's a statement that's required to be in the ballot language when you're not renewing a
Right.
levy that already exists.
Right.
So that's a new levy. It's not a renewed levy,
Right.
so it requires that bold language to be in there right now under current law.
Even though there's no net change.
Yes, that's correct.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That is it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for such a thorough, if there's no last minute, I think we'll just say thank you for your presentation and your time. And we will move on to the levy survey results with Dr. Zumbush. Is that right?
Yes. Well, thank you for having me. If anything comes up,
Yeah.
circle it through Dr. Ryder and Director Ryder and Dr. Thomas. And
Happens all the time.
And we'll get you what you need. So have a good night.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Chair Bullion, Dr. Thomas, members of the board. I'm here to present the survey that we conducted over the past week or so, and I will just dive right in. The purpose of this survey was to gather feedback to help guide important decisions, including whether to pursue that operating levy and how to prioritize resources to support students. It's also, the purpose was to help us formulate those ballot questions. The timeline of our survey was early morning, April 14th to midnight, April 21st. So a week it was open. The communications department helped with the outreach and distribution. So we had, this is a description of all the different places where it was posted, both physically and electronically. We had a specific website for it. There was a pop-up, social media posts. There was district-wide emails, schools sent emails. They were in newsletters. They were on our digital signboards in our communities, and then there were flyers in schools, libraries, and local businesses around both Prior Lake and Savage. Our survey items, I'll go through the questions that we had on the survey. It was designed to be very brief. So we asked for standard contact information that includes first and last name, address, city, and zip code. And then we asked if you're a resident of Prior Lake Savage Area School District, yes or no. And then we also asked if you have school-age children attending PLSAS or expect to in the future. So that the answers to that were yes, currently attending, yes in the future, or no. Then we ask, would you support an operating levy to maintain and improve programming in Prior Lake Savage area schools? And the response options were definitely support, unsure / need more information, or definitely do not support. So just 3 response options there. And then we asked what factors most influence your decision regarding a potential levy, and that was an open-ended question. We then asked, what are your top priorities for our schools? People could choose up to 3. And they were provided reducing class size, increasing academic supports, increasing behavioral support and behavioral and mental health support, maintaining current programming and course offerings, expanding advanced, accelerated, and career pathways, and other, which provided a fill in the blank for what the person wanted to write in there for the other. And then we asked this very, very long question, but basically how much are you willing to invest each month in terms of the per month. And again, this was based on the $525,000 home. And we had a link on our website to additional information that you could look up to see what that would be depending on the value of your home. And so all of that was provided directly linked in the survey. And again, these were based on that $525,000 home value, and the options were 0 a month, 15, 32, 46, and 67. So kind of in summary, this is the meat question in terms of how much are you willing to invest each month in terms of the levy question. In terms of our quantitative results, I divided all of the individuals into 2 separate categories. One is voters, so those are people who live in PLSAS but do not have children currently in the district. And then resident families, which are people who live in PLSAS and do have children in the district currently, which gives our voting total. So those are kind of the 3 buckets of people that we're talking about. I don't think it's too surprising we had a much higher response rate from resident families because, you know, we tried to disseminate in other ways, but really it came from the school district. So a lot of the respondents were people with current students. During the data cleaning and exclusions, any duplicate entries were removed. We asked separately if they had kids. Well, we asked if they had kids in the district and if they were in the district, and if they had students currently enrolled but are not in the voting area. Those are out-of-district respondents. So if we ever need to pull that information, we have that. There was 278 of those. Those were not included in the main analysis. And then 39 were excluded because we could not verify their demographic information. But everyone else that was included in the population was verified based on their address. And duplicate entries were removed. There wasn't a ton of them, but there were some. So this chart basically asks, would you support a levy? And again, you have the three major buckets. The voters, which is the individuals that live in the district but do not currently have students in the district. Our resident families, which makes up the majority of the number of respondents, and then that voting total. So here you can see that there is a discrepancy between people that do and don't have students currently in our district in terms of their level of support for a levy. In terms of the top priority, the main priority across all groups were reducing class sizes, and then maintaining current programming kind of came in at second. You can see there's quite a bit of scattering of the top three priorities, whether you're voters, resident families, or the voting total. You know, students or parents without students in the district were much higher in terms of the increasing behavioral supports and less so on the expanding advanced and career. Those are abbreviated titles, but the full the questions are in the first few slides. In terms of how much would you invest, the vast majority of respondents did say they would invest that $67 a month. But you can also see the discrepancy between voters and resident families, and both in that 67 and the $0 a month and the 15 a month. In terms of qualitative responses, in terms of, I mentioned that other category in terms of prioritization for people that put other and then entered a response in there. The largest sample size there would be specific program preservation. So examples would be MNCAPS, Immersion, and SAGE. The second highest would be teacher and staff support, then academic quality and instructional effectiveness, arts electives and enrichment programming, some general comments about not wanting to cut anymore, but didn't really give a specific theme, and then special education. So those are the top themes within that other category. In terms of the top factors that influence the levy vote for voters specifically, so again, voters that do not have current students in the district, the top factor is transparency and specific use of funds. The next one has to do with cost, tax impact, and affordability. Third highest has to do with distrust in spending from the district. General support for education, so kind of on the other end of the spectrum, people generally saying, I support it kind of regardless. And then program preservation. I also listed out all of the full categories of things that were factors for individuals. I think seeing all the different things, I think you can see that there's a lot of different factors for a lot of different people. It didn't all fall within, you know, singular buckets. So these are this is a fuller list of all of those factors that were listed by the survey takers. In terms of our resident families, the top factor was a category regarding just wanting to stop the cuts and want to stop losing opportunities for students. The second highest has to do with class size and what that does in terms of teacher strain and the student experience. Then again, kind of a general support for education and kids, kind of saying, you know, there's not a specific factor, but I generally support funding education through this referendum or levy, and then a general underfunding comments about we just need more revenue. And then the fifth highest has to do with the transparency and knowing specifically how the funds will be used. Then in terms of the full list of factors that influence residential families, this again is just the full list of the types of comments that we received in terms of the large range of factors that people identified. So in terms of takeaways, I think that within our respondents, which we can talk about that kind of separately of, you know, whether this was a representative sample or not, but within the people that took the survey, there is that conditional support. There is a broad sentiment that families would support passing something in order to provide more resources to the district. In terms of concerns, families in particular are really reacting to impacts like class size, teacher strain, just feeling the strain of our system. And then the core challenge in the data is really showing that the necessity of building confidence that the additional investment will lead to something meaningful and that they will have transparency on what that will look like. And then in terms of a data appendix, I just have the tables of the individual responses for each of the questions by each of the subgroups.
Dr. Thomas, do you have anything to add to that? No. Okay, so board members, is there any clarifying questions or anything that you'd like to ask Dr. Zumbush? You can start from one end of the table, or you guys can just pop in. Anybody have questions?
I do. I don't know if you want to start at the end or.
I can, or you can start.
Right.
Yeah?
Sure. Just a question on the last slide. I think you added it the appendix. I think some of the voting totals don't add up at the bottom on the right there. Like the top line, 0 per month, 75 plus 124 doesn't equal 187. I don't know if, are we missing votes? I was just trying to add up numbers to understand like how many people support at what level.
I mean, it's an Excel formula, so I didn't, I would have to pull up.
I just noticed
the
they
Excel
didn't
sheet.
match, so anyway, I was trying to add up numbers and it wasn't making sense.
Can you
So maybe
clarify
we'll
which
check.
numbers aren't
So the
matching?
bottom right of it, the voting total
Yeah.
column, I think the totals don't add on each level, on each line.
Like they're not the same as each other?
So
Or the
like
nu-
on the 0 per month line, 75 plus 124 is not 187. It's 199. I don't know if, maybe, I was trying to get that to align with the graph and it wasn't making sense, so that's why I was going there.
They are all linked through, I can take a look at that and
Okay,
follow
yeah,
up.
no, perfect. I just want to make sure I understood the numbers. I guess just, I think feedback-wise, I think the feedback here is very in line with what we saw in prior surveys and the post-referendum survey and the community session. So I think that's great. It lines up with what we've heard throughout our community. You know, I was a little disappointed in the response rate from our voters or our residents without, our non-family residents, maybe that's the way to say it. You know, when I look at this, that is a large majority of our voters in our district, right? I think last levy, we had like 27K voters, so that would be, they would be, you know, 18,000-ish, call it, of our voter population. And so I think for me, like weighting the voter side more heavily is probably important because it is the majority of our voters. And then when I looked at like the graph numbers, which again, they kind of didn't align to the numbers, but I think the majority files, like you add up like the $0 are people that just won't vote for it, right? The 15, 32, 46, like basically the majority of our voters are under 46 because the people that selected 46 would select anything below that, right? Or would vote for it. It's the way I interpret that in my brain. So that to me is like the majority of our voters. I think, I don't know that I have any other questions, I guess, specifically, but just, I think our job, right, is going to be, how do we get out to our non-student families, and voters that don't have kids in the district? Obviously, social media and the means that we sent this out isn't getting to them, so, that will be important. Anyone else? Director Johnson?
Yeah, thanks for the work that you put into this, appreciate it. And I think this, along with everything else that we're doing, as Director Mason said, like, this continues to give us good direction, and definitely tells us that we're not reaching a target population, right, which is our residents that don't have children. Because they get everything, and maybe some of them are choosing not to do our surveys, and right, and that's fine, right, if they don't want to. But we have a gap there, and Director Mason kind of led into it, right, with our population there, right. Maybe we hit about, I just estimated about 8% based on the amount of people that voted for our levy last time. That's a large population of people, so we know who we have to target, right, for the future, and I very much agree with, as much as I think everyone at this table would love to see a 67. I don't know if the ones who we're not seeing take these surveys are going to be the ones to support something like that. So unless we take another look and revamp and figure out a way to get those people, right, to answer these questions, we have to look at what is going to pass and seriously take a look at that. That's all I got.
Anyone else? Director France?
So I had a couple of questions. Thank you very much for your hard work on this. I didn't see any numbers that didn't add up on the appendix, but we did a survey, not this level of a third-party survey like we've done before. How did that compare to the number of responses that we received prior to the 2024, where we kind of asked similar questions about what would you like to see improved in the district and where would you like to see the money spent and stuff like that? Because I thought the number there was kind of low as well.
Are you referencing the Leatherman survey?
Well, I know we did 2 surveys. The Leatherman survey was a little bit more specific, and so they targeted people, and I don't really know how to compare them.
That was more.
All of them were, even the one where we asked what people would like to improve in the district?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was all.
Okay.
I think the themes are very similar. I think one thing to note is the Leatherman survey. I mean, we reside within the district. Leatherman is using census data from a voting perspective, so we come from a different lens, and our communications and our stakeholders are largely families that attend our school district. Leatherman does a stratified random sample based on voters and actually makes calls. So the methodology is very different, and the way in which he's reaching individuals that are voters is very different from our distribution method. He's also doing if he doesn't get a hold of someone, he will replace someone within that same demographic versus we're really taking anybody who's willing to respond. So it's just a completely different methodology.
Yeah, I thought we had performed another just general survey as part of, feedback on the district and all that before that. That wasn't Studer. Sometime before that also came up with similar things like decreased class sizes, et cetera. I know I've got some notes on it, but I didn't know if there was any comparison of the response rate. I do agree that overall, out of the percentage and number of voters, that we've never been able to really reach everybody. Even when we do it ourselves, to our own students and all that, they don't all respond. But the thing that I see here is, and what I'm concerned about, is that whatever amount we put out there, there's going to be a request to get some additional return on investment, not just tread water.
Yeah.
And so that has, and the cost of reducing class sizes is overwhelming.
Yep.
So we have a lot of education and communication to be had out there. And that concerns me. But overall, I think that we received a really positive feedback. So I didn't think that as many people would go for the highest level, and an overwhelming portion not only said we would vote for a levy, but also a significant portion went for the highest 67, which is what we need. So that's actually impressive. I'm just worried also, as other people have stated, about the population we are not reaching.
I agree. I think the class size is an important conversation because in terms of a research base, it is very expensive, and it also doesn't inherently lead to measurable academic outcomes. It can in certain situations, and especially in lower grade levels, but that isn't inherently going to give us the return on investment in terms of the measurable outcomes. So that's another piece to keep in mind.
Any other board members? Director Smith?
Yeah, thank you. Again, echoing, thank you for all your work on this, really appreciate it. And yeah, I was, also just kind of looking at the results, and, I think back to when we started some of these conversations, and thinking about the question that I asked, which was, what do we want to do and how much would that take, right? And I think this is a good sample. This is data. It's great, but it's not obviously complete, as some of my colleagues have said up here, right? I think that there is an assumption being made that if we were to reach more people, that the voter total, residents without kids in the district, that overall amount would go down. But that's not necessarily true, right? Because if we talk about what their top concern was, which was transparency with how that money was going to be spent, if we look at the other, when we talk about the other responses, transparency and specific use of funds, I think back to the costing document that you and your team put together, which said, if we want X amount of teachers, like, this is what it's gonna take. If we want 6 paras or 6 specialists or whatever it is. Because again, if whatever number we decide on, there is a point where our job as board members and as leaders is not to solicit more feedback, it is to lead, and it is to convey why we chose this amount. So I think it's important that, given that transparency and specific use of funds, and that is something that I heard from families and parents and residents in terms of why the last levy was unsuccessful. Yeah, I think that costing document went a really long way in explaining why we needed what we were asking for, or what the argument would have been for a certain amount. Because clearly there are voters that don't have kids in the district that would support it, and it is, again, if we want to talk about sample size, that's also a relatively small number of people that took it, right? So that number could go out, could go up, could go down, could stay the same. But it's up to us to communicate and sell, for lack of a better phrase, why we chose that amount, so.
That actually jogged my memory. That's the survey we did, is we asked a follow-up after it failed as to why people voted the way that they did, how they voted and why they voted the way that they did. So I'm thinking that's the survey that, that was the main theme, was just uncertainty about how exactly the funds were going to be used. So I think that's maybe the survey. But yes, I think, I would imagine that the voters in this survey sample are not representative of our voters at large, because they're probably the most tapped into community or schools. So I don't feel strongly like this is a representative sample. I think, again, that's where the Leatherman methodology gives us something different than what we can do internally. I don't think there's any evidence that we can say this is what voters at large without kids in our district feel or would vote for, so, yeah.
If I may just add, I have it printed, so it's from the June 9th meeting, if anyone would like to see that. It's actually in the deck called like Neighborhood School Closure and Facility Consolidation, so it was hard for me to find, but just so that you all know, that's the referendum survey overview, like the post-referendum one. Yeah.
That was one of them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a little buried, is why I was trying to.
That's not the one that I was referring to. Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Dr. Zumbush, in all my years on the board, every single one of them have mentioned from any survey that one of their top 3 issues was safety and security, and yet I didn't see that in here at all.
No, it didn't really raise to the top. I'm sure there were some comments, but it really wasn't a theme. And it has been a theme, in the 4 years I've been here, it's been a prominent theme in a lot of our surveys, and I just didn't see it in this one.
Okay, thank you.
Director Atkinson.
Thank you. So one of the things thank you for everything. When I look at this survey, I look at it like we talked about as really one single data point, which truly, as we know, never tells the whole story. So when we talk about the post-levy survey, I think the Morris Leatherman survey is still there's some value into that. I did go back and look at that. They surveyed 500 people, and 66% of them were voters. They did not have kids in our district. So it was almost the exact opposite of the percentages within this survey. But again, I think this is one data point. And I think if it tells us anything, I think it tells us that we as a district need to do a better job of figuring out how to reach our voters in our community who are not as connected. And even going back to something Director Olsted said earlier about the parent caregiver survey, the amount of respondents to this survey and that survey were about identical. And that's really only 15% of our district families. And so again, how do we raise that level of engagement? We have, 8,500 students. We have 16,000 parents that are, voters. So, this is just, I get it. They're the most engaged. I fully understand that. But I think between the post-levy survey, the Morris Leatherman survey, the town hall feedback that we got, as well as this survey, like I said, I look at this as just like one single data point. And just to clarify, Director France, what I believe Director Mason was referring to on that last slide is if you go across from a $0 amount and you add 75 plus 124, it equals 199, not 187. So that's what she was referring to, Director France, okay?
I will follow up.
Okay, no, it's fine. She mentioned that she wasn't sure, so, okay. But other than that, like I said, I think one of the most encouraging things about this slide that we did not see on the Morris Leatherman slide is that I loved seeing the level of support in general. I mean, I think our community, you see it in PTCs, they raise money, and people are just really willing to support our schools. They want to support our schools, but they want that level of transparency, and they want to know exactly what they're spending their money on. So I think there's a lot of great takeaways here. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zumbush. Appreciate that. We will move on. It is 8:36, so maybe after public forum, we'll take a little break. So up next is, are we on public forum? Okay, thank you. I just lost my spot on my computer. Next up is public forum, and at this time, we'll open it up to citizen input, which is important to the work of the board. We thank you for your engagement and ask that speakers respect the 3-minute time limit, and please speak in the manner in which you prefer to be spoken to. Our first speaker tonight is Richard Wolf to address the board on the referendum.
Thanks. Many of you were elected to the board touting your experience in financial technology or financial management, believing that you were the people who would find the hidden pot of money or the hidden extraneous spending, and that was the reason for our district and its budget woes. But while you were removing DEI proclamations, removing library books from the library, this district has been run straight into financial ruin. You have failed this district. You have sold off buildings, closed pools, shuttered schools, cut programs, and are laying off scores of teachers. And now we need to find a new superintendent. This is not a set of achievements to be proud of. No organization becomes exceptional by just cutting all the time. This district doesn't have a spending problem. It has a revenue problem. We have the 5th lowest local levy in the metropolitan area. The last local levy was passed in 2017. You missed the opportunity last November to correct this situation and add revenue, and we are worse off for it. But I believe the residents do support public education and this district. We did it in 2017. We passed both a bond and a levy referendum with a wide 24-point margin, 63 to 38. But all is not lost, and you can turn this district around. As you study the possibility of new levy referendum, I believe that these 3 things are needed for its passage. Solid, full-throated board support. That can't be emphasized enough. No more hedging about requiring more data or more information. Tell us what the district needs, and then stand by your decision. Follow our founding fathers and their support for public education for all people. Make an argument why public education is so important and the foundation of an educated people, and why the foundation of an educated people are good for our communities and our towns. Every survey I have seen always lists, every survey I've seen about what makes a city desirable and adds value to the homes and its residents has a great school system as either number 1 or number 2 on the priority list. 2, get the teaching staff on board. They are your best frontline ambassadors for the district. 3, engage people face-to-face and relay stories why the referendum is needed and what is great about this district. The district has great teachers and great programs. We have great parents and students. Make sure voters know about that. Engage them face-to-face. And I would like to take an extra minute here to do a special recognition to an exceptional person in this district who is retiring from this district. I know I ask forgiveness. I know she doesn't like to be in the limelight. And Martha, hopefully you don't hate me for this, but Martha Walsh is truly an experience and special talent in this district. For everybody who has been on the board, and especially for board chairs, we recognize and appreciate her warm, friendly, and knowledgeable style in dealing with parliamentary issues, state documentation, and proper operating procedures. Hopefully the camera can pan on her so everyone can see her. She has been a constant in this community education program, and in the district administration for as long as I can remember. I counted 5 different superintendents you have worked with. Okay, that's correct. So Martha, I appreciated all your help when I was on the board, and I want to thank you for all that help. And you will be missed, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Gabriel on funding our schools and the future of the district.
Good evening, Chair Bullion, Dr. Thomas, and members of the board. My name is Katie Gabriel. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Savage, and I have 2 students in the district. I want to start by thanking all of our staff, teachers, and administrators. I imagine many of you are feeling weary from what feels like a relentless storm. We are watching a country at war, a community navigating the lasting impacts of Operation Metro Surge, impacts that continue to disproportionately affect immigrant families and people of color in our community, and a district facing ongoing cuts due to financial challenges exacerbated by some board members who appear to be actively working against our district's success. Each of these on their own is a heavy load to bear. Combined, it may feel soul-crushing, exhausting, trying to keep standing as the storm keeps striking. When exhaustion hits, I often remember this quote: "The devil whispered in my ear, 'You are not strong enough to withstand the storm.' I whisper back, 'I am the storm.'" To our staff, teachers, administrators, and community, if you are feeling weary, remember, we are the storm. We are the storm that stands up and raises our voices in support of our students, staff, teachers, and administrators. We are the storm that calls BS on board members who never supported the last levy, funding that was sorely needed to support student success and the district's mission. Yet now you sit there feigning shock, claiming it hurts your heart that cuts are being made, and grandstanding with self-gratuitous speeches. You aren't fooling anyone by voting against the very cuts that are made necessary because of the failed levy, a levy that you did not support. That's not leadership. That is cowardice. We are the storm that calls BS on the hypocrisy of praising our staff, teachers, and administrators one minute, and the next, disparaging them and sowing seeds of distrust of them within our community. Please know that we will be the storm when we head to the polls. We will vote for a levy that provides the funding needed to be a world-class district centered on students and driven by results. And we will vote to fill as many seats as possible at that table with people who truly care about all of our students, who truly support our staff, teachers, and administrators, and who truly value public education. Thank you.
Okay, next up is the purpose and agenda, and I'll invite Dr. Thomas to review that. Oh, does board members, would you like a recess? I feel like some of us haven't left. We feel good? We're good? Okay, we're good for now. Let me know if you want to, I can do that. So, Dr. Thomas, I invite you to review the purpose and agenda for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Bullion, Board Directors. This evening for our study session is our opportunity to engage in deeper conversation with a variety of topics. We have a couple of proclamations that we'll review this evening. We also will go over some of our budget conversations and give you some updates on latest kindergarten enrollment, historical list of budget adjustments, reconciliation of categorization of staffing, so that we can increase understanding with our community around how staff is coded, and then a standing kindergarten enrollment update. We also have an elementary literacy secondary mathematics curriculum presentation, and then an annual wellness review. And then there might be a point for you to speak about the special meeting from the session you had this evening around superintendent search, and then a series of policies to review. Chair, out of respect of time, I'm going to request of the board if we could move the elementary literacy and secondary mathematics curriculum presentation. We've got staff and teachers here who are ready to present, and I know they've got kids coming in bright and early tomorrow morning, and there's still probably grading and prepping and all that. So if it would be the will of the board to support that, I would like to start with them so that they can go ahead and tend to other business this evening.
So 6C.
To start off with 6C as we go into
Absolutely.
the conversation.
Anybody have any issues with that? Okay, we will do that. We will start with item 6C on our agenda.
Thank you.
The curriculum presentation recommendation will be brought forward for the board, for board action at the May 4th meeting. So I'll invite the directors up to report on that.
Hey, Martha, what is the button I push? Oh, so I just need to, okay, okay, just PDF. This? That was pretty good. Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Anderson.
Chair Bullion, Superintendent Thomas. I get choked up when you move agenda items earlier in the agenda. It's my pleasure to be with you tonight to continue our exploration of and to move closer to finalizing the adoption of the stuff we've worked so hard on for so long. You know our strategic plan, and I just wanted to mention to you that alignment to our priorities is a hallmark of this content this evening. This committee at the elementary level was 32 committee members big. They were excited to serve, put in countless extra hours, and sincerely desire to make an ever bigger difference for our kiddos. And they're already seeing results based on the work that they've done so far. I'd like to recognize Gwen Molden, too, for her stewardship of this process. And I'm so proud of their work. And those teachers who have been to the Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee and have been here this evening, I bet they would have stayed till 1 a.m. when we finish tonight because they care that much. And our kids are lucky to have these folks serving. There's no doubt in my mind why the Studer survey comes out the way it does, because despite whatever conditions exist, these people show up for kids every day. They'll be there tomorrow, making a huge difference. So our agenda tonight is to do that elementary literacy team update. You'll find a timeline and the requirements that you've seen before. You'll get information on the field test, just like Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee did, from parents and teachers. You'll hear about the teacher experience, get their recommendation, and then, of course, implementation considerations, which are super important. On the math side, all those same things are true. The teacher dedication is true. I think Janine would have stayed till 1 a.m. too. And a difference is we also got student data on the math side, and so that'll be important for you to appreciate. So elementary literacy, without further ado. You've seen this timeline before in the board packet. It's been a couple of years of this work, and we've done all the things. We studied the MDE requirements and guidance. We know what's aligned to the approved stuff. We're aligned with statute. We're aligned with the science of reading. We're very confident in the work that we've done. Halfway through the work, we developed a list of the things we'd look at for that field test. The field test provided the opportunity for parents and community members to look at those materials, and we did a thorough vetting. I participated in a few focus groups with teachers around what they were finding, what efficacy looked like, kind of at the beginning, the middle, and the end, and was there at the end when they wrestled, called an extra meeting to wrestle further, met late into the evening to wrestle further, and get to a place where we had consensus and confidence in the recommendations that you'll see. And I already mentioned that we're aligned to the READ Act, but I want to invite Gwen up. The extra expertise and hours that she's put in to shepherd these 32 excited educators is exemplary, so please just appreciate all that she contributes every day.
Thank you, Gwen.
Dr. Anderson. I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to give you a little of the historical context and go through each of these segments on that timeline. This may look familiar because we talked about it in the fall, but that was a long time ago. So we'll take some time just to kind of reset so that we have that common grounding going into the rest of tonight. And those of you on the Teaching and Learning Advisory get to see it one more time. So, as Dr. Anderson said, the READ Act is really the inspiration for all of this getting started. So that was passed into legislation in May of 2023. And that Reading to Ensure Academic Development Act, the goal is really that every child is reading at or above grade level. So the reason that READ Act really was propelled in our state is because of the science of reading. And so you've probably heard about that term being out and about. And basically what that is a collection of 50 plus years of research about how we learn how to read. And the really amazing thing is all of that research has converged into an agreement on how our brains are working when we're reading and maybe some things that are happening when it isn't working. So that research has really pointed us as educators to know what works best when people are learning how to read and how we can effectively do that in our classrooms. So really the science of reading is kind of that what, and what we instruct is really structured literacy, which is kind of the how that we do that in our classrooms. So our teachers engaged in that training, so the phase 1 training we talked about before, that online language and literacy academy, and that really grounded us in the science of reading and structured literacy. So through MDE, they started with that training component, and then they also did something unprecedented where they looked at curriculum materials and let different companies submit their curriculum to be evaluated through a rigorous process through the state. So on that website that we looked at last time, there are reports that are multiple pages long. There are rubrics that are evaluating from each of these curriculum companies. And what they decided to do was categorize them in different ways by highly aligned to evidence-based structured literacy practices, then partially aligned, minimally aligned, and not aligned. So all of the different curriculum resources they were able to explore and look at and put in one of those categories. They also have a side category of non-ranked that we'll talk about kind of as we move forward. So when our curriculum committee first got together, we decided we needed to really explore that website. Look at the different curriculum resources that were out there and just try to learn a little bit more about the process that MDE was using to evaluate those resources. So through that first meeting, we looked at all of them, whether it was partially aligned, not aligned, highly aligned, to see the difference. And we had a big discussion at that meeting of where are we going to place our efforts? And it was an overwhelming, I think everyone said, we need to just look at the highly aligned. Why would we look at partially aligned? When we looked at those rubrics, anything in the partially aligned is basically saying there are some gaps or holes in that curriculum resource that does not align to the science of reading or structured literacy. So what we would have to do then is purchase something supplemental to fill that gap or hole. So we would end up training our teachers knowing that we would need to do more training and purchase more. So that point we said, let's just look at the highly aligned list. We know that that would have everything that we need. So since that's kind of confusing, we put it in this table that's here because there's different types of resources. So the first one I'm going to start is the one in green, which is called comprehensive curricula. And notice the state identified one. That comprehensive package is like everything together that you would need. It would have your reading, your writing, your vocabulary, your grammar, plus your early literacy, your phonics, and your word study. So it's kind of the complete package. So again, they identified one. If that one comprehensive package isn't something that interests you, then you would have to pair two together. So you can see the foundational curricula in yellow. That would be your early literacy, your phonics, your word study, and you'd have to pair that with the knowledge building. So again, notice there's one knowledge building. That knowledge building is your reading, your writing, your vocabulary, your grammar. So if you pair the knowledge building with your foundational, you get the same thing as that comprehensive curricula package. I also have foundations on there, which is our current resource in K3 for our phonics and early literacy. That was placed in the non-ranked criteria because it does align to the science of reading in many ways, but it was lacking or weak in phonemic awareness and fluency. So we knew that that was something that was really important and that we would have to kind of study. So what we ended up doing is having presentations from all of these companies. We decided we wanted to hear from all of them. So they came either in person or were virtual, and they presented to us, gave us copies of the curriculum, gave us online access, and we were able to really learn about those resources during that process. We also had foundations come and do a presentation because after getting on that non-ranked list, they didn't really like that so much from the state. So they put up an update, and so they had another edition, and so they presented and kind of told us the things that they had done to try to kind of fix what the state had found as being kind of deficient. So we spent a lot of time as a committee looking at and learning about all of the curriculum. We also reached out to other districts who were either already piloting or possibly already implementing to get kind of their feedback on what they were thinking on the curriculum that they were using as well. So a lot of time really on this part of our process. You can see once we got to a point, I think it was June, we had all our presentations, and we sat down for another big meeting looking again at all of our priorities, looking at what we learned from our training, from our Online Language and Literacy Academy, looked at what are really some district priorities that we know we have, and we decided that we wanted to try in our classrooms the ones on that left-hand side. We did not care for the comprehensive package, so that one choice, for many different reasons. So that really led us to that arts and letters as the knowledge building, the reading and writing part. And we wanted to try 2 of the phonics. So back here on the yellow, we were really interested in the functional phonics and the U-Fly foundations. They were both very similar in structure, and we really wanted to see what it would look like in action in our classrooms and see how we could compare those. The other one that we ended up also trying is the functional morphology. And that's a little bit of an outlier because it's really the only one for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade that really focuses on morphology and study of words. And our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers really felt like that's something that's lacking, and we've seen it in our data as well, that just learning those parts of words was really important. So the recommendation then came from the committee that we field test those 4. So we had 42 classrooms that jumped on and said yes to the field testing. So all of those classrooms were working with arts and letters throughout the school year. We had some of our K2 classrooms working on functional phonics, some of them using U-Fly, and then all of our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers were using functional morphology. They received training in the summer on the resources and some time to try to prepare to use them with students. So we have spent this school year learning a lot about those resources and really about what structured literacy and the science of reading really means in action. Because it's one thing to learn about it and to read about it and study it, but to actually do it was a whole nother game. So we've learned a lot, and we do have some teachers here that can talk about what they've learned as well. So before we get in kind of to our next part, another thing that you might be familiar with is we usually have a vision statement for all of our curriculum review. So when we came here for math, this was one of the first things that we did in our process that would kind of guide us. We held off on establishing that ELA vision until we had a chance to learn about the science of reading and until we had a chance to actually do structured literacy and feel that in our classrooms and experience that. So we started with our committee in our March meeting that we just had and had them start kind of talking about what would you like, or what do you think our classrooms should look like with literacy? What should it look like? What should it sound like in there? What should it feel like? And so we have had a couple different drafts in our committee meetings, which is what you see on that vision draft. And we will then get input from teachers as they start using the resources next year. And then we will expand that into 612 as they are now going to enter in phase 2 of the READ Act soon as well. So that really kind of takes us through that timeline. The part that Dr. Zumbush is going to talk us through is what data we did collect during that field test time during the school year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So like our other adoption processes, we followed a very similar methodology in terms of collecting data from our teachers on the ground. So we conducted focus groups. I believe Dr. Anderson mentioned this in our January professional development day. We conducted focus groups with all of the pilot teachers and collected that qualitative feedback. In terms of the summary, I think we really, these are very rigorous curriculum packages. So I think we experienced this in math in elementary as well. There's a big learning curve both for teachers and for students, and a change in terms of kind of the ability for students to, their stamina to sit through this very rigorous instructional process. So, kind of the pros and cons that come with that rigor, it was, the teachers were complimenting the rigor, but also noticing that that does cause a change for students, and we just talked a lot about that. Also, we started talking about what instructional blocks or scheduling considerations we need to think about in terms of implementation of the science of reading for next year. We conducted a parent survey of parents who had students in the pilot classes. They all received a letter in the fall, and then we followed up to ask their feedback as well. The feedback, we received 60 respondents, which I believe was about 2 respondents per classroom, so fairly low in terms of parent responses, but there was kind of a wide range of feedback there. There were some parents who reported some very high engagement, and then some that were, noticing the increased rigor and the strain, and so there was some frustrations as well. We saw very similar things with our Bridges pilot as well. In terms of our pilot teachers, we asked all of the teachers, based on your experience with the pilot this year, what would you recommend in terms of what we do in terms of adoption? We asked in terms of, in general, what are some of the strengths and challenges in terms of your experience with this field test process? The strength really has to do with that rigor and academic growth, the instructional cohesion and application. The package really does cross a lot of different areas, and I'll let the teachers speak to that more, but a lot of it is integrated in terms of reading, writing, vocabulary in a way that we haven't experienced systematically before. And that there was generally praises for low preparation time and relative ease of implementation. Nothing is easy to implement, but relatively speaking, it was a positive report on that. And then the challenges, again, having to do with the pacing, the amount of content we need to cover, the stamina of students, and then just kind of one of the conversations that we've been having over the past year is really about what this increased rigor means for students in terms of, choice reading or reading as a class, or some of those more passionate areas for both students and teachers. So after all those data collection processes, we got the committee together and we went over norms and agreed in advance on a recommendation process. So we agreed to a FISTA 5 process where we were basically voting. But if you have a 1 or a 2, you kind of have to explain why you chose that and explain what would need to happen in order for you to feel confident moving forward. This is the data from our ELA committee, the FISTA 5. So the first one in the upper left is that conversation about that Gwen was talking about when are we talking about, do we want to pick UFly or functional phonics? This ended up being a much longer story, so I'll get to that in a second and not make it that long. But then there was kind of mixed reviews, and what we saw is that people really voted for the one that they implemented. So they generally wanted to continue doing the one that they piloted, which makes a lot of sense. In terms of arts and letters, we had a lot of 4s and 5s. We had some 3s. We had 1, 2. That person was able to express their opinion, and the committee was able to move forward with that as well. And then we talked about the functional morphology. That was a unanimous, we need it. To Gwen's point, our CAPTI data really shows that we're lacking in that morphological area, and every teacher unanimously thought that this was the right thing for us to move forward with. So leaving that, we as a committee, they felt that we hadn't really landed on like UFly versus functional phonics. We hadn't really landed on a decision that everyone felt comfortable with. So to the credit of the K3 teachers, K2 teachers, I think it was literally the next evening, they came to the district service center and worked for multiple hours to really disentangle what differences do we see between functional phonics and UFly. And it was like each table had a grade level. They were really looking to determine what are the key differences, what are the things that we notice, is one going to be better than the other, and kind of teaching each other about the ones that they piloted. That was a huge ask for them to do that, and they did it willingly and brought tons of materials and books and all of that, and we really did that side-by-side comparison. At the end of it, I think after all of the work and all of the really digging into it, at the end, students finished second grade really in the same place between the two resources. So slightly different shape path, but in the end, it really was, and Gwen said this before, very, very similar products. One of the real, and we actually had a rubric that we compared on all these different criteria, but really when it came down to it, I think the question at the end of it was, you know, if we could afford to buy some additional books or something, like Decodables is the one resource that we would really love to have in our classrooms, would that make a difference? And then we had a meeting to pull in finance and the superintendent, and really at the end of the day, UFly is a significantly less expensive resource. And so after all of that, more or less, the decision came down to we would like to recommend UFly because it costs significantly less than functional phonics. So that's a long way to say we want to go with the more fiscally responsible option. One of the major components financially with it is that functional phonics requires consumables, so we would have to purchase books that, notebooks that students use and write in, and we have to purchase that every single year, and that is an expense that we didn't feel comfortable like we could maintain over time. UFly does not have the consumable component. So that was our conversation about that. There's a lot to do in terms of logistical and material prep, especially as we're moving buildings, a lot of professional development and training. We actually have a meeting tomorrow evening to talk about grading and assessment because there's a lot of changes that we want to talk about at the elementary level in terms of grading, the scheduling, the building schedules for next year. Having this amount of literacy block is not necessarily in place at all of our schools, so we have a lot, and all of this came through our various data. And then really the need to have a parent communication plan. There are some really key things that parents need to know that is different from maybe what they know about the process of learning to read, and what some of the terminology is. So having that communication plan and even some family nights or things like that, regardless of the direction, to keep everyone up to date on that science of reading. And then we did present this to the Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee, and I'll hand this back to Dr. Anderson. Very similar presentation, a little slower, but we went to the Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee, and then we asked for feedback on what the committee thought about the feedback, and then Dr. Anderson will talk about that, and then we'll hear from two of the teachers.
Impressive in that she did that all in one breath. Very impressive. No, that was super efficient, and I think you can tell the incredible amount of work that's gone into this and the care that that our team has. I just would point out our district is pretty lucky for lots of reasons, again, related to the staff we have deployed, but I'm telling you, there's not a better research and evaluation and improvement official than Dr. Jay-Z, so I just want you to know that she plays on 6 levels all at once, and she doesn't complain that much to me, but she's top notch, and so she helps round out our team and make us way better. The Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee met a number of times this year. A big focus of those meetings were literacy and math, and thanks to Director Olsted and Director France for their fabulous engagement. Director Atkinson as well came and got to see the smoke rising from the hard work we were doing. Here's some of the feedback that we got from that crew throughout the year. And relative to these recommendations, first, there's high confidence, and this is a high percent, you don't get 90% on much, of committee affirmation for the authentic literacy vision. So when we do exit ticket data gathering from TLAC, we always ask, what questions might you have, what affirmations might you offer, and then what suggestions might you make? And nearly everybody turns those in every time, and then we synthesize the data. So this 90% number is one we can feel great about. And some focus areas for the committee were appreciation of this real-world context that was uncovered as we work with these materials with our young people, this focus on morphology at the older grades, and then building reading stamina. You've heard evidence of that. And then this teacher voice point, that super high alignment between the teacher pilot feedback and what the committee then observed. They had a chance to manipulate the materials and ask questions. Here's some quotes from our valuable TLAC members, and a nod to these folks who give up their time because they care. And you can see what they said. I love these changes. I like the idea of great lower costing curriculum. Dr. Jay-Z just talked about that. Some advice about how we communicate. Surprising to me that not everyone thinks that we communicate perfectly every time, but we listen to that and we think about what we can do with that. And folks generally found it to be a very thoughtful process, and again, that's because of the excellent staff we deployed. There was some thematics that crossed both the math TLAC feedback and the literacy feedback, so I grouped them together here to try to be efficient later in the math part, but folks really appreciate on TLAC when we can bridge gaps. So can we do efficient, effective intervention work, especially when we're thinking about transitioning from what we've had to what we're going to have? And so we're going to pay particular attention to how to make that transition. I heard echoes of that certainly in the math side when we think about the transfer from middle to high school. It's also true as we transition from what we've done in literacy before to what we're doing now, because it's a big jump in rigor. It's a lot harder to do this well. These are the people to do it, and we should feel good about that. And then concerns about time management. So how does the schedule protect the things we hold most sacred in terms of literacy and mathematics? And so we'll always be partnering with our building admin on how the schedule can best support learning and learning excellence. A few other things here. We want high quality content at low cost. I mean, again, the committee now, it's in their blood. They're thinking about what's the optimization of resources choices that they can make. We had some treatment of long-term licensing and resource allocation. So I just appreciate that while their heart is in teaching and learning, they're also thinking about our fiscal responsibility to our taxpayers. And so I'm going to invite two of our star educators up here. Now, last time when they came to TLAC, their part was 3 hours. So I hope that's okay with you. No, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. You can see what the recommendations are, but they're going to give teacher voice to it. These folks have been working like the dedicated professionals making a difference for kids that they are. I'm so pleased to have them address you this evening.
Hi, I'm Shayna Bates. I teach first grade at Hamilton Ridge.
And I'm Elizabeth Fry. I teach fifth grade at Hamilton Ridge as well.
So we're just reading what we recommend. Okay, we recommend that our school district adopt arts and letters. We also recommend we adopt UFly for grades K through 2.
As well as adopt functional morphology for grades 3 through 5.
And then you can see our big Ys, but some of our biggest Ys are the strong alignment between teacher experience, student outcomes, and standards expectations. The consistent themes across stakeholder feedback, and that this is a resource that can be, or these are all resources, that can be implemented effectively and sustained over time.
Next steps would be, if approved, purchase of resources and detailed planning about rollout, as well as long-term implementation plans. As part of this process, I just would like to speak just as a personal experience. I have been completely overwhelmingly proud of the process that we've had. We have worked tireless hours. We have fantastic leadership guiding us and making sure that we are being diligent in our decision making. This process is never easy, I would say. It's making those decisions, and it's a lot of power in our hands to make these decisions. Really a lot of pressure that not always is something that we take lightly. So something with this, I feel incredibly proud to have been field testing this year. Some quick little stories that happened in at least my classroom in fifth grade. I have loved the cross-curricular between our ELA standards and our science standards. One of the things that we learned about in our units, one of our modules was how do extreme settings affect someone. And we learned about the all 13 students. We read the book with the soccer team that got caught in a cave in Thailand. And one of the really unique pieces of these arts and letters modules is that they have kind of an intro and then a bookend to kind of kick off the setting and then kind of celebrate the ending. And to kick off our setting, we did a documentary just to kind of say, okay, what do we know about these kids and what do we know about the setting, and just to kind of tee it up a little bit. And at the end of our reading of our module, we were reading the book. And with the reading of the book, mind you, they already know that they all are okay. So sorry, spoiler, but they all made it out okay, and they were talking, and we were reading the story, and they already knew the characters, and we had invested so much in these characters. I felt like we were going through this journey with them. That one of the boys, I was running out of time, and I was quickly trying to read it to get to the end of the chapter, and one of the boys goes, I'm fine missing recess. I'm okay with missing recess. I just want to know what happens at the end. And I was like, but you already know. You already know the ending. But he was so engaged with the curriculum, with the story, with hearing how the author had rolled out that plot in that setting was incredible. To hear a little fifth grade boy not wanting to go outside for recess because he wanted to hear an ending that he already knew, which was pretty cool. It ties so well with our science curriculum as well. It's a karst cave that they got trapped in, and so being how a karst cave is created, has lots of holes in our science standards. We just finished science experiment. We had a mystery powder that we had to investigate and separate and figure out what that was. Well, that mystery powder was what karst caves are made out of. So that tied tremendously to what we were learning about. And then you saw the light bulbs go off and just be like, oh, what? That's the mystery powder that we just learned in our science experiment. I was like, yes, it's on the windowsill right now. We can go and look at it and see all the crystals. It's great. So it's been so fun to see how, yes, the rigor and yes, the stamina has been a shift, but they're reaching those goals so wonderfully, and they are able to rise to that occasion and change is hard. Those changes can be challenging, but to see the light bulbs, to see the aha moments has been fantastic. And usually and typically I would say in the 5th grade, writing can be extra challenging where those sentence structures, paragraph structures, and things of that nature can be difficult. But at the beginning of the year, sometimes at those meet and greets that I love, when I get to go and sit down with those kids and just have that one-on-one time with them, typically I ask those questions of like, what are you excited about for the year? What's something that you're nervous for? And kids typically say, I'm nervous for writing. And I would say probably 80% of the kids always say that. So I always am like, okay, we need to figure that out. Well, this year, we do so much reading to build that background knowledge, to tee them up so well with arts and letters for their writing, that very first time that they had to just write a paragraph, even though I have kids that are reluctant writers that, wouldn't want to, you could hear a pin drop in my classroom that first time they went to go write because they didn't have to work so hard to have that background knowledge to create the ideas. We had built all of that. So then when they went to go write, they already had the idea, they just needed to put it down on paper. So that has changed trajectory of writing for my students, particularly for them to have that confidence, to have that background knowledge, to feel the success, which to me is a huge win. So
absolutely,
those are just a couple of my stories, but
I don't need to add any stories right now because it's exactly what Elizabeth said. I think for me, like the biggest struggle in the beginning was the stamina for the kiddos. Like it's a tough ask right away, but now the level of engagement is it's unbelievable with the whole gamut of all the kids in the classroom. I mean, the millions, we're just wrapping up our one module. It's all about wind power, which who knew you could do a whole module on wind power, but we did, and the kids loved it, and the amount of questions and that they ask and they go research at home, and we all now know how windmills work and what they do, and it's pretty incredible.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, that's
for
kind
us?
of why we're here too.
Well, I just want to say, I thank you for for the stories, for the comprehensive work. Like, I felt the work put into it through your presentation, through all of your, all of your presentations. I mean, I really appreciate how you presented this because it increases my confidence in not only what you do, but just hearing the increased capacity. Dr. Anderson, you talk about increasing capacity a lot. And with that it's stretching, but it increases, like you said, the confidence and all of those things. So I appreciate really hearing all the work put into it. And with that said, I will open it up for questions or clarifications from them. Director Johnson.
Sure. First, thank you both for sharing the stories. It's greatly appreciated. And just painting a truly vivid picture. Like, I can sit there and, especially with, the 5th grade boy, right? Like, it's just like you see it all happening, right? So thank you for that. I only have one question, and whoever wants to answer it, or both of you, however. With new curriculum, having gone through that, right? It's difficult for parents too, and so I'd like to know how you guys dealt with that, how you navigated that, and how you are. I know that Jay-Z mentioned that you guys are getting together and you're gonna, explore that more next year. Just how did you go about that? How do you want to go through that next year and help out your colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't gotten a single parent question about anything as far as literacy in the classroom. So, I mean, that's a kind of a big tell too, right? But we also, every week, I just kind of put out a little blurb on what we're studying, and if they have questions, let me know, and that's kind of it.
Great.
Yeah.
I would say same. I haven't really had a lot of feedback from my families, but conferences have kind of aligned perfectly for assessments and kind of discussing that. At Hamilton, we did paper copy assessments, and then we moved to online assessments, and we just kind of created a cover sheet to be able to communicate what that printout kind of looked like, because it was a little bit different because it was standard-based versus like an overall grade. So we have a website, and we communicate a lot through that, just updating it through the newsletter format, and then just allowing, this is a learning opportunity, thanks for partnering with us, please let us know if you have any questions kind of opportunity. But our committee, definitely has been working on that whole piece with implementation.
Sure.
Sorry, can I add one more thing? Because I did think of something. So with UFly, the phonics part of the curriculum, there's half sheets that go home with every new lesson, which is every other day. So really 2 go home a week. That talks about the different words that we're studying, the different type of pattern, what you can do at home. So that's a big piece of the communication too, that goes home twice a week.
Awesome.
And
Thank you
with-
both.
With Arts and Letters, they also have a family unit letter. That is, we have the ability to send home, and there's also a website that parents can go on and click, and there's tips and tricks and ideas for reading with your child at home, questions to ask, some literature that you could be reading with them as well.
Absolutely. I know you guys want parent involvement just as much as I think everyone else does. And just anyway, tips and tricks and anything you can pass along, and we can help with that. It's, let us know. So thanks again for everything that you did up here.
Director Olstad?
Yes, good evening. Full disclosure, both my babes had both these ladies for, at some point. So I only say that because I know these are like the 2 most perfect people to pilot something new. My question is, when you talk about like it's in here, and you talk about some of the challenges about the pacing and the stamina concerns, like I would imagine especially for first graders, if you're doing something for an hour and a half, I can imagine, things get a little wonky in there after doing something for that long. So is there any kind of feedback or any kind of suggestions that you would have to shift some things, like maybe next year in scheduling? I mean, and along with that, is it possible or a good idea to split it, or is it better to just do it all at once? I mean,
Great question.
I can
That's
see
something
pros
we've
and
definitely been
cons.
toying back and forth with. I think Arts and Letters is an hour chunk, and then you would do the half an hour phonics or morphology a separate time. So at least there's a big break there.
Okay.
And then also, for example, in my classroom, we do a bathroom break in between usually the writing and reading part. And it kind of fluctuates during the day what time or when we do that, which is why it's nice to get up and move and go do that. But also a big piece of it is they're not just sitting. Like we are up and they're doing a mix and mingle, we're going back to our desk and we're writing 2 sentences in their journal. Okay, now come back to the floor and now we're gonna do this piece. And it is a lot of moving, and I do think that's kind of where the art of teaching comes in too, is knowing your kids, knowing, okay, I can tell you've been sitting too long, let's move on to this. Or I am gonna make you write this in your notebook this time because now it gets you up and moving and doing that piece. So I think that's kind of it's a hard transition, but as we go on, it does kind of start to come naturally too.
Sure.
And it's built into the curriculum.
Sure.
I would just ditto everything that she just said, in the fact that it's just something that every day looks a little bit different. It's not always the same, where I think our structure in past years has been like a mini lesson and then apply that into their independent reading, a mini lesson, and then apply it into their independent writing, where that structure just isn't the same, and every day just looks a little bit different. So there is predictability in the structure, but not necessarily what the rollout of the day is going to look like, which kind of helps keep it fresh and engagement high.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
who lifted their hand first.
Yeah, hopefully a quick one. Thank you, and thank you so much for all the work that you put into this. Appreciated. Just a quick question, actually feedback that I heard too from pilot teacher and student, but in the challenges around, like, there wasn't a lot of time for like independent choice reading. So how do we like address that or supplement that? Or are we going to ask kids to like read more at home, or how do you address that?
Well, I think reading at home is always great. Yeah. I fully support that. But I think it's something, one of the big things in our implementation rollout team is fitting that in to really make that a priority, because it is important for that choice reading and to instill the love of reading independently about what they enjoy reading about, whether it's historical fiction or nonfiction or just fiction. That is part of that win time, what I need, slot of time where it allows for kids to have a little bit more choice for what they need for learning. Maybe that's when we pull our small groups to do some interventions. Maybe that's when they're doing their independent reading time. Maybe it's even to do something math related or what that looks like. Currently, that's when our kids in my class are doing their independent reading, is during their win time. And there's our days where our lesson maybe doesn't take the full hour, depending on what that looks like, and they still are able to have that independent reading time during that arts and letters time. It just isn't always consistently during that 1 hour block, but there is about 20 to 30 minutes of win time that will be built into the schedule, most likely next year.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Atkinson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your passion in what you do. And you guys actually asked a lot of my questions. Check, check, check. Just a couple quick questions. When you're in the classroom and you're teaching the 90 minutes, how much of it is on the iPad versus none of it's on the iPad?
None.
Okay,
We don't have
okay.
iPads in first grade.
Okay, very good. I'm reading a book called Digital Delusion. It's very interesting. If you haven't heard of it, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I mean, one of my concerns, transparently, it's right in the presentation regarding that independent reading time. So as far as parent resources, do you feel that it has adequate, these resources, have enough parent resources? I know that was one of the criticisms in the past of one of our adoptions, that it didn't, not
I feel like
reading.
it has a lot more options for both our morphology, UFly, as well as arts and letters. And where in the past, there wasn't always a communication piece that was provided with the curriculum.
Okay, thank you. And then just before we adopt this, from a financial standpoint, if we could get some transparency around the cost, how much funding we received, does it align with our budget, all that kind of stuff. I don't need it now. I'm just saying before we actually adopt it, I'd like to see that as well.
I could do it now, but it would be a half-hour deal.
I think you can, point of information for next meeting. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. As long as, are you able to post the curriculum online so parents can review it ahead of time and that type of thing as well? I mean.
We had a viewing session at our schools for the curriculum that we were field testing. We did put some, with our assessments, we did put some of that in there for them to be able to look at and compare and contrast the questions that were asked, so they can align it with whatever question they maybe got right or wrong, because the format is a little bit different with the online testing, but that would be the only online part on an iPad. But yes, it's readily available for them to view. Oftentimes, at times we have them have it sent home to kind of work on things. So then there is that communication piece, just to kind of say, this is something that we're working on. Please go ahead and take a chance to peek at it if you'd like to or not.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Sure.
And a big piece with the arts and letters too is that they do have actual books
Yes.
too. And so, when we're doing, and they might have one that they're sharing between two kids, but they are actually paging through the books, finding places, they're putting Post-its, their hands are on the books too.
Thank you.
Yeah, they know that really cool word annotating now.
They do, even the first graders.
Yes.
Thank you.
Director France?
First of all, been through multiple of these presentations at the Teaching and Learning Committee, and the questions and answers that you guys were able to provide. So I would just want to say I appreciate it. I'm really excited about this, and loved the in-depth discussions, as well as the analysis and the continued definitions for the non-teachers on how morphology and the different phonics and everything that you learned in your training, and how this curriculum added up to that. So I really appreciate it. And obviously we talked a lot about the finances for this as well, and I'm grateful that it lined up, that the cheaper option became the better option unanimously from the teachers. So thank you very, very much.
Dr. Smith, did you have anything to add, or are you?
This sounds like a great plan, and I'm excited to be a part of it. So, thank you. Appreciate everything.
Thank you for staying. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Dr. Anderson?
Don't you just feel better about the world after that?
Honestly, yes.
Meditate, I'm still looking that up on my Google device. First graders. So sincere thanks. I really appreciate the engaged TLAC committee and then this board because it's a sophisticated review and oversight, so I appreciate that. Our hearts will be warmed in a different way when we talk about math. You know and have had prior access to the change in the state that took flight in 2022 around the change in math standards and what is that updated math. We've talked about it before. On the left is what we used to think of as a comprehensive math program where we teach kids about fractions, place value, algebraic thinking, geometry, measurement, and data. Under the updated standards, we do all of that and are intentionally working to build reasoning skills, explaining your thinking, and then real-world applications. It's kind of the simple chart that explains the updated, increased expectations, assessments, and rigor associated with math in Minnesota. Like we talked about before with the literacy trajectory, we've been working on this for a few years. In 24-25, we had our exploration of math curricular materials, those curriculum sets, and this is the school year where we've been doing field tests and where we hope to have a decision on curriculum, and then you see we have a future trajectory in math, and we can talk more about that if we need to. Another way to think about that timeline is with these bullet points. So back in 23, our math team studied possible curricular materials. They were mindful of feedback from the community about how we can have a K-12 vertically aligned math program that makes sense for all kids. And so they had that in mind when they did this resource review. And they narrowed the resources during the last academic campaign around those 3 classes where we're doing the work this year. And then there became consensus in the spring about what should we field test. And again, we're working towards that final decision. And I'll invite Gwen up again, same level of kudos, but this time for math. And let's just be clear, it can be a different experience working with elementary staff and secondary staff. We love our secondary staff, but they have a little different approach. And it requires versatile, flexible facilitation. Guess who has that? Gwen Molden.
Only one slide this time, so it should be much faster. Since this was not put forth by MDE, we went through our own curriculum process of looking at the different resources that were out there and available for high school math. And you can see this lists the different resources that the committee went through and investigated, and some of the criteria that was used to eliminate, and really just brought us to Savvis then as that one resource that kind of fit the bill for what we were looking for that Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry. Janine, when she comes up, we'll talk a little bit more about the process as well, but similar to literacy, just not dictated by the state. And then we have Dr. Zumbush with more data. All right, so similar process for this field test as well. The only difference is we included some student interviews, and thanks to our peer coaches for helping us with those. Just as a reminder, there is pilot teachers both at the high school and at the middle schools, because there is a group of students in 8th grade taking Algebra 1. So we went to the schools and conducted interviews with students at all 3 of those buildings. Students really felt like they had a lot of good dedicated time in class to work on assignments and ask questions. Some students felt like the pacing was too fast. Again, we hear this a lot when we're talking about a new adoption that is maybe reflective of updated standards.
students said sometimes they zone out. I don't think any of us ever do that, but students were, gave us the honest take on it. Students want to do well generally on tests, so they gave some feedback that they want more assessment preparation. That is a complicated kind of thing to balance with, and Janine can speak more to that. But students generally were positive. They didn't say a whole lot, but they didn't have any major concerns really. We also conducted teacher focus groups on that January 19th with all of the math teachers teaching Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 and geometry at the middle school and high school. And in general, the teacher focus groups were very positive, and that teachers felt like it was an improvement over previous materials. One of the major things is as we need to understand math in context and real-world application, our previous resources were really outdated in that, and so didn't resonate with students as much, but these more current real-world applications really are more engaging for students and increase that higher level of thinking. There's some work that maybe needs to be done in terms of the connection between instruction and assessment. So that's something that the team is already looking at and will definitely continue to adjust. And really with the materials in this situation, there's probably more materials than can be covered. And so really, again, that art of teaching, trying to figure out what needs to happen and how quickly to go in certain pacing situations, and really figuring out how to implement in a way that is consistent across, because we want to give students the same experience in Algebra 1 regardless of how they're receiving that, but also knowing that teachers need to make adjustments in real world in real time. So all of that is something that was discussed and is continued. We're continuing to discuss as we go through. The parent survey, we were gave it to all of the parents who were in these classes. We had 86 responses, which again, when you cut it by number of sections is pretty low. But the student experience from a parent perspective was quite mixed. Some students felt, or some families felt like their students were really excelling. Others were feeling like they were stressed or really struggling. The pacing concern, ideas of, feedback about things moving too quickly, that also is related to, again, just the rigor jump that we're talking about here. Some of the same assessment conversations in terms of the parent feedback, and then parents just talking about differences in terms of teaching styles and how some students, kind of click better with other teachers, some teacher style than others. For our committee, the committee is really the departments at the middle school and the high school. Similar process, the FIS to 5. This was our data here for our overall FIS to 5 vote. So we had nobody in the 2s, in 1, 2, or 3. So everyone was at a 4 or a 5. And then we had a similar process where we presented this data to TLAC, and then they gave feedback on what they felt like was the next steps in terms of math. Do you want to talk about this? Okay.
She's waited for this moment. Which is impressive. And chime in, I mean, you were there for this, so some of the feedback from the committee, pilot feedback shows students find Savvis to be relevant and approachable. Teachers report higher ability to customize lessons and high degree of confidence, and Janine will speak to this, that we're aligned to MDE requirements. Here's some quotes from TLAC members. They like the modern, updated, and relevant to, for kids to have access to that. They asked honest questions like how will we reconcile the move from CPM to Savvis without creating instructional holes. That we're mindful of that because we got that feedback early from our valued TLAC members, and Janine and team have been thinking about it and continue to make moves around that. Pacing going too fast was a concern, and we have ways to mitigate that. Again, she can speak to that, and then it's an exciting move, and anytime you can get the TLAC to say it's exciting about math late at night like tonight, it's a good thing. So some of these things appeared in the ELA feedback too. Bridging gaps, parent partnerships, time management, all those things were a part of the TLAC feedback, and so the recommendation, and then I'll invite Janine to give any extra context to this, is that we recommend adopt Savvis for those 3 math courses, both at grade 8 and the high school. For those reasons, it aligns to the standards. It reflects the themes across teacher, student, and parent feedback like we just went over. And we have a coherent structure here that supports effective instruction. In math, remember the rigor is way up. And this is a multi-year process to ramp up to that rigor. And folks are working really hard, and our math team is at the center of that. So if you approve this, we'll get working on implementation and rollout. And Janine, what would you add based on the experiences that you've had?
I would say overall, our high school teachers really are happy that the Savvis curriculum is able to probably better blend having that math procedural rigor through all the way to some real world application. Whereas before in textbooks, it's really kind of a, here's all your rigor, and then here's a couple of real life situations. This textbook has kind of that middle ground where you can get that conceptual understanding, and it's kind of fluid throughout that process. So it's a lot more helpful for students, I think, and teachers in the classroom. Do you have questions for me?
Board members, given the time, I will ask us to stick to clarifying questions, maybe, just since we've been here since 5 o'clock. But if there's any clarifying questions on the things presented, please, I can go from side to side. Otherwise, if there's no clarifying questions, Director Atkinson, do you have anything?
No, I've heard great things. I just think that there might, does this open up an opportunity to look at, 6th and 7th grade? Because I've heard great things about the rigor and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, that's just something that I think that we need to keep in the back of our minds, so.
Director do we want to go down the row, or Director Johnson, anything?
Mine, kind of along the same lines as I asked before. I know you had a fair amount of parent feedback as far as instructional assistance for parents. Do you feel there's an avid amount? Did you get any questions? Anything like that?
I would say at the high school level, we really work towards having our students be the people who can speak with their parents about what's happening. However, when parents have asked, we are able to have resources available. Also, we had resources available just during the time that we were talking about bringing the adoption forward the first time when Dan Byer and I were both here. All of the information too is online. So students are able to just say, here's my iPad. We can look through all of the information together if desired at home. I have not heard any complaints that have come up from that. So I think from what I understand and from what our department has said, parents are feeling supported, or students at least are feeling supported by teachers, so their parents feel supported.
For sure. I appreciate it. Yeah. I guess I should have clarified. That's probably more for the middle school than on the high school. Agreed.
Maybe, yeah.
High schoolers, you want them to.
Although we do that too, but.
Thank you.
Nothing for me, thank you. I've heard positive things, so thank you.
Director Olson? Director France?
No, I love the word problems, the arranging the furniture and using the Pythagorean theorem to do so. I love that, so I have no questions, and I'm very happy we've come to this conclusion for this curriculum.
Director Smith?
Yes, thank you. Just one quick question. So we recommend adopting Savas for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 at the middle and high school level. Exactly what grades? So is that, what are we talking here?
So that's 9th through 11th, depending on what classes a student is taking.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
At
much.
the middle would be grade 8 as well. for
Yes,
some
yep.
learners.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank Janine, if we could give her snaps, remember we practiced this one time, for hanging in there. It's a lot of extra things to manage, so we really appreciate it. And thanks, board members, for engaging. It's a long presentation, but it's an important decision to make, and we feel really good about where we're at. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving back up on the agenda to our proclamations. Director Johnson, would you be so kind to speak, or to read the first proclamation for National School Nurses?
All right. National School Nurse Appreciation Week, May 4th through 8th, 2026. Whereas students are our future and investing in their health today builds a stronger tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to know their children are safe, supported, and cared for at school, and whereas students increasingly arrive at school with complex medical, physical, and mental health needs that require skilled nursing care. And whereas school nurses serve as leaders in school safety by developing and implementing emergency care response plans, training staff in life-saving skills such as CPR and first aid, and ensuring schools are prepared to respond quickly and effectively to medical emergencies. And whereas they play a vital role in addressing both physical and mental health needs, coordinating care, and connecting families, schools, and healthcare providers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools proudly recognizes Wednesday, May 6, 2026 as School Nurse Day. We celebrate the dedication of our health services staff and thank them for their ongoing commitment to student well-being today and every day.
Thank you. Next proclamation is Teacher Appreciation Week. Director Smith, would you be so kind to read that one?
Certainly. Prior Lake Savage Area Schools proudly recognizes May 4th through 8th, 2026 as National Teacher Appreciation Week. Our teachers are vital to student success, and this week we honor their dedication and lasting impact. Whereas May 4th, 2026 is National Teacher Appreciation Day, whereas teachers inspire, guide, and empower students every day, whereas they serve as mentors, motivators, and role models, whereas their influence lasts a lifetime and strengthens our democracy. Therefore, the Board of Education expresses its deep gratitude to all Prior Lake Savage Area Schools teachers and officially declares May 4th through 8th, 2026 as Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you. Next proclamation is School Communicators Week. Director Atkinson, would you be so kind to read that one?
My pleasure, thank you. Prior Lake Savage Area Schools proudly recognizes May 4th through the 8th, 2026 as School Communicators Appreciation Week. Whereas National School Communicators Day is May 8th, whereas clear, transparent communication with students, families, staff, and the community is essential, whereas school communicators build trust and support through effective outreach and engagement, whereas they uphold high ethical standards and serve as strategic partners to district and school leaders, whereas they amplify the district's mission, goals, and message to the broader community. Therefore, the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to all Prior Lake Savage Area School communicator professionals and declares May 4th through the 8th, 2026 as School Communicators Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, we extend our deep appreciation to all the staff recognized in these proclamations. Dr. Thomas, you want to wrap
Sure.
them up?
Sure, yep. So tonight, through these proclamations, we recognize the dedicated individuals who educate, support, and connect our school communities. From our teachers who inspire and shape student learning to our school communicators who build trust and keep our community informed, and our health services staff who care for the well-being of every student. Each role plays a vital role in student success. Together, they create an environment where students are supported, families are connected, and our schools thrive. So thank you all for your fantastic leadership in our district on behalf of our students and families.
Thank you. We'll now move on into oversight of operations, beginning with the preliminary budget update. This is report only. No board action is requested. And I will invite Dr. Ryder, or Director, you keep getting an honorary doctor.
Yes, don't I?
Dr. Ryder, please present.
Okay. We will start with this document. Thank you this evening for this time to review with you our board workshop, the preliminary budget, once again. This is in a little different format, but we wanted to share this with everyone so that, let's see here, this should be bigger. That can come down. There we go. All right, so in the past few months, we have looked at slides that show you by buckets the various different categories. What you're going to see here is a different format, more aligned with a similar type format used in the past 2 years that you would see around this time of the budget cycle, so that you could see a little bit more detailed list, or a list that you could then maybe, I've put together with a historical, so we can keep it rolling from year to year and kind of keep it all together in similar type format. So the elementary bucket, for example, the only thing that has changed from the last time is previously you heard me talk about the EL position that was going to then be later replaced with title. We have other needs in title, so we are actually just removing that from our reduction list and maintaining that position. Then we have, so what that changed is the contingency portion. On all of these sections, you will see that there is a yellow highlight for the total reductions and a green highlight for the savings contingency for the district choice. Let's see, moving on down on this screen. Let me see if I can do that. This one. There we go. All right, so in the middle section, taking a look at that, it's more of in a list form. Nothing really has shifted there on the middle section from the slides before, so I'll kind of keep moving. And then we have our high school, and I think that's all pretty similar to what we've seen before, no other adjustments. We have our athletics and activities. I do know that this is an area that he continues to look for because he is looking to try and increase stipend amounts, and to do that would be possibly a need for some more funds in his budget. And then the district-wide services that you see here below, there's a little bit more detail here than maybe what you've seen before. The other thing I'll note is I didn't modify it exactly, but you remember last time we talked about the transportation RFP savings was $150,000. We've now learned after another conversation with our transportation negotiations that that's more probably right around 170. So this is a conservative number, and but a safe one, it sounds like. So I think that is the bulk of what I needed to discuss. There is another page here of the revenue, which was also on that on the bucket slide for the district-wide. We did not modify anything here. So that's all I needed to say with regard to this summary. It was basically restating it in a format that was similar to past and something that we hope to just kind of maintain as we move forward as well. Okay.
Any Any clarifications needed?
One quick question. On the last page, sorry, the reduction of aid 40 less kindergarten students, is that you reducing based on the current enrollment?
Yes,
Okay.
the 40 students less.
Yeah.
And that is, the reduced enrollment number as a result of that is what was used for the levy conversation earlier too.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, moving on to,
I have one more thing on this
sure,
topic.
please.
I'm just going to tag on really quickly at the end here of Director Ryder from a staffing standpoint, from an update, just as we spoke a few weeks ago in how there's the influx with staffing and it's very, cyclical. Just wanted to update that because of whether our current staff have taken maybe other internal opportunities or external opportunities or retirements or resignations that have just happened within the last 2 weeks, and they're going to continue to happen over the next several months. We are already in a process of where we are going to have to hire, where we're going to have to, offer some of those people their jobs back or bring them back in some capacities and things like that. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that. Just wanted to, bring that as a staffing update that this is very normal. It's very typical what happens in any school district. You unfortunately have to jump through the hoops that contractual or, legislation requires you to jump through those hoops, unfortunately, and then you have an opportunity to typically bring some of those folks back. So we're going to be going through that process over the next, several weeks.
I just have a question about that. When you bring those positions back to the board, is it possible to indicate, I know you typically do, like this is a resignation or this is a replacement? I mean, is there a way to be able to bring transparency to it,
Yeah, so some of the, for example, we'll be hiring some elementary teachers back. So for the most part, any elementary teacher you see come on the consent agenda is probably going to be, because of bringing something like that back, whether, like I said, a current elementary teacher might have taken advantage of another internal opportunity. Now it opens up a classroom opening, and so we have that opportunity to bring back. At the, some other areas, yeah, I can, in my admin report or something, maybe I could try to draw attention to it that way.
Yeah, thank you. I know there's a lot of shifting of positions going on in the district I've heard about, so thank you.
Okay, carrying on, we have next the historical list of budget adjustments. So taking the list, like I just had shown you, for the current 26-27 year, we also then did the similar process for the 25-26 and the 24-25. And what this spreadsheet is showing is a bit of information in summary form. So you're going to see on each of the year rows, you're going to see an admin column and a student column. This was categorizing these reductions in those years to identify whether they were more like in front of kids, which we would consider then the student, or those positions or reductions that were more outside of that face-to-face, right? So if it were not face-to-face, we were considering that then the admin. So you can see then for those totals in each of the years, you'll see a total of those reductions, and then you'll see right below it the projected expenses or final expenditures in past years. This is using the graph, or the delineation below. Admin, for that purpose of the total expenditures, we are looking at the program series. So like when you see your financial reports from us on a monthly basis, you have it broken down by admin, district support, those kinds. So that's what those series refer to, and they start with 000 and go on down the line. Anyway, we're considering those program series that are district-wide, district support, and then you have your student support, like your transportation and things of that nature. Your 800s are going to be your operations, and your 900s are more the fiscal stuff. Whereas your 200 series is your elementary instruction, your 300 is secondary instruction, your 400 is your special ed, your 500 is any community education type, and 600 would be those student support services. So that's where your technology, instructional technology falls and that kind of thing. So using those categories is how we then divvied up the projected expenditures. Going across on each of the years, you will see that the total sum of those reductions then, what percentage of the total expenditures was that, is the summary column. The next column, 2 columns over, are admin and student again, and you'll see what percentage of those reductions of the total reductions. So those will add up to 100% all the time. And then the second row of numbers in each year, you will see under the admin and student section to the right of the summary column that we now have more of a weighted, like a percent within the category. So what percentage of reductions is the admin if you take the admin reductions less or divided by the projected expenditures or final expenditures under the admin column? So you can see that as you compare the past years, we have a little bit more in the admin column in 26-27 compared to 25-26. And then we have, comparing to 24-25, there is a significant more amount there identified as administrative than there is in the student in that particular year. Hoping to just kind of give some summary of like, how do we compare to the past year's reductions and what does that look like? Trying to be consistent about how we approach that in summary form. Interested to hear if you appreciate that or if you would like to see it differently in the future.
No, I just think, I have a question. So when we see the budget come through, we should be able to see the administrative line be reduced by 1.5 million is what you're saying?
No. The administration line that you see is made up of those items that you see below. So between the zeros, the 100s, the 700s, the 800s, and 900 program series, yes.
The UFARs, those are the UFAR
Those are
codes?
UFARs program
Correct.
series.
But I think what's confusing when we use the word administration, it's not in that administration line within our budget.
No, it is not. No, this is a different
So-
purpose. This is not in front of kids. This is not like
Right,
face-to-face.
I understand, but
Yep.
language, words matter, and so like, I think it would be helpful if we use the words of what those UFARS codes are, like administration and district services support, or whatever they are. So that, because when you go back and you tie this back to the budget, and it really becomes important in the historical piece of it, and you look year over year over year, was there a change in administration? There was a year that there was, but some years there weren't. And so I think the word administration in, the
In the
ballot-
header.
It matters because when there's different definitions for administration, because last month or a month ago, we were talking about dean's administration, but we know they're classified as teachers.
So non-student, as is suggested?
No, I mean, I think we use what's listed in our budget, to be honest with you, to be the most, I mean, I don't know.
I'm categorizing the group though, so I'm not quite sure, like the whole column is made up of a number of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, I added up the administration, what I would think is not student-facing, I came up with 949. So like, I just think words matter. It's not truly administrative because it's not in that administration bucket, if that helps.
Okay.
Yes. I had a similar question, I think, just around like what, because I felt like I tied back to the 25-26 spreadsheet we had, and I couldn't come up with the same number, and maybe we're including like the pool and, the transportation, and all the things that we cut. And so it maybe, I don't know what, I guess my question was like, what are we trying to show by separating this? Because I think like a pool, for example, I would classify as like a student thing, right? A program or whatever that we took, that we had to reduce. So I don't know, I guess what are we trying to achieve by splitting it out this way?
Reductions that were a person in front of a student that is now no longer. Right.
So these,
Versus other types.
so like when you're saying admin, that's because it's not all person, right? It's not just people.
Right, no, it's a category for everything that is
Right.
non-student face-to-face.
Right.
Yep.
I think it's just a little confusing, right? I don't, for me, I couldn't tie back, so that's why I was.
What we were trying to convey here is some of the conversations that we've been having of cuts proximal to classroom.
Right.
As well as the propensity of classroom reductions compared to those non-student, like direct student classroom reductions. So again, we're just trying to elevate a level of clarity and understanding as folks are trying to make meaning of the reductions, not just here, but for our broader community of what actually is happening in front of a classroom or a student in a classroom versus cuts that are proximal outside, kind of further away from that classroom, and to what degree are we able to find balance in keeping them more shifted away from that, which is what we're trying to demonstrate here, versus what's actually the direct impact to a student sitting in a class.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? I was just trying to understand. I couldn't tie back to the numbers from the list of cuts that we had. So maybe it's more like classroom versus non-classroom.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what Director Ryder just shared.
And Director,
said.
Director Mason, one thing I'd ask for, if you go back to the previous slide, if you could just highlight in green, these are administration, it should add to up to 1.5 million, and these are in yellow, and these are student, then I think it would help me as a board member to understand, and our community to understand, how do you, what are you classifying as administration versus students? Because I say this year it's pretty close, but as you go back into like 24, 25, I only came up with 610 administrative cuts, and we listed 2.1 million. And so I think that's helpful. Particularly, don't go back for the previous, but for this year, I think we could easily go back and say, these are what we're calling administration, and these are what we're calling student.
Chair Bullion, I think the best thing to do is if individual board members are doing their own calculations and coming up with different numbers, then maybe they just need to sit down with Director Ryder. Because these are clear from the perspective of what we've been using, but if people are doing their own calculations, I don't know if anything of that is worthy of discussing here.
I'm more than happy to. I was just trying to go back to the spreadsheet of cuts. But, and so for our community, right, like I think it is worth public discussion around our community can understand what they mean, right? What you mean by admin versus student, so.
Well, and I think it ties back to the budget, because if you go back and say, we made $2 million worth of cuts in administration in 24, 25, that's not reflected in the administrative line. And so I think I'm just trying to add clarification, because you can see the numbers in the budget. You guys do we do a phenomenal job with our budget, with the ASMBO or whatever it's called. Budget book. I mean, there's one page in there particular, it's 24, and you can literally follow the line, and you don't see the $2 million in administrative cuts. And so that's why I think when you use the word administration, it gets confusing to our community as what are you really referring to as administration? And then we even have a page in our budget book that says administration, and that's right here. And I can tell you, we didn't cut any of these positions, and they're all called administration. And they're administration. And so I just think that word is confusing when we use that word.
The word is used in different ways depending upon where it's being reported. STARS has a different meaning for it than UFARS has a different meaning than what
Right, so I think the clearer we can be
yeah.
at communicating that, like, if you could just go back onto this previous spreadsheet and just highlight what's administration, what's students. And then then it's clear and transparent to our community, and there's no questions that need to be asked by having private conversations with board members. Then our community is well aware.
I'm fine. By the way, I really like this report. You asked for feedback. You took the total cuts and you broke it up into the percentage spend of where it showed up. And I think that is an incredible addition, also to help understand where the cuts went from, as where they were student facing or not. Obviously, they're all going to be bulked up together, because we talked about full-time equivalent. How much, some people are actually split up according to what percentage of full-time equivalent they are in certain roles. And that cannot be conveyed in a financial statement other than the actual, total number of staff. And so I do appreciate this, and I think it's very helpful when you see that percentage spend broke up between the percentage that's student-facing and the percentage that is considered by us, not by the state, but by us, and consistently by us as administration.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I appreciate this. I'm not a huge fan of the word admin either. I would just say other.
Or non-student.
Yeah, non-student, anything else, and then, maybe student is green and the other one's yellow, something else, right? And then highlight them at the bottom, because then it just points to it, what the UFARS codes you're going to. It just pops the eye to it, and then we can go right to it. That's just, I think it would be helpful for anyone who's, we get the, you get the pleasure of looking at this stuff every single day.
yeah.
We might not look at it every day. We look at it, as often as we, necessarily need to. That would, I think, might just be a little bit helpful. So I appreciate this, the sheet. It really does. I think it's helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for asking for feedback as well. Does anybody have any clarifications?
Just one quick thing.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you for putting this together. I just want to clarify. So the historical percentages, the slide that you have up right now,
Yes.
that is one thing where we are trying to show what is student-facing versus what is non-student-facing, and that's why you're using the UFARS codes down here in the bottom left, right?
Correct.
When we talk about the previous slides where we break down the buckets,
Yes.
you're not doing that there, correct?
Didn't go to that level of
Right.
discernment.
So what Director Atkinson is asking for, to go through and highlight what's administrative and what's non-student versus what's student, like, that's not possible for this because this is something different.
This would be in summary form of that. I use the same list,
Okay,
but I've now created where I'm accumulating the multiple years, so it's all in the same list. And I have a column that says, right now, admin will say something different, and then the student.
okay.
And so this was an easy thing for me to do once I'd gone through and gather that information. And if we just keep utilizing that same format as we move forward, we'll keep that history and build upon it.
Okay.
And honestly, you could just go add the UFARS code, and it would help to educate our public too on which UFAR codes go to which jobs, you know what I mean? Then they would see that a dean is classified as a teacher or whatever, you know what I mean? So I think that actually would be helpful.
Okay.
Be consistent.
Our next piece, speaking of consistency of UFAR's reporting, which in how we're coding things, this was kind of through some one-on-one conversations with some board members, kind of an enlightening exercise for us to understand how we can shape narratives differently for our community, particularly when they are referencing different reports that are accessible to the general public. So I'll have Director Ryder walk through just some of our discoveries.
Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at this. With this information that you're looking at, this is a page out of our annual comprehensive financial report. And you can find that on our report page 113, 114, or if you're looking at the PDF document, it's page 170 of 176. This is in the statistical section of our financial statements, and the statistical reports are not necessarily audited, okay? They're pulled together for purposes of submitting our application for the Certificate of Excellence Award, and it requires you maintain 10 years of data in these various different types of reports that they want to see kind of comparative between districts, right? Unfortunately, what they don't do is they don't tell you exactly how every district has to record each of the categories. So as we dug into this, it's like, well, why does this look different? Why do we look higher than others? On the left-hand side of this sheet, you will see our information as is printed in the report. On the right-hand side, within the box, you will see a district of a similar size on the left-hand side, and our information is on the right-hand side, and it has been we went down line for line. So on the principals, for example, the types of principals they're including, because we happen to have one principal who is actually an assistant principal. So that's the difference, where we went from 10 to 9 instead, right? Well, where did that principal go? It dropped down below under the category, which is the administrative assistants, which the other district, you'll see in red, only used assistant principals and assistant superintendent. We included directors, assistant directors as well, in our category. The line above that, we had directors listed. They did not include any directors in this area of the report. Where did they include it? their directors are down below under the other non-instructional staff. So if we realign ours to match theirs, our directors are no longer reported up on top there. They are now below under the other non-instructional staff. The other 6 people that were under our administrative assistants, which that term is also misleading. It means assistants to administrators, not the admin assistants we think of oftentimes when we talk, because that's what we call our group, but instead assistant directors, assistant superintendent, you see what I'm saying? So regardless, then the 12 that we had listed are only 6 when you include only the assistant principals and assistant superintendent. The supervisory coordinator, we have more included there with the coordinators and such than that which the other district had. So we, apples to apples, compared those, and the rest of our 15.8 compared to 4 dropped down into the other non-instructional staff, okay? Now, while that's happening, other non-instructional staff did not really increase that much, right? So why is that? Because they included the deans under their counselors and deans. Our deans were included above in the other non-instructional staff. So of that, those numbers dropped down into that row. Teachers on special assignment, we did not call them out separately. We had them in the other non-instructional staff. The other district has them on a separate line by itself, so we pulled ours down there, okay? So I can account for every, we had 11 of the deans that moved down. We had the TOSAs, 16.2 that moved down. And then the rest of the number is reflective of our slight changes there in the special education. And so we just apples to apples those as well. As you take a look at this particular sheet, you'll notice that our totals at the bottom, we reported 645.6, and this one's showing 645.5. It's a rounding issue. So that is otherwise right there. And then the total for the other district is what they had reported on their paper, or on their printed sheet, excuse me. So as you take a comparison of all these in these categories that are listed, our total administrative staff, total support service staff, total special education teachers, and classroom teachers, this district happens to be just almost 1,000 less than us in student count. We have, however, a different lower figure in total FTEs. Now, also keep in mind this STARS report, as stated on our financial report statistical table, only talks about licensed positions, because that's what STARS is about in this particular regard. It's a portion of the STARS report. For example, my position isn't listed as, I don't have a teacher's license, but I'm listed in here because it requires a 4-year degree. So if you have a position that is not requiring a teacher's license, yet it requires a 4-year degree, you're on this sheet somewhere. Does that make sense? So just wanted to kind of, as we went through this, it was a little surprising to realize just how, they're the same positions, but how we call them, like we might call them coordinator, they instead call them some other name, supervisors or whatever the case might be, and they have them in a different lower category than what we did. In total, we're talking about the same people, same types of positions. It's just that subtle differences, and you see that how that can look.
Thank you.
And I would just add, and I appreciate our team working with neighboring districts team to get a better understanding of the variability in how they, how people report into the STARS system and how they categorize. But it also affirmed, I think, some other things that we've known, and that is the leanness of our system. Being in a district with 1,000 more students, with 50 or so less staff in general that are on, that are being coded here, it speaks to that component of our ability to educate students at a far lesser rate per student compared to the state average. And we're not saying this to brag, but it just speaks to our staff's ability to do some amazing work every single day, given the leanness across a variety of staff categories. So, and again, the conversations that we've had here at the table, you know, as well, I thought this would be a good exercise for us to just see this, how it plays out, how we've coded things to align, you know, apples to apples, so that we can do a better comparison of how do we stack up as we have these broader conversations around programmatic investments, you know, upcoming, you know, potentially for this fall. So, Chair Bowling, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. Are we good to go? Does anybody have any clarifying questions?
I have a couple.
Director Mason?
Yeah, I appreciate this. It's helpful. I know we have recoded stuff over time. Do you know if there's like any initiative at like MD or whatever to align, you know, like across districts to have more consistency in these?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
No. And basically, every department within MDE will be requesting almost the same data, but they'll want it in a different format.
Right.
Based upon that department's needs, with whatever. So unfortunately, no, I don't believe, Director Mason, such an initiative exists.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked about this many times. My mind always went to like trying to look at year over year, like where have the changes been made for various reasons? You know, did we have, you know, more people in, you know, this role versus this role, and did we make investments here? So I think, you know, comparing to another district is really helpful. I think, you know, comparing year over year is super helpful too. I had taken a lot of time actually from Director Cawthorn's like experts of the full head count, and compared those years. So that's super helpful to understand the changes. And I think that's, you know, as we're planning like a 5-year forecast, to understand like a 5-year staffing plan that aligns with that, it's helpful, right? Or, you know, did we make investments in deans, but then maybe, you know, we reduced somewhere else and that kind of offset. So you know, I'm happy to go through like what I found, but
I mean, but
it took a lot of
you're
hours
speaking, I
and-
mean, but
yeah.
that's exactly the process that's happening.
Right,
You
right.
know, I know the mental desire is to find this one-to-one correlation, but it's a series of dominoes to kind of pull this thing together, or a series of puzzle pieces, that it's not going to ever be a one-to-one correlation, because as you, literally, the example you just stated is a true fact that,
Right.
that happened. So yeah, we thought this might be of benefit, as we continued the conversations around staffing, just getting greater clarity.
And like, I think a lot of the teachers that we had, like everything that was coded as teachers, right? There were like deans, counselors, social psychology, like all of them are coded as teachers, right? And so understanding that difference is super helpful. Anyway, there's a lot I could go into, and I won't for the sake of time.
Sure.
It's late.
Yeah, and I just want to add, so I think it's, first of all, I appreciate this. I think it's very difficult to compare us to any other district. I think our community goes to this report and they look at the historical data, and understanding that is important. I think it's challenging even to compare us to that other district, because they don't have programs like QComp, where QComp is, they're going to be coded as teachers, as licensed FTE as teachers, right? But they're not really they're not really student-facing, right? They're in a professional
Wouldn't be-
development
on
role.
the STARS, it wouldn't be coded as teachers, because you're only coded as a teacher if you have a class roster assigned to you.
Is that true on the STARS report?
That's the STARS requirement, yes.
Okay, so where would they be then?
Well, they would be up under your other non-instructional.
I think QComp is kind of statutory with the pieces, right? We get funded for that.
We
So
get
that's-
yeah.
I think every public school district.
That is not true. There is actually a
Not
waiting
everyone.
list
Not
for
everyone.
QComp, so no,
But no,
this
they
other
wouldn't be
district
coded
does
as
not have
teachers,
it.
though.
What's that?
But they wouldn't be coded, going back to your original question, they would not be
I
ever
guess my
coded as
overall,
teachers.
my overall takeaway is that I think it's very hard to compare us to a different district, and people really look at our own district. And so looking at that STARS report and understanding why has the administration doubled, you know, in the last 10 years? And then when we use the word administration, when we're having these other conversations, that's where it gets confusing. Because we're saying, look at the last 3 years, we made all these administrative cuts, but then we're not seeing it on the reports. And so that's where, I'll be honest with you, I mean, that's where it's coming from in our community. So that's, like I said, it's helpful, I think, when we use the right words.
The STARS
to-
report has been explained even by Director Frederickson and then also by Director Herman and your predecessors multiple times. We know there's not a one-to-one with that, and it's been confusing across districts. But the bottom line is that what was reported is we had 49.2 administrative assistants, and obviously we don't. We didn't experience a 37% increase in administration either, so that's pretty clear from the numbers.
We also found that it's like, we went back in email history to find out why did we change the recording of what's included in that category?
Right.
And we tracked it back to the auditors when asked the question verbatim, exactly what do you want us to show in this comparative report? And they, they said to include all those positions that are non-licensed but have a four-year degree required under that administrative assistance row, right? Different auditor, different auditing firm than the like-sized district we compared to. So that's interpretation too there, right? But we have the, we asked the question because we wanted to make sure we were doing the comparison appropriately. And as you do have staff over, turnover, we have to find a way to try and keep that story with it. And oftentimes, I'll be honest, when you're putting together the financials, you're doing it to get this completed, and we're not always thinking about the comparativeness of it, right? And that's something that we're kind of understanding. We need to keep maybe some better notes on exactly what changed from one year to the next, or what positions. Sometimes it's a matter of us shifting our organization structure where we're calling it now a different title.
Right.
And that means something different for HR reasons, and there's a reason behind all of that, but yet now where do we categorize it, and is it different?
Right, well, yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think the hard part is like, we know that there was a big chunk of investments made in '23, and you see that right on the report. So to say the report's not accurate, or the report doesn't state our financials, that's where it's like, there's known things that we did in our district, and you can see it reflective on here. So,
But you can see it reflected differently somewhere else too. Like, I can find anything and tell a different story. I mean, if we look at the budget book that was referenced, from 21-22, administrative 53.2, 54.6, 55.3, 55.5, 52, like, it stays flat. So I can find anything too to justify what these numbers actually tell, but there is a lot of complicated stuff going on behind the scenes here. Are these numbers accurate from the STARS report that's on this website, in their district financials? Yes, of course they are. They wouldn't be on our website if they weren't. Does it tell the full and complete story? No, and I think that's where we're getting caught up, is thinking that this is gospel, but then everything else that's around is just noise. And it's not. Like, every piece of data, just like we talked about with the survey, like, every piece is a little piece of data, and all of it tells kind of a different story. And I do think it's important, and I do think it is helpful to compare us to a second, or a similar district. Because if we talk about, again, what do they code as administrative, and what do we code as, I might have looked at the same district, I'm not lying. But it's 50.8 for us, and then 22 in administrative for them. So total support staff, 83.1 for us, 136.5 for them. There's no rhyme or reason behind it. But the numbers, when you take all of that, they're carrying 53.4 more FTE than us. And they're a smaller district. Like, that's what's complicated here, is that there's so much data here that I find it incredibly difficult to look at one piece of data and say, well, that tells the whole story.
With that being said, I think that, we will, if there's no other clarifying questions, we can move on to the next item in our agenda, which I believe is the kindergarten enrollment update.
This will be quick. This is a typical report you have been seeing, and so I just added the last 2 weeks in here. We're still slow. I will point out that what did take place between April 10th and April 17th, you'll notice that the column for as of changed from 341 to 428. And when I first saw that, I'm like, oh, wait, great. Nope, because the next column over is our open enrolled column. So these are open enrollments where we had put out the placements to families, and as they are returning their responses of acceptance, that is then shifting those students back into then the first column instead of being held in the open enrolled column. So looking to see that the combination, the total enrolled, can start to increase at a more rapid pace, but that's going to require our resident families, which are the ones we haven't heard yet from, to make sure that they get their enrollments in.
Board members have any clarifying questions on that? All right, hearing none, we will move on. What's that? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director Ryder. Next up on the agenda is the annual wellness report review. This is report only, no board action is requested. And Director of Child Nutrition Services, Emily Malone. Thank you, Emily, for being with us at 10:36 p.m.
You are welcome. Thank you all for staying awake for my riveting report here. If I can just find it. All right. So I have to mention, today is the first day of Child Nutrition Appreciation Week. So I want to mention that because we celebrate our team this week. I appreciated your proclamation a couple of weeks ago, and I know my staff did as well. My staff shows up very early in the morning, like in a couple of hours, to work hard for our students every day because they know that hungry kids can't learn. So thank you for appreciating them. Again, this is just my local wellness policy yearly update. I have to do one every year. A local school wellness policy, that's at LSWP, is required by law. It's required to include nutrition promotion, nutrition education, physical activity, and other school-based activities. In that policy, our policy is 533. It also requires all of these things, including that last bullet, which is why I'm up here today. I have to do this every month, or every year, excuse me, just to say that we've updated our local wellness policy each year. It's located on the child nutrition section of our webpage under that wellness tab. We do a triennial assessment, and our last one was in March of 2024. The last time that it came up in the policy committee was in December of 2023, and I believe it comes up again next year. So we just had a couple of tweaks that we'll be doing for that, and that is about it. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here.
Board members, any questions for Director Malone? Sounds like none.
No.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We maybe should have switched you up too.
That's okay.
Thank you, Director Malone.
You're welcome. I'm gonna try and get out of here.
All right, next up on the agenda is the superintendent search discussion from study session. Just a recap for anyone listening this late or on the replay. We had a special meeting this evening at 5 o'clock to discuss options in replacing our superintendent. And we had MSBA, Barb Dorn, give us options and process, walked us through what we should decide on as a board first. And the first thing we reached unanimous consensus on was if we do this process on our own, or if we use a search firm. And it was a unanimous decision that the board decided to use a search firm. The next question that we were trying to seek consensus on was whether or not to seek an interim superintendent or a full search. And that decision was more of a split. It was four board members that were leaning toward the interim, 3 wanting to start full search with the ability to pivot to an interim if needed. And so I think for the sake of the board, just all the information received tonight, I think we'll revisit our next steps at a future agenda item. So that's the recap from our special meeting.
Director Bullion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question. I've been
Sure.
thinking about this, thinking about what we talked about earlier.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just wondering, is it possible, if you could find out from MSBA, because I think part of this whole search is how do we come together, right, as a board? We do not want the superintendent search to be a 4-3 vote, right? It's that simple. We, as a board, have to come together, work together, and find the perfect candidate for our district. And so is it possible to post the position on our website and just see what type of interest we get? And then, take a look at the applications, work with Mittler Cawthorn, and then at that point, if we don't get a decent pool of candidates because of the timing or whatever, then we continue with the interim search. And that way, it's like a both and. Like, we're not going forth with the full superintendent search, but we're sort of saying, we're kind of doing both, basically.
Right.
It's a compromise.
And I agree with you, Director Atkinson. In my conversation with Barb Dornan on Friday, as well as some of the information that she presented tonight, it really comes down to us deciding how to move forward. And I am happy to, have another conversation with her to really spell out what it looks like, because what needs to happen is for the board to make a decision on how we're doing it. MSBA, it's free for them to help us hire an interim. There's no cost to that, but the board does the work. And we would have to really figure out, what does that look like? What meetings are in place? And I am happy to find out more clarification on what that process would look like in conjunction with our staff, to really spell that out for our district. And I can commit to finding out more information and bringing that to our meeting next Monday, I think, or before if possible. I think, I can commit to getting more information on what that process looks like, because we can say, this is what we want to do, but we have to figure out, what does that look like? What does that look like as a board? What does that look like in conjunction with and I'm not clear on that either, because I haven't gone through this myself before. And so, we listened to her just give such a plethora of information, and I think she did a great job with that. And her answer is, we can do it however we want to. It really is understanding what the costs are, what does that entail for the board. So I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
To compile that.
So you'll be getting the information and sharing, like the costs and all.
I'll try to, and see, the challenge with that, I think it's important for the board to understand. The challenge is, I can gather information, and each of you may have, well, what about if we do this? And that's where the challenges can come, because we all can have great ideas on, okay, well, what about this and what about that? And my compilation of information might not address those questions. So when, before Barb left us online tonight, it was the two questions. Do we want to do it on our own, or do we want to use someone to help us? And it was unanimous that we want to use someone, and I agree with that. And then the second question was the interim and the full search. So I think that what I would propose is that the information that I seek more is giving us more information on what that looks like, because that's where we had 3 board members that was maybe preferring a full search, and 4 board members that were thinking more doing an interim search. So I can gather information and bring it, give it to the board, and we can work together to try to figure out.
And I think my question is can we post it for people to apply and not do the full search? Does that make sense?
We absolutely can.
Okay.
Yep, we absolutely can. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Do need to kind of talk about what you want in the post, because we also need salary ranges and a
Yes,
few other
right,
things.
right,
So
right,
that's
right.
a little bit more involved. It's not like we
Yeah.
could just post something. the
And
next
that
day.
is
Right.
something that,
They can
you know,
help us
like
with.
even
She
Barb
could help us with
said
that.
that she would absolutely, it wouldn't be just us.
Right,
You
and
know,
I,
there would be,
yeah, okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And, okay, so hopefully that,
I just think one of the things that we need to consider and need to remember is that your last day is June 30th, or,
That's what I'll be proposing for next Monday.
okay, but it's not, you're proposing it because the contract obviously says that,
A mutual separation.
right,
Yep.
mutual separation. So there's no 90 days or anything like that. it's, when you're,
I mean, that's,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
yeah.
clause,
Yeah.
but I'll be tendering a revision to my contract to end June 30th of 2026. And you will, it'll be on consent like any other resignation or retirement.
right, okay. Just want to clarify that we're on a short time frame.
any other comments around that? We will move on to our final agenda topic tonight, which is policy. I do want to thank Director Johnson for sending out the policy committee notes that he sent the board. We can have Director Cothern take us one by one. If there's
Kill us
any,
now.
if there's anything, you know, just to kind of take us, highlight, and if any
Yep.
board member has anything, I mean, just with the sake of time, we've
Yep.
been here for almost, we're going on 6
Hours.
hours, people. And so if you can direct us,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yep, you bet. Let's wait to end the night and talk about policy. Let's rock it. It's just how we all want to end our night, isn't it? So I'm going to just start really quickly, and both Director Atkinson and Director Johnson have access to, one of the things that the policy committee did this year is we created we called it the District Policy Tracker, and they have access to it, and they're more than welcome to share that with you. I think it'll be a great thing for you guys to see, and it will maybe help, you know, so when we summarize these things, you can kind of then dive into it on your own time if you want. But one of the things, being new to the policy committee and having new members and people, when we started looking at some of these policies, one of the things that kept coming up is, well, why did the previous committee make that recommendation? Or why did they decide this? Or why did they decide that? And I quickly realized that I didn't have that contextual data to be able to share with the committee. And the only contextual data I had is leaving. And so I'm going to embarrass two people tonight, one probably for the last time and one for the first time. So I can go on record as being the first person to embarrass her. But once again, this, as Martha's last meeting, she's just, even in my short period of time here, she's been valuable to me when it comes to this kind of policy stuff. So I truly want to thank her one more time for the help that she's given me when it comes to that. But I also want to introduce for the first time Danny Kleist, who is going to be taking Martha's role, and I want to thank Danny. I will let Danny at some point in time, if any of you want to talk to her, ask her about. I do not want to publicly say how long she's been with the district. She might not appreciate that, but the nice part about Danny coming into Martha's role is once again her absolutely wealth of knowledge that is with this district. Those kinds of things are invaluable, especially to somebody in my role who is new, but also who needs help sometimes in understanding what the history of something might have happened with this district. So I can't thank Danny enough for being willing to apply for that role and accepting the challenge of her wanting to come into that role. So Danny, welcome, and thank you very much for stepping into the role. And Martha, once again, thank you for everything you've done for this district. So the policy tracker, what it is it's just a way for us to help as a policy committee to then, when 30 years from now, when we're not around, hopefully they can look back and see some contextual references of why the policy committee made some of the suggestions that they made. And so that's what that's what it is. And once again, Director Atkinson and Johnson have access to it, and they're more than welcome to share the link, and you guys can all kind of see it and those kinds of things. But let's jump in. The first one, we'll just kind of go in order here that they're listed. I believe should be 102. And what I will do is I will just kind of basically go through what's on our policy tracker, so you can kind of see some of the things we did, and then you can follow along within the actual document if you want. But first of all, we just removed the definition. And when you're on the policy tracker, you'll see we've categorized it. Is this a clerical in nature kind of thing? Are we trying to align to MSBA? Is it a policy committee recommendation? Is it to follow statute? We've kind of outlined why we're making those changes, once again, to have some historical context. So we removed the definition. The committee felt we just don't need it, so we felt that was a clerical kind of in nature decision. We've added language to number 2, A, B, and E to match MSBA, as well as we deleted language from 2D, once again, to match MSBA. We added the legal references and cross-references. This was just a policy committee recommendation to do that. And also the policy committee wanted to make a note that the lettering structure in this policy doesn't match that of MSBA, and the committee recommended to leave the structure the way we have it, as it just reads better and doesn't need necessarily to match MSBA in this case. So those are the recommendations coming from the policy committee in regards to policy 102.
Board member feedback?
The only question that I had was the crossing out of unlawfully, because we mentioned the statutes down there, including the Minnesota Human Rights Act. So I assume we're not going to try to come up with our own definitions, and we're going to use the statutes as far as the definition of discrimination and the definition of each one of the lists in A of on the basis of, just to clarify, because we're going to follow the law, and that was our threshold.
Yes, that is accurate, and one of the nice things is, by having an attorney on the policy committee, he basically kind of reiterated that you're not unlawfully doing anything, and so that was actually, I think, one of his recommendations, is that we just don't necessarily need that word in there, and so I think the committee accepted that recommendation.
Okay, and as long as we have the statutes referenced below, then I think that satisfies it anyways.
Okay. On to 103? Okay, here we go, 103. We just made some grammatical changes to match some MSBA language. We just felt, once again, that was clerical in nature, nothing very significant. And then we just added the policy committee recommended to add the legal references and cross-references at the bottom. And that was the one from 103.
We'll just let you keep going.
All right,
Unless
okay.
a board member speaks up, we'll just
Absolutely
keep
love
on.
it. Here we go. All right. Okay, 301 then. Once again, we added language in 2A. We added the last sentence to be more in line with our strategic plan. This was a recommendation from the policy committee. We restructured the sentence in 2B. We just reworded the sentence to make it read better. We just felt that was a clerical in nature recommendation. We restructured 2E. We deleted the old sentence and reworded it to use words such as collaboration, et cetera, That's a policy committee recommendation. And then the legal reference linkage, the committee, this is just a note that they wanted to be aware for future that there is a cross-reference in Minnesota Statute 123B.143 and 123B.147. The committee didn't feel it was necessary to add a legal referencing sections for these, as they are spelled out in other policies.
If they're spelled out in other policies and we ever have to change the policy, should we reference those other policies in here, just so you know what you're referencing? In other words, you don't get them out of sync?
Yeah, once again, we just kind of looked at, that's why we just made, I guess, the note in the document here. So then that way we just didn't feel that it was necessary since they were referenced in the other policies. But that we just wanted future people to know why we didn't put it into the legal references. All right, 302. Superintendent, we added number 3, we added the title of general responsibilities, once again, just to match the MSBA structure. We removed language in 3B. We removed assistant superintendent, as statute aligns to the superintendent as the one for that. And so and once again, our district doesn't necessarily have that, so we just removed the assistant superintendent. And then the policy committee made the recommendation to add legal references and the cross-references at the bottom.
And we are doing that for all of them, right? Legal references and cross-references now per the.
Except for
standard.
where, like, once again, in some of this, we just we noted if we didn't and why the reasons we're recommending not doing it in some. But yes, I mean, for the most ones this year, we have gone in and added legal references and cross-references to the ones for the most part this year. 303, we just capitalized the titles just to stick with the same structure that we've had in our other policies, so we felt that was clerical in nature. And then once again, just to recommend to add the legal references and cross-references at the bottom. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't speak up too quick on 302 general.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, very good.
We will go in and bold that. Yes. All right, 304, superintendent contract duties and evaluations. All we did on this one was just added the legal references and cross-references at the bottom by a policy, and then just a note from the committee. They just wanted to make a note that we did not add the MSB letter C into our policy around using their contract format if we wanted to. The committee felt that we have a template for our own contract, and it always allows us the option to use the MSB one as well. So that's why we just did not decide to implement letter C from the MSB policy into 304. Okay, 306 is the Administrator Code of Ethics. Just in the first paragraph, number 2, we just made some sentence changes to make it read better. We classified that as clerical in nature. 2A through K, MSBA made a lot of changes in 2025 to their A through K, and the committee felt that we could adopt these changes into our policy as they seem to align to the previous letters, just in different order. That once again, that was some of the biggest themes that came out of this year from the policy committee, is not necessarily having to match everything that MSBA says or does, but if we do have similar language, can we get it in the same order as theirs? So that way, when you're reading theirs and reading ours, it's just an easy side-by-side read. So that's kind of what we're doing with A through K here, not necessarily changing, but just trying to kind of, I guess, align a little bit more with that. So
So the language change was the MSBA?
yes.
Okay, and then what about the legal references for the 3512.5200 Code of Ethics for school administrators, and then also Minnesota Rules Part 3512.5200 for the the other Code of Ethics specifically for school administrators as well?
Should be legal references.
Those are the
on that
legal
one.
references.
I think MSBA has legal
Dropped
references
off.
on them too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably something we did not discuss.
It should be on there,
I
though.
can, we can add those, and then you'll have them on there for the second reading then.
Okay.
One small grammatical section 2A, the first word "and," can we strike the N?
I did. I don't know if you can see it. It is,
I was wondering that too.
Yeah.
there is a very small line through. You might have the PDF.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no line
Yeah.
through it.
So yeah, actually on the actual draft, the version, it does have a line through it, but it is very, very hard to see. So I apologize for that. But yes, I did catch that after when I was going through them again to say yes, and grammatically is not correct. So it does say, now, it will say a school administrator's professional behavior. So
From a formatting standpoint, under B, you start off every single one of them with a school administrator, and at the top you have the school administrator : you could actually just shorten those up and just start with a capital M for must on each one of them. That would make it a little bit easier to read and a little bit more.
say that again.
You repeat a school administrator for every single letter.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the colon after the school administrator, so you got a lot of redundancy in there. You could actually just shorten each one of those sentences up and just start with M for must after each
Oh,
letter.
I see what you're saying. Okay, just
Yeah.
take out.
Or, to these ends, the administrator must subscribe to the following standards of professional conduct, :
And then shorten them
and
up
then you
even
can
more.
and then get rid of the school administrator : and just keep the bullets the way they are.
And once again, I do believe that is how
Oh.
our current policy reads, and the only reason I believe we did, once again, it was just more to align with how it kind of reads on MSBA. So, and yes, I think that's why that was added kind of in there. So, or we divided ours into B, and that's why we struck out B, as you can see, because once again, to just have the flow. But I can definitely go in and we can, if everybody wants, then yes, I can make the suggestion to just get rid of a school administrator and all of those and start it with a capital M for must, if that makes the most sense.
Less is more.
Maybe except with J. Oh, no, I guess I could then judge it with J. I'll just start with a capital N there, or I mean a capital I. So, okay, so I'll add the legal references and then delete all of that. That's a lot for this memory at 11 o'clock at night. I better write that down.
Just one more quick thing. So if we're kind of shifting things around here, it says that last sentence, so if we're kind of redoing it, to these ends, the administrator must subscribe to the following standard. Do you just want it to say, to these standards, a school administrator must subscribe to, and then you could.
To these ends, the administrator must subscribe to the following standards of professional conduct.
Right, because if we're getting, maybe I'm not following along, but that's okay, because it's.
Yeah, so how it should read, if you accept all the changes, that last sentence would read, to these ends, comma, the administrator must subscribe to the following standards of professional conduct, period.
Okay.
So we would be striking the standards and striking are as follows.
Yes, okay.
So that's how the final sentence will read once you accept all the changes. Does that line up?
That sounds
That's
great.
on here.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, so we're gonna add the legal references, and then I'm going to strike a school administrator on each one, okay? All right, perfect, that's 306. All right, 806, which is crisis management policy. So this is a yearly reviewed policy.
I think we missed
We missed
6,
506.
I'm sorry, yep, you're right, because I have it on top of the tracker, not at the bottom. All
1.
right, so 506, here we go. We added policy 506.2 in the cross-reference, clerical nature, and then just a note on this one. The committee is recommending little changes this year, as this is a yearly review policy. They would like principal input on the procedures that are in this policy, and then have this be one of the first policies we start looking at next year based on the feedback. And that was this was a policy we started, this was our very first meeting, and we just kept coming back to the fact that there are procedures within this policy. And so some of the committee members felt that it would be valuable to get our principals' input on if some of those procedures are something that is handled in a student handbook, and do we really then need them in policy? You know, because once again, you really try to limit or have no procedures in your policies. So that's kind of where we're at. We knew we were kind of coming up against, a timeline. And so once again, that was kind of the policy committee's recommendation, is that they would like to get some principal feedback, throughout, the remainder of this year into the summer, and then maybe have this be one of the first ones that we look at next year based on the feedback we get from our principals.
That's wonderful.
It's interesting that you say that, because we also have one for the student handbook in particular, that there's a lot of duplication on those student ones. And if we could kind of condense them down so there's less duplication and therefore less review and less oversight, you can kind of go to one and you have all you can eat there, so to speak.
And I do believe that was some of the feedback from some of the principals, even on our committee, is that
Right.
sometimes it's hard to follow where everything is at. So that was the recommendation in 506. All right, so now going to, is it 621.1 the next one?
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so they're out of my, all right. So this one was one that was added late to our list, just simply because of the fact that with the statute regarding weighted grading systems, is that if you kind of weight one area, you kind of have to weight them all. And so how our policy read, it was brought to our attention that based on some information that was sent to families about how we were going to start doing things within the district, that we were kind of out of statute. And so both Dr. Anderson and Principal Bezek came to our policy committee meeting and kind of went through with the policy committee about how they would like to see the weighted grading system work. And that was a recommendation to just weight our AP classes. And so what you're seeing in there based on their recommendation, and we had some pretty good conversation in the meeting around that. I think there was a lot of questions and a lot of very good insight from, people who remember these kinds of things when they were going to school and stuff. And so, yes, it was some, great conversation. And so based on the recommendation from, Dr. Anderson and Principal Bizek, we just are striking the language to remove the language around weighting all year long concurrent enrollment courses to align with the statute, to where it would then just be weighting our AP classes, which is what the information, my understanding is from that was the information that was then sent out in regards to families. And then we would be adding the legal references around that as well.
Okay, so I've got a couple of concerns about this, as I've emailed. One, the weighted grading policy was the domain of teaching and learning. It has been since I've known DCAC before that. While I have no problem maintaining compliance with the updated statute, this was a very long and probably the most well-intended district curriculum meeting that was supposed to be, that we had decided on, was supposed to be put in place, staged in place 3 to 4 years later, and we already started communicating to parents even before Dr. Thomas came on board. So the decision by that team was actually to fade out like most other districts have. I think there's only 4 in the metro now that keep a true weighted grading system. Lakeville's phasing theirs out. So we had a long discussion about what was supposed to be and what wasn't supposed to be. Now that may change based upon new committee members, but this has been traditionally the domain of the teaching and learning because of the grading. So I, obviously we're not going to change anything going into next year. That wouldn't even be prudent. But I would like to have that policy put back into TLAC and fully discussed, and also talked about the influence from the counselors, because I do a lot of college admin work, and they all unweight them, and it really confuses the students and the parents. And then it also artificially inflates the GPA. And then the scholarship committee or the college comes back and says, no, you don't qualify. And then they yell at the school counselors and go, why didn't you tell us? So we need to do something to educate and have a thorough discussion about what we plan to do and how it should go forward.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, when Principal Bizek came to talk, he had, I don't know if I saw Director Atkinson thumbing through some of her paper. He had a chart that lists all the school districts around us that.
Send this to you all.
Yeah, that what they're doing, who matches us, who's doing what we're doing, who does no weighted grading, and then who does full weighted, and to kind of show what all the districts around us are doing. So he spoke to that, as well as he also kind of spoke to what you're talking about in regards to, and I think a lot of the people on the committee, just either based on their own children's experience or based on their own personal experience, were saying that, for example, just kind of what you're talking about, whether it's applying for colleges or scholarships, all of those colleges now, they all have their own systems.
Right.
So where they'll put in every single class that a student is taking, and then they spit out a number within their own internal system. So the weighted grade is the weighted grade, but colleges aren't necessarily taking if a student gets a 4.4 and then this other one only gets a 4.0, they're just putting in all the classes into their system, and then their own internal system spits out a number, and then that's how they're making sure that they're comparing students equally based on the classes that they're taking. So I thought he did a great job of kind of explaining all of that and how that works. But seeing as how this is a 600, it would be up again for next year. And once again, when this one came up the first time, I did, both Dr. Anderson and I did have some conversations around it, and I think that's kind of where it then kind of lend to, could you guys come to our policy committee meeting and kind of speak to this? And that's then when Principal Bizek started putting the presentation together and stuff. So it would be up for review again next year, and we definitely could, have the Teaching and Learning Committee, take a run at it before it comes to a policy committee again next year. But just for us to match, because we can't have the concurrent enrollment piece in our policy, that's why we felt it was necessary to bring it this year, to make sure that, we just say that we're only weighting AP for right now.
Right, well, actually, in the last years, it only went through teaching and learning and then straight to the board, just because this was in the domain of TNL, or DCAC, as it used to be called.
Oh, I don't think
And the
that's true.
confusing part was that it, was that, again, there were this was before the actual, right before the committee got started. We had we had a Zoom meeting with people extra on there, and there was over 100 parents weighing in on that one. And so there's a little bit of confusion, because people actually thought we were getting rid of the weighted grading completely, because that's what the committee decided. But given changes and all that kind of stuff, what they did is they decided to do it now, this year.
And like all the policies.
But what happened was, I think you heard the
accurate.
confusion with min caps.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was what was on there. So if we could make sure that we don't lose visibility into this, that would be great, because it is a huge source of confusion.
Yeah, and like I said, I just think that all these policies are board policies. So of course, we'll yield, I will yield to the will of the board in regards to these policies. And so, but once again, this is, the recommendation of the committee is what you have in front of you for that policy.
Oops, sorry. And I just want to add to, the fact is that we were not weighting PSEO grades to begin with. We as a district have never weighted PSEO. So the real issue was the fact that we were weighting min caps, and then we weren't, some CIS, some not CIS, there's no consistency there. And so it was really just to bring our district to be aligned with Minnesota statute, which says, if you're going to, I can read the statutes right here, you can all read it, but it basically says you do one or the other. Yeah, and so, I actually think if this does come back to the Teaching and Learning Committee, I'd like to know statutorily, could we add honors classes back to be weighted? Because I don't think when I read the statute, because honors are like AP, because honors aren't considered concurrent, I think you could actually add honors courses to be weighted.
Discussion that we'll have, moving forward.
Because I think that's where there was a lot of hype from parents about taking away the weighting from the honors classes as well, so.
That was a decision that was put into place almost immediately after the original teaching and learning for legitimate reasons. So I have no problem being compliant with statute, and I agree with the statute, so I'm glad the change was made, but just make sure we don't lose sight of this, because it's probably something we need to bring up in the beginning of the year before kids register for classes. We don't want that happening again.
But it was actually reviewed last year, this policy. You have on the bottom of the policy, it says 2024, right? It was actually reviewed right after the statute, right before.
We reviewed before
Yeah.
the statute.
Before,
Right,
yeah.
right. So we, as a district, should have brought it up right after the statute was changed.
Yep.
So,
Along with the 80 things, and that's how it got missed.
yeah, no, I
Yep.
understand, yeah.
Yep.
Just from a timing standpoint,
Yep.
so.
Last one being 806. Once again, this is a yearly review in our crisis management policy. So just in some language, we deleted school board to match MSBA there. We added the legal reference. We added statute 121A.24, which came from both our emergency management coordinator as well as our health coordinator to add that policy or that statute in there. And then the policy committee just made a note or a recommendation, decided that in 2025 to keep our policy more broad than MSBA as we reference our crisis management plan, and we don't publish our emergency procedures in policy. So that was just a note that the committee wanted for historical references on why ours might not match exactly the round MSBA's. That is the policies.
Thank you. Board members, are we good?
We're good.
All right, well, thank you, everyone, for all your work, your contributions, and the long evening. With no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh!